Obono gini kama chozunu imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah.
àjọ̀dún. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Emi Lokon, don't turn, Ebi Lokon. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, Emi Lokon, don't turn, Ebi Lokon. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Aso Rock maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi Lokon, OTD Emi Lokon, Baba Emi Lokon, Edaku Emi Power. Emi Lokon, OTD Emi Lokon, Baba Emi Lokon, Edaku Ojetiwo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, we will not promise.
Where are you? Where to make it? Where are you? Where to make it? Ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀, bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́. Wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wá fi jó ẹlòkó, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé. Wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ọ̀dà ọmọ àtàrà bàbá àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú léèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tiẹ̀ náà máa ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Oko Oluremi. I'm sure there are many Oko Oluremis, but he seems to have taken that title off for himself. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right wherever you are. And together, here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. It's not so much a rinse and repeat from previous sessions, but it's a follow through. Because, of course, there's nothing else going on within the Nigerian space other than this day of anarchy or this week, 10 days of anarchy being planned by the Sowore and the Peter Obi space and the obedient space. So that is the one thing that has seized the attention of the Nigerian space. And we, of course, go to where the tension is within the paradigm. So there it is. We spend a lot of time with that, but hopefully that is not the only storylines. But in the course of the session, and by the way, the room does need populating, so anybody that wants to jump on. In the course of the session, our senses will be jarred and our voices will be raised. Almost certainly, people's senses will be jarred and voices will be raised. It's almost an inevitability. There's almost an inevitability to that. So people's senses will be jarred and voices will be raised. Names might even be called. But it is only... Do you know that we're actually all after the same thing? We all want a better Nigeria. I think somewhat everybody wants to say that we all want a better Nigeria. But where we differ, where we not even clash, where we depart sharply is what pathway that journey takes. So is what pathway to that better Nigeria? That is where we differ sharply. But hopefully there is universality in the thought that we all want. There's nothing I want more. You know, I have only one ambition in life: to live in Akimori, which is my homestead, which is nested within the ancient city of Oyo town, have a little farmstead, have experimental farming, you know, to crossbreed birds, to try and see if I can mix a turkey, a guinea fowl with a pigeon, or just experimental farming, you know, those sort of things, and write books and drink palm wine. That I aspire to nothing more than that. But the circumstances that leads me there is what these conversations are all about. So we all want a better Nigeria, but the pathway to it is where we differ sharply. But hopefully we come together to some sort of agreement in the course of the session or at the end of the session. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. So we want to see those numbers go up for reasons of taking our conversations up to the attention of an even a richer, wider audience to enrich and widen the conversation. So that's just how it works. If you pardon me, if you click on the like button, then YouTube acknowledges that there's activities going on there, recommends it to somebody that might like that sort of activity, and then the place continues to expand. So that's how it works. So when people are pushing you towards clicking on the like button all the time, it's not for reasons of wanting to show that they are popular. It's because it affects actually the algorithm in the underbellies of the YouTube space. So do that. Click on the like button. Just exactly as I'm directing now, do it. Don't wait till later. And if you're watching in watch back, do it exactly as I'm directing now as well. So don't leave it till later. Do it now. And click on the subscription button as well. The same arguments that I just presented applies to both spaces. So click on like and then click on subscribe. What haven't done that? Click on the click on the link in the URL and share the stream with your enemies, frenemies. You know, all those people that hate you in your old school groups. that you are envious of and are envious of you, share the link with them so they can put the hate in this direction. So share the links as widely as you can. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on share the link. So like, share, subscribe. So those are the 3 first spaces. And then if you want to be an active participant in the conversation that takes place here, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you into a studio space. I'll flesh out what the conversation parametrates around, if there's such a word, and then I invite your thoughts. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as wiping your behind after you've done the necessary let me leave that out. That's a bit, but you do understand. So like, share, subscribe, and then of course we have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per session. So we've been hitting that, and we hopefully continue to hit that. We deliberately set it low at 5, so it's easily attainable. So 5 super interactions on Facebook, on YouTube, on all the platforms that we stream to. So 5 super interactions are just as exemplified by Ayo, who kicks it off now. So we need but not Ayo. So sorry, RD. Sorry everybody. So just as exemplified by RD, who kicks it off right there. So also 4 more persons to join that space, complete that 5 compliments, but really everybody can still carry on doing that. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, and click on the $ at the bottom of the YouTube screen to super interact with the session. But we always set a bar though. So now that RD has super chatted at this amount, so you either match it or you exceed it. So don't be a skinflint. Don't come here and try and punk the space. So match or exceed, or keep your whatever it is in your wallet. So match or exceed, or keep your whatever. So match or exceed. So all that. And anyway, so let's just go immediately to it. All conversations wrap around the goings on. The anticipation of what might happen August the 1st. Today is the 26th of July, so we're roughly a week away from kickoff time. So a lot of build up to this event actually, and what often instances when there is this much build up, it usually ends in a disappointment. So I would rather it ended in a disappointment of being a damp squib than ending in a disaster, which is the apprehension of a lot of people. So a lot of things in that space. So let's just launch straight into it. Let's launch straight into it, and we kick it off with this one. Let's launch straight into it. We kick it off with this one. Hunger protest. You can almost tell the political leanings of whichever news platform is presenting a piece just from how the headline is. So this sympathizes, of course, with the protesters. But this is the Punch newspaper, by the way, one of the oldest newspapers within the Nigerian space. Hunger protest. Only identifiable protesters will be allowed, says Anambra CP. So quite what an identifiable protester is there a register for protesters? But it's still the obstacles being placed in the way of that thing. So I'll actually leave that at the headline, because there's a particular thing that I want to play you. I've got a series of clips to play you, a few articles to read you. So I'll intersperse like we did yesterday. So one after the other, just mix it up so that, just mix it up. Yes, let's do this. Hunger protest, only identifiable protesters will be allowed, says Anambra CP. The Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Obono Atam, has insisted that only identifiable protesters in the state will be allowed to participate during the proposed nationwide hunger protest starting on the 1st of August. Atam, so it sounds like a Cross Rivers name, sort of. Atam cautioned that any form of violence or unlawful activities during the protest would not be tolerated. The CP stated this in Oka on Friday, adding that protesters should go and identify themselves at their nearest police location adding that only the identifiable protesters will be protected, noting that faceless individuals will not be allowed to participate. He said the command would not stop people from protesting, but any action that threatens the fragile peace in the state would not be tolerated. He said there is a need to be cautious, as some people may attempt to hijack the protest to perpetrate crimes or victimize others, including those who are not involved in the protest. I want to state clearly that the police is mandated to regulate assemblies and protect peaceful protesters who are identified, as well as their routes and or location of interest. But the command would not tolerate any violence or any protest that threatens the fragile peace of the state. Intended protesters should visit the command for proper identification. We are not stopping any law-abiding citizen not to protest, but should be peaceful and orderly. We want those who wish to participate in the August 1st protest to identify themselves properly with the security agencies in the state and also the location where the protest will take place. So this is quite a clever move by the Anambra CP. So anything happening outside of agreement is an act of illegality, is essentially what he's saying. But what are they protesting for? So let's kick it off. Let's kick off the clips with what exactly they are protesting for. So let's just document this. This now is a list of 15 items that are the protesters, 15 demands that the protesters are insisting on. So not so much watch, but listen to this.
The days of rage protests, scheduled for August 1st, 2024, have 15 non-negotiable demands. The demands are directed at President Bola Tinubu's administration and are considered non-negotiable by the protesters. The demands of Nigerians are a call for the President Tinubu administration to 1. Scrape 1999 Constitution and replace it with a people-made Constitution for the Federal Republic of Nigeria through a sovereign national conference immediately followed by a national referendum. 2. Toss the Senate arm of the Nigerian legislative system, keep the House of Representatives, and make lawmaking a part-time endeavor. 3. Pay Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than and 250,000 monthly. 4. Invest heavily in education and give Nigerian students grants, not loans. Aggressively pursue free and compulsory education for children across Nigeria. 5. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and demilitarize the southeast. All #EndSARS and political detainees must also be released and could compensated. 6. Renationalize publicly owned enterprises sold to government officials and cronies. 7. Reinstate a corruption-free subsidy regime to reduce hunger, starvation, and multidimensional poverty. 8. Probe past and present Nigerian leaders who have looted the treasury, recover their loot, and deposited it in a special account to fund education, healthcare, and infrastructure. 9. Restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate Nigeria's diversity, resource control, decentralization, and regional development. 10. End banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes, reforms of security agencies to stop continuous human rights violations and duplication of security agencies and enhance the physical security of Nigerian citizens. 11. Establish a special energy fund immediately to drive massive, corruption-free power sector development. 12. Immediate reconstitution of the Nigerian electoral body at INEC Nigeria to remove corrupt individuals and partisan hacks appointed to manipulate elections. 13. Massive investment in public works and industrialization will help employ Nigeria's teeming youth. 14. Massive shake-up in the Nigerian judiciary to remove cabals of corrupt generations of judges and judicial officers that continue denying every day citizens access to real justice. 15. Diaspora voting
All right, so that's the aspirational pie in the sky nonsense. Almost actually coming out of the show. That you can tell the left-wing leanings of it. So that's some sort of a Luther manifesto by Showore. So what I'll do now is I'll whiz through the readouts and then play you the series of clips that we have. Hopefully the room populates sufficiently, and then we kick off the conversation. So still staying within the demonstration, the day of anarchy, the day of rage being planned by the deplorables. So to this, foreign mercenaries involved in nationwide proposed protest. This is the Inspector General of Police coming out with this piece of intelligence. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, on Friday, July the 26th, revealed that intelligence report indicates the involvement of foreign mercenaries in the proposed nationwide protest. Briefing reporters in Abuja, Egbetokun urged all Nigerians to exercise caution and reconsider before joining any protest group. He said any protest, either peaceful or otherwise, is not needed for now. Egbetokun said, "We have been monitoring developments surrounding protest threats. While some groups call for violent protest, emulating Kenya's recent events, others advocate for peaceful demonstrations. However, some individuals promote peaceful protest with violent undertones, raising concerns about their sincerity. We have our history of violent protest in Nigeria, and I don't believe we have to look to other countries to note the dangers of unchecked demonstrations. We commend patriots who have withdrawn from the protest due to the apparent sinister motives and ignorance of those calling for violence. We note those who have spoken out against any form of protest at this crucial juncture. Fearing enemies of our country may be manipulating the process. We confirm their fears are genuine as we have credible intelligence on foreign mercenaries' involvement in this planned protest. The Nigerian police urge all Nigerians to exercise caution and think twice before joining any protest group. In a bid to ensure the protest was peaceful, Egbetokun urged all groups planning to participate in the proposed nationwide protest to submit their details to the Commissioner of Police in their respective states. So that is an important, because if this is an honest and above board, well-intentioned thing, then there should be no problems in identifying the people championing it. So the people in different sectors and different groupings that are arrowheading different demonstrations should be known to the authorities. And I don't think that's too big an ask. In a bid to ensure the protest was peaceful, Egbetokun urged all groups planning to participate in the proposed nationwide protest to submit their details to the Commissioner of Police in their respective states. Egbetokun said, "We acknowledge the constitutional right of Nigerian citizens to peacefully assemble and protest. However, in the interest of public safety and order, we urge all groups planning to protest to provide necessary details to the Commissioner of Police in the state where the protest is intended to take place. To participate, to facilitate a successful and incident-free protest, they should please provide the following information." So this is what the police need from them. He added, 1, we want to know the proposed protest routes and assemble points. 2, expected duration of the protest. 3, names and contact details of protest leaders and organizers. 4, measures to prevent hijacking by criminal elements, including key identifiers for possible isolation of potential troublemakers. By providing this information, the police will be enabled to deploy adequate personnel and resources to ensure public safety. 5, designate specific routes and areas for the protest to avoid conflict with other events or activities. 6, establish clear communication channels with protest leaders to address any concerns or issues that may arise. Number 7, minimize the risk of violence, property damage, or other criminal activity. We encourage all protesters to cooperate with the police, obey the law, and adhere to global best practices for peaceful assembly to guarantee a safe and successful exercise of their rights. So there it is right there. So those are the rules now being set by the states. I don't think anything. I don't think anything deviates from reason or reasonableness. So establish the route that you are going to follow. Let us know who is leading it. Let us know where you are assembling. Let us know what measures you are taking to make sure that your protest is not hijacked by elements like the Obedience who want to wreak havoc off the back of our lost elections and all that. So I don't think there's anything unreasonable there. He urged the protesters to cooperate with the policemen, adding that the police will be available to protect them. Egbetokun said, "We have done everything we need to do. We have put measures in place to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order in case there is going to be any protest. And I just gave the guidelines that protest groups who intend to protest, there are guidelines for them to follow. Once they follow this guideline, we are going to have it peaceful. So my appeal to Nigerians is to remain law-abiding. Those who insist that they must come out to protest, please cooperate with the police. The police will be there with you and protect you." So they are going to form a police cordon around it, essentially what that is. Submit your name and address to police. So I think we've already just covered that. Let's go on to the next one. Have we covered all the... yes. So let's go on to the next one then. I think we may well have covered. There's still several clips to play to that. No, we've not covered all the protests actually, but I'll leave the last one. I'll leave the last one as the last readout because there's a video that follows. There are 2 videos that follow it. So I'll leave the last readout, the last one that links to the protest as the last readout. So let's do that. Pardon me. Let's do that. Pardon me. Let's do that as we go back to the other hot story within the Nigerian space, the Dangote storyline. Dangote versus NMDPRA. Don't take sides, northern groups to representatives. So why exactly are the northern groups involved? Of course, the oil fields, their cash cow. The northern group Frontier has called on the House of Representatives to thoroughly investigate the issues surrounding the Dangote refinery without taking sides. The call followed the House of Representatives motion calling for the removal of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority Chief Executive Farouk Ahmed. Recall that Ahmed had claimed that Dangote refinery produced inferior fuel. Following the development, the House of Representatives urged President Bola Tinubu to suspend Ahmed for his unguarded comments. The lawmakers requested Ahmed's suspension pending an investigation into the allegation against the NMDPRA. So the allegation subsisting against both the NMDPRA and the totality of the NPC as an umbrella group, the allegation subsisting against them is that they have a blending farm in Malta where they blend in cheap dirty fuel with clean fuel and invoice that to the Nigerian state essentially. At a press conference in Abuja on Thursday, the Northwestern coordinator of the Northern Group Frontier, Ambassador Abdul Usman, called for a thorough investigation into the matter. Warning that the lawmakers must not take sides, the group called on the House of Representatives also to uphold fairness and independent investigation into Dangote's business practices. The group equally emphasized the need for protection for whistleblowers and industry regulators. The House of Representatives should also thoroughly investigate how, since President Obasanjo's era, Dangote has been the only investor buying all available black oil in Nigerian refinery, shutting out rivals and manipulating the markets. So that sounds like an attack piece somewhat. Pardon me one moment. Let me play you a clip. I need a moment to do something. So let me play you a 4-minute clip. Watch this.
Which time some of them will begin get sense?
Actually, let me not play that. Let me play you this one.
Alhaji Gabam, let me ask you, pointedly too. Do you think that the government of the day has capacity to do right by the Nigerian people?
Well, capacity depends on the composition of the government. The president alone have no capacity to drive the system. That's why there's a provision for ministers, cabinet, assistants, and so on and so forth. If there is no engagement on this component that form a government...
But what we have seen so far, do you think that we have the right drivers to get the nation to the desired point?
Let me tell you the buffers of presidents. The buffers of president are 5, and there are 2 that make them 7. First, the clearinghouse of the president, chief of staff. The media house is under chief of staff. Protocol is under chief of staff. Security of the village is under chief of staff. The entire itinerary of the presidency is under chief of staff. An oversight function. You know,
so if President Tinubu fails or succeed, Femi Gbajabiamila should be held responsible.
He will completely be accomplished to it. Let me give you the buffers. You need to know.
Who is the chief of staff?
Is the chief of staff. Number 2, you have the NSA, who coordinate the security agencies of the country. No, everything that happened that has to do with intelligence or failure of intelligence or failure of implementation or failure of coordination. He is in charge of coordinating that. How he coordinated, how he liaises with the strategic sector of intelligence, the architecture of the security agencies is critical. Number 3 is the SGF. SGF coordinates the Federal Executive Council, the activities, the memos, and so on and so forth, and the project and project implementation. Number 4 is the head of service of the Federation, who deal with the core civil service and image making and image laundering of the government. Number 5 is the Minister of Information, who dish out information in relation to government engagement and activities. How he dish out those information matters. How he relates to Nigeria and what government is doing matters. You know, so these are the buffers around the president. And if these buffers,
the overall,
listen, if these buffers are not coordinating properly, there's no way you cannot have crack in the government. It is impossible. It is practically impossible.
But from what you see, are they working well?
I've not seen the coordination. Probably at individual level, they are doing what they are doing. I know a bit of what NSA is trying to do, you know, trying to coordinate, work hard, and you can see there are level of achievement in stabilizing the security, the criminal element, the gang leaders have been eliminated in one way or the other under prosecution, and so on and so forth. But the critical sectors that create these buffers, if they are not in tandem, if they are not on the same page, if they don't share information and ideas, citizens will not be communicated. And if there's a discommunication, the president will suffer the bashing.
In your own view, do you think that this government is on the right track?
Yeah, because of what I have seen, if they are on the right track, nobody will talk about protest. If their policies and programs are well tailored towards the mindset of Nigerians, nobody will talk about
So they are missing the point.
They miss the point. We talk about the palliative. We talk about the transport sector. We talk about the security. One of the traditional rulers mentioned, if you can take care of insecurity, farmers will go back to farm. The farming system that we are, I want anybody to come and tell me where the federal government has subsidized fertilizer for farmers. Where and what location?
Let me pause you for a moment. Let's go on the break. When we come back, Alhaji Gabam is still with me. I will be joined by Senator Matthew Rohide, and we shall be talking about what is happening in Edo State.
All right. So, pardon me, I have to attend to something there. Let's go on to this one. Why British Airways may be restricted from operating to Lagos. This is Festus Keyamo. So I've not read this, but I suspect it may well be that ongoing battle with Airpeace landing right in the UK and all that. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, Friday said the federal government may restrict British Airways from operating to the country's Tier 1 airports if the United Kingdom does not honor its bilateral air service agreement with Nigeria. Keyamo also disclosed that the federal government has written to the United Kingdom to allow Nigerian carrier, particularly Airpeace, operate to Heathrow Airport. So I think I think they've actually put him in Gatwick, haven't they? So, which is the second tier airport within the UK. He spoke in Lagos at the League of Airport and Aviation Correspondents conference, noting that failure to allow Airpeace into Heathrow may lead to Nigeria taking British Airways to Ilorin. Can you imagine that? His words, "We are working and collaborating with Nigerian carriers to ensure that they are supported. We have already written to the United Kingdom to give Nigerian carriers, especially Airpeace, Heathrow Airport, which is a Tier 1 airport, just as we have British Airways operate to Lagos, our Tier 1 airport. We may as well give BA Ilorin to operate too." I didn't actually know they had international flights to Ilorin even. When we asked for Heathrow Airport, when we asked for Heathrow Airport, you are telling us to go to a slot committee. Who does that? I can tell you that Airpeace is on its way to Heathrow away from Gatwick. We will look into so many agreements that we have that are not working in the interest of our airlines. We need to support. So there it is right there. That's Festus Keyamo doing whatever it is that is doing, showing support to Airpeace. So Festus Keyamo shows support to Airpeace. Let's go on to this one. Still to the Dangote space, exclusive. Nigeria's Dangote refinery is reselling crude. And this is coming from Reuters, by the way. So this comes with a bit of weight. This is coming from Reuters. Nigeria's major Dangote oil refinery is reselling cargoes of U.S. and Nigerian crude. 4 trade sources familiar with the matter said on Friday. 3 of the sources said the re-offer was linked to technical problems at the refinery. A Dangote executive asked about the offer and talk in the market that the refinery is having operational issues affecting the crude distillation, said the CDU is in operation. So, yeah, I don't know what we're making of that. So they are buying fuel from America and they're reselling it back to the international space, or what does that even mean? The refinery started production in January and will be the largest in Africa and Europe when it reaches its full capacity. It could upend what has been a highly lucrative. So yes, let's go to this. Yes, let's. Sorry. Actually, let me start it all over again. That's a bit scattered. Somewhat. I was trying to skip through paragraphs, but it wouldn't make sense then. Nigeria's major Dangote oil refinery is reselling cargoes of U.S. and Nigerian crude. 4 trade sources familiar with the matter said on Friday. 3 of the sources said the re-offer was linked to technical problems at the refinery. A Dangote executive asked about the offer and talk in the market that the refinery is having operational issues affecting the crude distillation unit, said the CDU is in operation. The refinery started operation in January and will be the largest in Africa and Europe when it reaches full capacity. It could upend what has been a highly lucrative Europe to Africa fuel trade and transform Nigeria into an exporter of fuel. Cargoes of Nigerian escrovos and 4 cardos crude were amongst the grade being offered, as well as US WTI Midland crude, the source said. The plant has been importing several crude cargoes a month. Such resale by refineries are quite rare, but not unknown, a trader said. crude added to an earlier decline. Crude prices added to an earlier decline after the news on Friday. So anyway, I'll abandon that. That's not really reading too well. So I'll abandon that. Yes, I'll abandon that. I think we get what we all we get from that. But let me come to this. This is really the McCoy of the whole thing. So we're back to the protest, and we're back to the protesters. So let's pick it up actually from the caption. So this is from a guy called Wale Adebayo, and notices have been sent to the police in Abuja. Showore sent the notice to the police authorities there that is about to carry out a protest. And in Lagos, notice also sent to the police that a protest is about to take place. A letter of notification of protest in Lagos signed by Ukpabi and Chigozie. So Ukpabi and Chigozie representing Lagos, and this is the letter that they've sent. So let me blow it up as much as I can. So they are coming under the umbrella of Active Citizen Group. That's the umbrella they are coming under. And you can see their names right there, where my cursor is right there. Reference Chigozie I. Alex and Adama Binta Ukwabi or something like that. It says the Commissioner of Police, Lagos Police Command Headquarters, Odua Crescent, GRA Ikeja. So that's where the letter has been sent to. It says, Dear Commissioner of Police, subject, notification of peaceful protest and request for security support. I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing on behalf of Active Citizens of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, to formally notify you of our planned participation in the nationwide protest against bad governance, scheduled to take place on the 1st to the 10th of August 2024. Our aim is to peacefully exercise our constitutional right to free speech and assembly as we voice our demands for improved governance and accountability from our leaders. So it goes on to give details, by the way. Our protest details: mainland protest, 1st of August to 10th of August 2024. Time 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So all day. So these are jobless people. That tells you already. A starting point, natural bus stop, route, airport road, ending point, international airport. So I don't think that can be allowed. They can't be allowed to disrupt our business. Our contact, Adama Banita Ukpabi. And then she goes on to give her telephone number. So they're wanting to identify the people behind it. So that certainly identifies her. And then there's a second letter. It says, so still the same references, Chigozie I. Alex. So I'm reading out these names because it will come into play in a moment. But I'm reading out these names. So pay a special attention to that Chigozie I. Alex, who is claiming to be from a group called Active Citizens Group. Pay a special attention to that, Chigozie I. Alex and Adama Benita. So it says, as responsible citizens, we are committed to ensuring a peaceful protest and maintaining order throughout the event. We are therefore seeking your support to provide security officers who will assist in maintaining peace and order and ensuring the safety of all participants, passers-by, public and private properties at both locations. Our specific requests include deployment of uniformed police officers at both the mainland and island protest locations to ensure the safety and security of the participants. Number 2, traffic management to ensure minimal disruption to the general public at both locations. Number 3, assist in coordinating with local authorities and emergency services for any unforeseen incidents. We trust in the professionalism and dedication of the Lagos State Police Command to uphold public safety and protect citizens' rights. We are open to any advice or suggestions you may have to facilitate the success of these peaceful demonstrations. Please feel free to contact me directly. Give a telephone number for any further discussion or clarification. We would also be happy to meet with your office at a convenient time to discuss this further. Thank you for your cooperation. And that's Adama Benita Akpabie. So that there she is right there, full frontal, not shying away. But if I blow this up even further, I want you to pay attention to this name. Hopefully you can see it. Chigozie I Alex. So note that name. So hold that name in the palm of your hand because you're about to meet him now. So here is the guy now that is protesting for a better Nigeria, protesting on behalf of Lagos State. So here he is in his full glory.
Lagos now, come on, we get Lagos. Now we get Lagos. Come on, fall out. Ah, Miami, come on, put that beat. Yes, sir. Put that beat. Put that beat. Now we got it. Now we got Lagos. Straight credibility. Come on. Lagos, we are here. We are here, Lagos. We are here. We are here. We there. We don't fear anybody. We don't fear face. See my face. I am angry. Obedient, I am angry. I am obedient and angry. Come on. Come on, Mewu de waka.
So there he is right there. So that's the guy. He's from Imo State. The lady next to him, she's not yet been identified as the Adama. So we can't say that she is, but he has been identified clearly and obedient by his own convention, his own demonstration. He owns Lagos, he tells you, and is acting on behalf of Lagos. So an anarchist, if you've ever seen one. Here he is again.
Lagos now, come on, we get Lagos. Now we get Lagos. Come on, fall out. Ah, Miami, come on, put that beat. Yes, sir. Put that beat. Put that beat. Now we got it. Now we got Lagos. Straight credibility. Come on. Lagos, we are here. We are here, Lagos. We are here. We are here. We there. We don't fear anybody. We don't fear face. See my face. I am angry. Obedient, I am angry. I am obedient and angry. Come on. Come on, Mewu de waka.
All right. In the fair face, see my face. Now we get Lagos, obedient and angry. And now he's now acting on behalf of Lagos State, requesting police support for a day of anarchy. So this now next clip, the guy here, he couldn't bear it anymore. The rank hypocrisy, the inherent, hypocrisy of it all. So watch this.
Which time some of una go begin get sense? Which time una go begin get sense? Now, they are saying active citizens of Nigeria. This is a group. Active citizens of Nigeria. And this is the Lagos chapter. Signed by, check the name. And they say Adama Benita Akpabie, and our neighbors have been called the name. And the other person, Chigozie something. Now them, they sign protests for Lagos, say they want security, they want this one. Imagine them come up from their own region, then they come Lagos. See, why can I just look this nonsense? But me, I not blame them. Oh. Now Lagosians, me I see they blame where they allow all this kind of nonsense. Imagine person come up from their region, come Lagos. See, active citizens of Nigeria, Lagos chapter, headed by Iyamiri. So, I don't want to talk about this one again. I'm going to go check out by myself. And now I'm going to say, with submission of our protest letter to Lagos Commissioner of Police Officer and its acknowledgement, our t-shirts are ready. Fabric is high quality, 100% pure cotton, made in India in various sizes. Price 6,000 naira. Una they go protest against hunger. People say that they're hungry, they no get money, they no fit buy food. And una come go, they print shirts. When una talk to una go print from India, they come Nigeria, come they sell them for 6,000. 6,000 where person go take buy food. And I want come they sell protest shirts for 6,000 naira. Ona mumu, eh? I will. This is really very funny, man. And go and look at their very, very unrealistic demands. Waiting concern detention of Nnamdi Kanu with hunger.
All right. So that guy goes on a bit. So he establishes that the rank hypocrisy in all of that. So we've been able to identify Chigozie, but now we have been able to identify Adamma as well. So from the note that she sent to the police, all very civilized, well worded, and very much in tandem with what you would expect her to do, or what you would expect a protesting group to do. So everything tickety-boo, you will think. But here she is in her true self. So here we've tracked her down on Twitter, and this is who she is. So there she is. So that's a lady to the, I use that word advisedly, lady to the right with the big green, and that's her Instagram handle, that's her Twitter handle right there. So, and this is what she's saying. Please, can anyone who knows these people privately help us share the address of Tinubu's family house in Lagos, his son Sheyi's family house in any part of abroad or Lagos, where his wife and children live, Sanwo-Olu's family house in Lagos, and also help us get the address of others. So I wonder why she would need Tinubu's family's addresses for what she purports to be a peaceful protest. So there it is right there. So it's beyond equivocation. There's no arguments to be had that this is essentially an obedient day of anarchy, that they want to vent spleen on a lost election, and they are targeting Lagos. There is beyond question. So it's beyond question, and I think Lagos is aware as well. So beyond question, and Lagos is aware as well. Let me round off all the other clips, and then hopefully we'll launch into the conversation. So, you know, the one thing I've always hated, and I did this on, I super chatted this on Rudolph's stream once upon a time, when all of these bald-headed howlers at the moon gathered to howl at the moon about this protest. I just super chatted asking how many of them have actually bought their tickets to go and participate. So it's other people's children that you put in front of an AK-47, isn't it? Never yours, never you, no, your children. It's other people's children and other people that you put in front of a machine gun. So other people's children being put in the front of a machine gun, have that as the backdrop as you watch this next clip.
Currently, you are in New Jersey and you're calling for a protest in Nigeria. How do you intend to be part of this?
Well, you ask the question, I guess, so that you can help expand the very rules that because I'm not in Nigeria, I should not have a right to call for a protest. I've always participated in protests. I've participated in over 200 protests, and the world has gone beyond physical engagement. How are you?
So are you saying you are not going to be in Nigeria physically?
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me? How are you talking to me today? Virtually. 20 years ago, do you know how much you have to pay just to talk to me directly on TV? I have to go and sit down somewhere, you know. So I am not here to defend whether I'll be there or not. You know, we wait until that. But what I'm saying is that it's irrelevant.
So there are chances that you might not be physically on ground.
I know where you are. I know where you are headed. You know, you are hedging. You're hedging. This is natural. You want to use that as part of how to discourage people. But what I'm saying to you is that
how discourage?
Wait, just calm down.
It's just it's a plain question. Will you be around physically? Yes or no?
What I'm saying to you is that I will be part of this protest fully. And you should be satisfied with that question, except you have other intentions.
So there it is right there. Omoyele himself. We no go agree, but we his children in New Jersey, so is he. But everybody else will go on the streets, fight the police and their weapons to the ground, but he no go agree from the comforts of New Jersey. I wonder if a plane ticket, if a plane ticket was too expensive for him, I could have sent him a ticket, you know. So this is the rank hypocrisy of it all. Other people's children in front of that AK-47, and that is how the Nigerian space works. So he wraps within the cocoon of his own family comfort as he throws them onto the streets. Within the cocoons of his own family comfort as he throws them onto the streets, but the warning continues to come out of Yoruba land, not on our soil. This is what the Yorubas are saying, and I invite people to pay attention. Not on our soil. Watch this.
Protest you. What I've been saying in Yoruba is that protest you. What I've been saying in Yoruba is that the planned nationwide protest is a strategy, new strategy by the Undigbos to destabilize or truncate the democratic governance in this country, simply to vent their spleen on Yoruba nation. But they are not happy as they lost the 2023 presidential elections. They are not happy. And those who are canvassing for this insurrection, the felons, they are felons canvassing for this insurrection, are either Labour Party members or IPOB, the Igbo stock in that party. Why? So I want to appeal to the youth and the elders, patriotic citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to shun that protest. The protest is aimed at truncating the democratic process, and we should not allow that. Let us remember what happened in Kenya, what happened in Sudan, what happened in Libya, what happened in Syria. Since the internal crisis broken out, I mean, things have never been the same in those countries. Why should we have, untold hardship on ourselves by some miscreant elements? Those who want to destabilize this country. Even if you want to destabilize the country, it is not the time that Yoruba is in charge. It will not happen. It will not happen by the grace of God. So those who are planning this devilish protest should please avoid coming to any Yoruba state. Take your protest to Abuja or your...
So I don't think you can equivocate that there's absolute crystal clarity in that. Not on our soil. That's what the Yoruba space. And we've played countless clips of them saying that, not on our soil, and especially not in Lagos. You could hear the apprehension in that man's voice, and that apprehension has good reason. We all know what the apprehension is, and we all know what the aim is as well. So the apprehension you heard in that gentleman's voice, the apprehension you heard in that gentleman's voice is as a result of this. Watch this.
And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. This the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Murtala Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not.
So, not earlier than 4 years ago, we had that. So that's a mission statement right there. And that mission statement still very much obtains. We had that Chizoga guy, the one writing to the police for cover. We heard his clip and we heard the undertone of his voice that Lagos belongs to him and he's about to seize it. So we've heard that and we've heard the mission statement and you've now heard the pushback from that space. But once bitten, twice shy, it looks as though the state is not going to be caught off guard this time around. Watch this.
Well, you need to look at the contemporary context for what has initiated this protest. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to look further than Kenya.
Right.
They want to shadow what is happening in Kenya. And if we look at what's happening in Kenya, it's violent. There have been destructions of properties. And we know that for Nigerians, when we copy, that there are indications that there will be status-related violence. And what do I mean by that?
Right.
Good. You carry a smartphone. You think you're poor, but somebody can carry out violence to collect that phone from you. You drive a car. You have properties, you have a shop, you have house. Even as minute as using, I say minute,
right,
but for somebody else it's luxurious, as using air condition, you will be targeted. And other areas that we...
So there it is right there. So everybody up to speed with what is going on. Everybody narrows it to the obedience space propelling this. Certainly all the main actors in the protest demonstration space, they are somewhat befuddled, confused by what is going on. What this?
You know clearly and you know very well that when you are organizing issue of protest, you need to sit down, have conversations, you have meetings, you plan for protest, right? So as of today, nobody has reached out to us that they want to protest. Nobody has asked for our collaboration. We don't even know those that want to protest. So how do you expect us to participate in a protest that we don't even know who is organizing it? We don't even have any idea whatsoever what is going to happen. So as an institution, you also know too that we have various organs that we run some of these things with. The leadership has never sat down one day on its own to call for strike or a protest. But instead, we call organ meetings to do these reviews. So the question is that who is protesting? So the same way you saw it in the media, the same way we are seeing it. So you just come out and, so it's something that we don't really know who is organizing, we don't really know who is protesting, but all we know is that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is very clear on the issue of peaceful protest.
All right. So there it is. For balance, let's take soundings from the north.
I seek refuge from Allah to the evil ones. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the beneficent. I am to express my view to Nigerians and protester or protest followers, supporters. It is definitely and seriously Nigerians are in suffering. Nigerians are in hunger. Nigerians are in predicament situation caused by our political leaders of today. We need food. We need sanity and justice. But all in vain from our leaders. We had elected them into the position they are today. But they forget us. They take us as human with animal sense or character. They leave our children in illiteracy, poor education, poor health, bad roads, higher cost of living. We have nowhere to express our view, to open our mouth, complain, so that our problem will be solved, unless through leadership. Politics agree and accept protest if it is peaceful. We mean to make a peaceful protest to express our view and to express the hardness and the hardship we are. I doubt if any viewer of this video will not be interested if he is really a real patriotic citizen of Nigeria. I have no country than Nigeria. I will remain in Nigeria. I will never leave Nigeria to any country as an immigrant, even though my leaders will kill me, take my life, no problem. I have those that will inherit me. And I know good people will never end in any society. Why? We elected you people. You live in good condition, good shelter with your children. Eat whatsoever you like. You leave us with a gari.
All right. So there are legitimate grounds for protest, by the way, and I think a lot of them being elucidated by our brother from the north there. So legitimate grounds for protest, but certainly this now next clip that I'm about to play you is sufficient enough grounds to protest.
Please, I want you people to come to our aid. This is federal government food here, and they are changing it and share it to the market.
I seek refuge from Allah to the evil ones. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the beneficent. I am to express my view to Nigerians and protester or protest followers, supporters. It is definitely and seriously, Nigerians are in suffering. Nigerians are in hunger. Nigerians are in predicament situation caused by our political leaders of today. We need food. We need sanity and justice. But all in vain from our leaders.
All right. Ajale Koko, hold the space for me for a moment. I'll be back in a second. Ajale Koko.
Okay. Hello, gentle guys. Everybody doing okay today? Hello, everybody. Look like nobody is hearing.
Yeah, we are good, Ajali Koko. We are good. We are here.
Yeah, we're all fine.
Hey,
I'm here.
Isaac.
I was washing my hands.
That's Isaac.
Me, I can speak first, though.
Oh, okay. I think we have to give kudos to one man. He has done a lot of job, man. The way, I mean, for all this collection of, protests and anti-protests that he has brought today, I think he has done a very good job. I don't know how much hour that took him to collect all this video and all these things he has shown to us so far. So, what do you guys think?
Maybe before anyone goes, I actually do have a question for you. What's your take on Sowore being absent, spending time with his family in New Jersey, why he has initiated a major day of rage protest in Nigeria?
You said Sowore is...
Yeah, he's not going to be around. He's spending time with his family.
Well, he's a man.
Yeah, but he's not organized the protest. In fact, the protest name, the Day of Rage, organized by him. So how come he's not on ground?
Well, maybe already scheduled his visit. He already tickets to travel to visit his family before this protest date came up. So he's a family man. He can go and visit his family. You guys should not try to bring up this, use it against him as if he's running away from protests. I mean, if for him not to be around is, I mean, every citizen have that duty, that responsibility to protest. Whoever that, take it as a responsibility can go on the street and protest. It shouldn't be Sowore alone. Sowore is not protesting for himself. It's for Nigeria. So Nigerians can go to the street to protest for themselves. They choose not to, fine. It's not a problem. So the guy should not come up with this dirty against Sowore. He has done his time. He protested every time. He's gone to jail every time. And, people like you that don't appreciate it, you didn't appreciate it back then. So there's no way you're going to appreciate it this time around. Even if you have stayed to protest, you are not going to appreciate it. You're still going to condemn you. So it doesn't matter.
No, but isn't this an opportunity for him to gain more clout for himself? Because the protest is this is like going to maybe one of the biggest protests in a long while, and he can use that exposure to push his political career.
No, Nigerian doesn't appreciate protest, so it doesn't matter if Nigerians are really matured.
If Nigerians don't appreciate protest, then what is the need for the protest in the first place?
Then what I'm saying is that Nigerians will not appreciate the amount of time and energy you spend on the street to protest to reward you when it comes to election. They are not going to.
So you don't think he's staying back also for his safety?
I don't think so. I think we have it.
All right. Thank you, Adele Koko. Adele Koko, let me kick it off properly in the manner that we're used to. So thank you. I had to attend to something. So yes. So thank you, Adele Koko. I'll set everybody to the back and bring it back up properly after the Kegite music. So that's the backdrop to the conversation. A lot of it wraps around the protest space, a bit of Dangote and whatnot. But there it is right there. There is beyond question that what we're contending with is an obedient day of anarchy about to be unleashed on Lagos. But how is that going to pan out? Only. In fact, if I say only the future will tell. Is in about a week. But hopefully, it just goes quietly as an unsuccessful day. Because what will constitute success for that sort of an event is anarchy. Because these people, of course, they've been looking for ways to foment anarchy since they lost an election. It's enough to turn you to drink. The K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chifu Latif kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ
gbéṣe o.
All right. So there it is right there. Hopefully I played this clip. Somebody is asking me if I did play this clip. This is what's been happening to the palliatives that Tinubu has been sending. I'm not quite sure if I played it. I intended to play it. So here it is. So if you be protesting, you should be protesting this.
Please, I want you people to come to our aid. This federal government food here, and they are changing it and share it to the market. They are changing, not for sale. And now they are changing it to another bag. They wanted to sell it in the market. But we hijacked them here, that they will not take the food out until they share the food to the people that are supposed to be. And the person said it that he have the allocation from Ministry of Agri. Please, I want you to come to our aid. We want you to come to our aid. This is what they are doing. Tomorrow they say government. This is not for sale. Federal government assists food. Please come to our aid.
Those are the facts. Video it very well. Video it.
These people are hungry. I bought one beans today. One tin beans. I bought it 318 naira. 318 naira. One mudu of the beans now is 30,000 naira. This is what they are doing. This is what they are doing with Nigerian food. This is what they are doing. This is what they are doing. They will rebag it and sell it. This one is beans. This one is corn. And this is millet. See them here. See our food, Gary. See what they are doing. Please come to our aid. Not for sale. They are selling it in the market. Please. And the man, even making noise that he can do something. He can up to anything. He's not up to anything. I told him that he can't do me anything. I will expose them. This is what they are doing. As far as I stand with my truth, nobody can do me anything in my life. This is what they are doing.
All right. So there it is. That's what they are doing. I wonder how Tinubu gets the blame for that. All of those foods being sent out to relieve the people, being rebagged. So who gets the blame for that? I'm sure they'll still find new and innovative ways to blame Tinubu, of course. But to the body of the session, I think the case for the defense has been established. The days of anarchy being planned by the obedience to be inflicted on Lagos State. Days of anarchy. We heard the obedience themselves saying it to Chigozie and Adama and the rest of them. So there it is right there. To talk us through what is going on, Joel of Nashville in the house. Always an explosive session when Joel is here. Priest Daddy makes an appearance. Good to see you, Prince. Paddy in the house. Good to see you, Paddy. Solly from Amsterdam. Des Solly is right there. Father of the bride, Ajane Koko, of course. There he is right there. And that's Isaac, who missed last session, but is here for this. So good to see Isaac and Baba completes the set so far. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Let's kick it off with you, Joel. You said you're pressed for time.
Yes, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. One man.
Yes.
You can help us, please, with all this propaganda that comes out from you. Now, you're no more reporting the news. You're making an affirmative. You're taking an affirmative stance on the fact that the Igbos are after this election. Can you guys just
Joel, I have to caution that you don't keep saying the Igbos. We are saying the
You also played that of a northerner that said that they were ready to die.
Yes, we're saying the
Do not worry, the election, the protest is going to take place in every state, including Lagos State. Is anyone hearing me?
Yes, we cannot hear you, but you heard the Yoruba gentleman that said they don't want it there. They don't want it in Lagos State, so I think that's fair enough. We can hear you. Can you hear me? All right, Joe. I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right. I think I think Joel is having somewhat of a connection, of a problem with connections there. We can hear him, but he can't hear us. But
Okay,
let's go.
I can hear you now, one man. I can hear you now,
Yes,
one
yes. I was just saying, don't ethnicize it. The obedient, the
No, but you are emphasizing it, one man. You're the one emphasizing it.
the
The one doing it.
deplorables. Yes, the deplorables that are intent on burning down Lagos. Yes.
Waba, please. See, the reason why I'm saying this is this, right? That is how we blow up stuff. That is how we start things. Now, you might see these people now, you're accusing them that they are the ones that are starting they are trying to do this protest, and people will go and attack them. We should be careful on the kind of words we use, especially in times like this. It is already clear on those who want this protest. It is needed more in the north. The idea of the South joining this protest was as a result of Showore. Showore really pushed it up, pumped it up, right? And this gaslighting will not work. If the Iboma wants to protest, he will protest because he's a Nigerian.
Nobody's questioning that, right? The protest is not starting from the north, but it was initiated by the Showore space, hopped on by the obedient space, who amplified it, and then of course Lagos being encircled for anarchy.
One man, why would you say that the obedient were the one that pushed it? One man, look.
No, I said they amplified it. I did not. All the obedient. Do you want me to play? I've got thousands of clips, so if you want to hear them, you know.
One man. I mean, that the person speaking Igbo doesn't mean that they are obedient. Come on now, people have their just like look at what you just showed. The last clip you just showed. There's another one. Where they gave the man, I think, one bag for 300 people in his group. He brought the bag back and said that he doesn't want to take it. People are rejecting those things, right? So you see
yeah, for the quantity, not for the largesse. They are rejecting it because of the quantity, not because of the largesse. Yeah.
The quantity is not reasonable. How can you give a bag of rice to 300 people, one man? Come on now.
Yeah, but we're seeing why now. There are endless bags in that warehouse in that local government, which the local government people are rebagging to resell and then handing one back to the people. So how does Tinubu?
The people doing it are those in government. I want
you at the local government. Yeah. So how does Tinubu get the blame for that?
No. That's the issue, right? That is the issue, man. Issue is just.
You're breaking up quite heavily, and we're just starting. It's not a good start to have a choppy. Now it's frozen completely.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me go to. Yeah. Come back because I think the conversation is going to build up fairly quickly. Let's go to Solly then. So Solly, you've heard. So Solly, you've heard the backdrop. A lot to talk about, but really a lot of it focusing on the a day of rage, day of anarchy. A lot of people, at least the authorities say it that way. This day of anarchy being planned by the Showore and the obedient space. So and then you heard the guy writing to the police telling us that he owns Lagos and all of the backdrops to all of that. So it's a follow-on still from conversations we've been having all week. So what are you then making then of the latest developments?
I'm in support of the protest, but I'm just going to I'll give analysis of how the people will look at it. You say you want to do protests, no problem. Some Yoruba people in that state, they won't care. For example, people like me, do whatever you want. The protest is needed. I'm in support of it. But when you start putting in things like we own Lagos, right? People have a sense of ownership, right? And they have a sense that the way that it is being said it sounds like an attack. When I first came here and I said that people were saying it, people called me bigots, people insulted me, people said nobody has ever said it, people said I should bring proof, as if every time somebody says it, I'll be screenshotting it and putting it in a folder just to come and show you that somebody said it. It was rather to insult me than to push it back and caution them right? Which is not going to, I'm not going to gain anything from it, right? But it's going to benefit you at the end of the day. But that pride and ego that is always there will allow you to continue to amplify it because you think somebody wants to push you back. Sometimes when people are trying to help you, it feels like they are trying to push you back from something, and it's for your own betterment. Now you are saying you are doing protests for the betterment of the people, and you are still bringing that rhetoric of you own Lagos, which made people, some people didn't even support Tinubu before. You literally lost the election because of those kind of statements, and then you bring it back into a protest that allegedly is to help the people. People will recoil, whether you like it or not. Or if you like, you insult them as traitors, you call them I don't even know the names that is being called. I don't keep them in my mind. But you just
what about, because there were two names that signed the request to the Lagos CP to provide police cover. One was Chi something or the other, and the other one was Adama. So this Adama now, so people have been able to track down her Instagram, Twitter rather space. And on that Twitter space, she's requesting for details of Tinubu's private home, his son's private home and abroad, where his children live, Sanwo-Olu's family, etc. So how is this information necessary for the peaceful protest?
This type of politics is a failure. And we'll keep on repeating it, just a way to advise you to get better. But it's always seen as, oh no, we are the enemies, this one and that one. When you look at this, sounds like something, it sounds like they want to kidnap the person. How I don't understand how your brain works. That's, you literally typed this out, you read what you typed, and then you posted it. Imagine somebody said this about your own family. How would you react? But there's cognitive dissonance in when they take out their action. If everybody in the country was talking like this, we will have less than 20 tribes in that country, because they will just finish each other. If everybody is talking like this, no tribe will survive in Nigeria. And people are cautioning you, but you are not seeing any problem with it because you are the one pushing it out. Nobody is pushing this kind of statement to you. So you see no problem in it. Because some people, the only time they know when they are doing something bad is when you do it back to them. So you're already saying you own Lagos. People have recalled. You are now saying that you are looking for the houses of people. Even if you wanted to do that, why post it on social media for everybody to see what you are doing? Do you think everybody will support this? So, and it's not a good look that when you look at the two names, it's a Southeastern name. It's not a good look because they are building up history of that kind of rhetoric. Maybe in the past, people would have let it slide, but you are putting it on social media and you are creating a sort of history. Now, how do you think this is going to work for you in the future? Anytime you want to do something, people are going to look at the history of your actions. Because you can come here and come and insult people and call them traitors, but when you look at the history, real facts, you see what's really happened. Same thing is going to happen with social media. It's not going to get better for you. You are just pushing people back 100 years. Whatever non-animosity they had for you, whatever freedom they had for you before, you are destroying all those bridges. You have to be calculated.
If there's a mishap in Lagos and infrastructures get burnt,
they will be the first to blame.
Yes.
They will be the first to blame. So you literally took your head and put it in a guillotine while shouting, I'm the thief, oh, I'm the thief, oh, I'm the, you've told everybody what you plan to do. Even if you don't do it now, you are number one target. But that pride and ego did not let you be security conscious. So I don't understand where this kind of, when I keep repeating it again, that this kind of people cannot win local government chairman. in Lagos State. They insult me, but they don't know what it takes. A local government chairman is way, way smarter than all these people in Labour Party, majority of the people in PDP. You know, they're always just stepping on their foot. It's always better for them to do nothing than do something, because every step they take forward, they take 20 steps back. Sometimes they even take 100 steps back. Why shoot yourself in the foot every single time? And it's always insults, you know, till it eventually happens, and then they will let it slide. They will not learn anything from their history, and they will do it again. It's like federal government is paying these people. Sometimes I feel like these people are being paid by the federal government to be as stupid and foolish as this. That's what it feels like, because I can't believe that somebody is actually that stupid on their own way. You know? So
all right, brilliant. Sorry, let me do this because it's such a hot topic session. Let me move the conversation very quickly round. Give everybody opening remarks in the 5 minutes thereabout. Let me go on from you to Paddy. So Paddy, we've not seen or heard from you for a while for reasons of more important things like making the dollar, I'm sure. But what are you making of the goings on in Nigeria now? And this one, the police wanting the people behind to the protest to identify, and then the names coming out as the arrowheads of the protest in Lagos being from the obedient cusp, and the sense of panic within the state with regards to this protest. So your thoughts on those are Paddy?
Hello, man.
Good to have you here.
Yeah. All right. So, one man, by now, I think we should have established some 3 facts, or as the case may be. Obedient means Igbo. IPOB means Igbo. Peter Obi means Igbo. And here's the thing, neither you or myself inferred this. We didn't create this. The Igbos themselves affirmed this. They were the ones who, if you use this show as a focus group, all the Igbo speakers, all of them, they all reiterate the same form. If it's not Joel, like it did today, it's going to be Maurice, it's going to be Rational Mind, it's going to be Ekene, all the Igbos. And Rational Mind is Igbo. Let's not go that. I said maybe people like Emeka, whose Igbo identity is being questioned. I'm actually saying that we're talking in cheek. Why people can't separate a political movement from a tribe, to me, is bewildering. You mentioned Obi, they will say, oh, you said Igbos. You mentioned Obedient, they say, oh, you said Igbos. You mentioned IPOB, they say, oh, you said Igbos. And last night I heard Maurice literally calling you, you of all people, someone with prejudice, called you a tribal bigot. There's no one that I know that is on that owns a platform online that is as compassionate, liberal, and altruistic as one man. But when you state facts, and when you give evidences, and when you give talking points, to them it's as though you are calling them out. This young man now, who has come in to say he belongs to a movement. Well, first off, I think the video he made during the campaign where he said, "Now we get Lagos." Personally, I believe that video he was just speaking to the obedient movement. I don't think he was coming from a tribal standpoint. That particular video, but that's a young passionate guy who has decided to raise a campaign. And once we call us, the obedient movement are the ones behind this, or they're probably one of the ones championing this, what's it called, this protest out of thin air. So all the talking points of people are hungry. In fact, I'm sure you remember, the idea of people are hungry came from that one guy that said Ibim Power, just that one guy. And their Ibim Power was supposed to be a shade to Lagosians. And let me even stretch it out.
That was when Tinubu went to Lagos, wasn't he? Yeah. When he went to the mosque in
Lagos Island. Yeah, he was just that one guy. He recorded a video. It was.
What do you mean by one guy? What do you mean by one guy? Said Ibim Power. It's not one guy. It's
It was one. It was one moment. Maybe, but there was a vocal guy. There was a vocal guy, but it was a moment still. So yeah.
It was that single moment when someone said it being power, and then it became a mockery. It wasn't even out of baby. People were literally hungry.
And that a being power was more of an orator thing than an actual. Yeah, it was an orator. Yeah.
You guys should just stop this. It's not orator. It's people were expressing. People were expressing their dissatisfaction at the way Tinubu policy has brought hardship on them. The way the prices of commodity as a result of the removal of oil subsidy went up to the roof. You know, that is what was responsible for the being power. We know that.
It was alright. It was alright.
One man, when you are talking like this, it's like some people on the other side.
It's Lagos culture now. You should know better. Ajale Koko is Lagos culture. It's Lagos.
It's not Lagos. It's not Lagos. It's not Lagos culture.
Lagos street guy culture.
It's not street guy. It's not street guy culture. The prices of commodity went up, became unbearable, and people reacted with a being power. That was what happened. We saw several videos from Oyo State. People that voted for Tinubu. You see, when you guys blame people on the other side, this is what you are doing now. You are supporting the government bad policy as cause serious. This is what you are doing. And when the people on the other side reacted and started
my point, please.
At you, then you start trying to call them names.
Because this is what you do all the time. You come in here and change the narrative and make it seem as though, look, you're not the only person that has people in Nigeria. I literally have an active business in Nigeria. The only person that I know in my line of referrals, the only person that I know that's ever mentioned anything about complaining about prices in Nigeria in terms of hunger or hardship is my mom. And the reason she complains it's not because she doesn't have the funds, because she caters to people a lot. Like how much things are expensive. That's all. Because
it's only your mom that complain about that. Listen. Because people people that have been coming to her to complain of hardship. You think
they've been coming for years. They've been coming for years.
So
they've been coming for years.
Listen to yourself. Just listen to yourself.
Listen.
Nobody that you know that ever complained of hardship.
Never said they are hungry. They can say things are expensive, but there's no one that.
So you know everybody. You know 20 million people in Lagos.
Do you know 20 million people? Do you know
20 million people in Lagos? You know them.
Do you know 100 people? Stop saying this narrative.
Come on, man.
Stop condemning Nigeria. It's always people in diaspora.
Everybody, all from Nigeria. People that are spoken from Nigeria.
He has a difference.
No. Let's push back.
They're trying
to push a narrative that there's no hardship in Nigeria. Why are we seeing people saying they want to go to the street?
We are seeing it because of political reasons, not
political reasons.
Yes.
You guys should just stop this.
It's a political protest.
Obviously, you guys don't know.
Ajande Koko, hold on. Look at your screen for a moment. The people writing letters to the Lagos State Police Command, they are the obedient people that they want to demonstrate in Lagos. They are the obedient people.
You cannot take
Chigoze and Adama.
Hold on. You cannot.
They are the obedient people that they want to demonstrate.
You can't take one.
They are political actors. They are political actors. They are political actors.
You can't take that video of that young boy. That guy is a young boy.
But you can take your right side guy and say people.
When that young boy that doesn't even know life,
Wow,
It's
he
just
doesn't know life.
talking.
Ah, no, no,
He doesn't know life. He doesn't. He doesn't.
Ajane Koko, sorry, Ajane Koko, hold on one
Yes.
second. Just hold on 1 second. There are
Yeah.
two sequences that you have to observe. So we saw that guy, Chigozie. We saw him during the election campaigning heavily for Obi, saying we own Lagos. Party is saying it's just caught in the moment, that it's not anything ethnic, and I can go with that. So we saw that. And then we now have him now, as early as yesterday, writing to the police that they want to demonstrate in Lagos, he and a fellow obedient, that they want to demonstrate in Lagos to do with hunger. So marry the two together and say that it's not political.
Well, let me tell you this. Whether it is political or not, do they have the right to demonstrate? They have the right to demonstrate. Now they have written formally in compliance to police call that right them, people that want to demonstrate. It is not left for them for police. So
Yeah,
now,
but Jali go to Lagos, the guy and join Chigozie now and help them do the protest and help them do the destruction and then come back and
this is the tribal thing that is I'm not blaming. I'm blaming all Nigerians. We are all tribal. Because
No. Ajane Koko, are you ignoring what I just said? Are you ignoring what I just said to you? A frontline obedient who full chest campaigned aggressively in Lagos and now writing to the CP that he wants to protest hunger. And you're saying it's not political. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, that whether political or not, he have the right to demonstrate or to protest.
He doesn't have the right to burn Lagos down, though. Does he have the right to burn Lagos down?
He didn't say in that video that he's going to burn Lagos down. And he has done what the police asked him to do. Writing to the police department that I want to demonstrate. So let's just leave this guy alone. Don't let us color this as tribal. The nonsense that is saying that he owns Lagos, that is just the stupidity stupidity of him being a young person that doesn't think before they talk.
Okay. What about the Yoruba gentleman that said they don't want? What about his rights that said he doesn't want it in his domain? What about his rights? Does he have rights?
You see, that statement from that boy that we own Lagos, you know, it can aggravate tension, can, you know, call for resistance from Yoruba people, can anger some Yoruba people, and, you know, and create a kind of pushback.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, hold on 1 second. The gentleman, you heard the clip, the elderly gentleman Yoruba talk. He wasn't even going off the back of what Chigozie said, but he's going off the back of the understanding that this is a politically motivated protest by people who lost an election, and is telling them that he doesn't want it in Yoruba land off the back of the antecedents of what these same protesters, and we saw all the instructions from Nnamdi Kanu, we played the clip, for them to go and burn down the airport, burn down the infrastructures, etc., etc. So still carrying the scars of that, Yoruba space says they don't want it. So do the Yorubas have the right to say they don't want protest on their soil?
You changed the narrative now. The man did not say that we don't want a protest because it's political motivated. He said categorically that Igbo people are not satisfied with Tinubu and they are trying to do everything to truncate his administration. That is what he said.
Yeah, that is what that means. It's politically motivated.
So no, political motivated does not connote that it is Igbo protest. It doesn't connote that.
Why do you keep saying Igbo? We are saying
that man was
didn't say Igbo.
He didn't say
Igbo.
Nobody said Igbo.
He didn't say Igbo. He didn't say Igbo.
The man said Igbo in his statement that Igbo people. That is an effort by Igbo people that lost the election to truncate the administration of it. That it is clear. So, do I say that he doesn't have the right to push back somehow. He has his right to push back too. But he cannot stop anybody by the law of the land from carrying out protests. He cannot do it. So the police call for whoever that want to demonstrate to write to them. They want to do that. The guy did it. What has he done wrong? But the stupid statement he said, which I will not agree with him, that we Igbo own Lagos. That's a stupid statement.
It didn't even say we Igbo. It just said we own Lagos.
He said we Igbo. He said it. Go and check it.
He did not say it. He said obedience. Jesus.
Whether obedient, sorry, maybe it's obedient that he said, or Igbo. If he didn't say Igbo, that's fine. But but he have the right to protest.
Nobody questioned their right. Nobody has questioned their right. You are speaking to
Do you think, and this is to your party as well, do you think Lagos State, do you think it's reasonable for them to be apprehensive about any politically led protest, especially off the back of what they saw the last time?
Of course it is.
Look, let me tell you, police should be on guard.
He said Paddy, Ajale Koko.
Let me speak. He said to Paddy as well. I think it's
Paddy. Ajale Koko, you've been
gone. Okay, go ahead. Don't worry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, let's start all over again. We'll reset Paddy's 5 minutes and then we'll roll you through everyone else. So, Paddy, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'll speak to your question and I'll go back to what I was trying to speak on before actually got interrupted. Yes, and in fact, there's no rationally thinking state that will look at how much they've lost. I think Reno Mokri made an estimation. I'm not sure where he got it from, but he had to fact check me. He said about 7 million.
He usually gets it right, Reno Mokri.
Right,
usually gets it.
About, it's 700 million, probably naira was what estimate that was lost in property and value. Do you know that even after that NSAS protest, the amount of insecurity that happened in Lagos, of robberies, skyrocketed to an astronomical level? There was no police, there was no help, and people were just free-falling daylight robbery on people in traffic every day. The same people that protested police were now the ones asking for the police to come back. We had buses that were burnt. We had offices that were burnt. We had a judiciary court that was burnt. We had a forensic lab, the first in Sub-Saharan Africa, that was burnt. We had stores that were robbed. The stops in Surulere, we have police stations that were burnt. Over a dozen police stations were burnt.
80 BRT buses.
Yeah, Lagos State lost so much, and the funny part is that they haven't even gotten everything back. So imagine after 4 years after, you've invested in railway tracks, you've invested in trains, you try to build a new buildings, you try to get new buses
on credit with loan.
On credit with loans that the state is going to be paying back, and then we know very well that what motivated this protest is the site in Kenya, nothing else. The woman, so go back to where I was speaking from. We saw that Oraisa guy that said being power, and it was used as mockery for almost an entirety of a month. It was Yorubas are hungry.
Sorry, Paddy. Anybody that's ever been to anything that even looks like an Owambe party with all these big names, all these Oraisas, they line just behind the security cordoning. And as the cars go in, they pretty much say those sort of things. It's a call to it's like something for the boys sort of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
It wasn't even power. I'm hungry now. It's a guy
bring money. So this was him driving through Lagos Island. So it's not a case of about just a drive, go more, drop money, being power man, drop money, that kind of stuff. Anyone who understands Lagos lingua would definitely. There's no Lagosian. If you're a true Lagosian, you would understand that context. I'm even surprised that an Oyo man understands that context even more than people who claim to be Lagosians here. And one man, that's it. That's on you. That it is on you. But but to the point that I was making, that thing was used as a shade for months. It was APC people are hungry, Yorubas are hungry, and then some people said they are the ones that are wealthy, they have money, they're not joining any protest. So the same people who are pushing for protest now, 2-3 months ago, were saying we are not protesting. Were they not hungry then? Were they not concerned about people being, were they not concerned about fuel prices then? They were throwing parties. They were showing videos. We have people in diaspora that were saying they would rather send money to their own tribesmen than send money to another person in Nigeria. We had videos. In fact, there was a video that you showed us of one particular guy that was on the street that was talking, some old guy that was talking, and another person came in for the background to try to talk him out. He stood his ground. We saw several videos of this for months. Ibn Power was a comic. They were making memes, they were making caricatures, they were making satires, mockery of APC people and Yorubas, in quote unquote. In fact, they even started drawing caricatures of people who they were making, they were comics around inside of the internet. Then we saw Kenya. We saw the chaos in Kenya. We saw how Rotus has been pandering to to his denizens. We saw this, suddenly Rotus must go. We saw the chaos and the burn, and like, oh wow, we know we can do this again. I saw this Twitter, the X Spaces, where Nigerians were hosting Kenyans in rooms, and they were trying to see, and he right there and there he kicked off. Oh, you know what? We need to protest you and see how we can get these people out. In between those talking points of people are hungry, there is Tinubu must go. In between those talking points of people are hungry, there's Nnamdi Kanu must go. In between those talking points of people are hungry, you're saying senators should go. You're not saying you should change bad governance. And the people who know what it means to them say, look, because we are all peers, this protest that you guys are brewing, let it not happen in the same land. The same people are the ones that the person that said Ibn Power is in Lagos said that Lagos that say, okay, we don't want that protest here because we know what we lost. We know the things, we know the repercussions of that damage to us as denizens. How do people who own stores in Lagos, how do people who own shops in Lagos? In fact, I saw a headline today that Alaba International are saying they're not part of that protest because they know what they're going to lose there. And people are saying, look, we're not trampling on your rights, but if you indeed are genuinely talking about bad governance is your local government. Bad governance are your governors. Bad government is the presidency. Go to their front doors. Don't protest in Lagos and potentially burn Lagos over something that you're trying to complain to Tinubu, which is in Abuja. It doesn't make any sense. That is the talking point. But once you say that everybody you say something entirely, it to me is ridiculous. We will say obedience. They will say we said Igbo. The loudest obedience one man are not even Igbos. The left to me is not Igbo. David Ondeyi is not Igbo. Aisha Yusufu is not Igbo. Fast the Baga is not Igbo. Macaroni is not Igbo. So we will say obedient because generally we are speaking to that movement. We are speaking to that opposition. And everybody say, oh, you mean Igbo. I don't mean Igbo. I generally mean obedient. When I say hype-up, Maurice will come and meet you and say, oh, you're a tribal person.
Does that not unravel something that there are certain elements that actually see the Peter Obi narrative as an ethnic project and an ethnic win?
They denied it for the most part. But now it's obvious. Because they themselves are the ones who are making that assertion. And
anytime you mention the obedience, they turn it tribal.
Once you mention obedience, I don't know how what they hear is Igbo. Once you mention Peter Obi as a politician, Ekene will rattle us and say, how dare you talk about the Igbos? I said Peter Obi, a politician who wants to be my president. And they say, oh, you are talking about the Igbos. No. It almost like it makes me dull. It reduces my intelligence. I'm speaking to one person. The same way I'm going to call out Peter Obi, the same way I'll call out Sowore, who created a campaign called the Day of Rage, riled people up, galvanized people, paid his boys in AAC parties to run campaigns, and he's run to meet his family. And the biggest hypocrite on this show today, Ajale Koko, is saying we should not talk about him. This guy potentially ran to become a president, and he's going to go and chill his family, saying he's going to join protest on Zoom. The protest that you ran, that you galvanized, that you chose a date for, that you gave a
was that not shocking to not on the streets, but rolling all these young people to go and face that mean-looking army guy that has been straddling the media space? Imagine that. And then it should be there with his children at the front of that space.
Exactly.
Children not Nigerian too.
Have you ever shown appreciation to
any demonstration that Showore carried out.
We did not ask
you
him.
guys are
Nobody
hypocrites.
asked him to protest.
You guys
No,
are
he's hypocrite.
You see, when you guys talk like this, does he
Showore
not have
runs
life?
for
Must
himself.
he not have his life?
For
He
every
wants
time
to go and see
Showore
his family.
runs
So
for
what is
presidency,
wrong in that?
INEC pays him minimum.
What is wrong in that?
How can he organize something so
And as
big?
a matter,
How can he
of
organize
fact,
something so big and run away to America?
as a matter of fact, this guy was incarcerated for 4 years in Nigeria.
No one
He
asked
was
him. Nobody asked him.
Abuja for 4 years. They released. They gave him his passport. He quickly ran to meet his family. It's because of the country.
Minimum 40 million naira every 4 years by Nigeria enter the for presidency.
So
election. He ran election that he can't even get 10,000 people to vote for him. Now he's done he'll go and get funding from some senators in the US, from Ford Foundation, and then he will now sit down in his house with his family. The same you
have evidence to that event that he's collecting money from senator.
Everybody knows it's being sponsored by the McCarthy
Foundation.
You are just being sponsored by the McCarthy
propaganda, and you guys are just spreading some propaganda here.
Look, anybody in Nigeria, if you're in Nigeria and you want to join this protest, use your head now. This is the right time. You see, the people who are galvanizing you do not live in Nigeria. Atali Koko has his family living abroad. He goes to Nigeria on holiday and comes to tell you how people are suffering. They are trying to lock the doors of diaspora so that people like you cannot come abroad. Because the moment you create chaos, the embassies will leave Nigeria. They will run away and they will not give you visas. So whilst you people are dying in penury, these people will be inside their ACs and enjoying life. Atali Koko is living well. He's driving. You see him driving at night. He's making money at night. Whilst you are criminals in Nigeria. They are doing very well.
This guy is funny, man.
Do not mind them. You see, the moment you protest, Nigerian American embassy will leave, they will close, they run away. Remember they did 4 years ago, they did not issue the visa. So if all of you want to jackpot to America, if you want to go to London, all those people that were angry, they're the ones frustrated, they're the ones not Atali Koko, but many of them they've sold their houses and their cars.
Do you know that the senators are jackpotting to en masse? Even Sheyi Makinde, the Oyo State governor, he has jackpot. Everybody is jackpotting.
They're calling out their houses. You remember the lady you just posted asking for Sheyi Tinubu's family's house to go and do what exactly? The same thing happened. And like they're literally doing the same thing that we're going to see what's going to happen. And the biggest casualty of this protest will most likely be Lagos. If it goes south.
You know what my biggest fear is? If it does go south and please God it doesn't, it's the backlash there's almost because people have narrowed it to a single story. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't go south.
I mean, truthfully, I think that's why for the first time we're actually having very vocal people saying do not do this. In fact, for the presidency is not stupid though. People think, oh, he's scared. He's not. He's genuinely doing the barest minimum is we'll try to cajole you and talk you out of it. But however, if you then insist on the things you're saying, you've asked for a few talking points. Some are very baseless. How do you tell a democracy to to dissolve the Senate? Like, does it even make any sense to anybody? So
it's an unattainable nonsense. The totality of
So it just shows you that these people don't even know what they're asking for. They just want that chaos, hoping for two reasons. Remember, David Undain came in, had a podcast the other day, and then he said that during NSAS, people donated money. People in Nigeria think that those in diaspora will send them money. Ekene, that you're selling DVD cassettes. You think Rashida Mind will send you money, or Joel of Nashville? Joel of Nashville is hustling. He's a nurse. He's making money. He's not going to send you Shingbang. Cowboy, you will not collect. He will just galvanize you. Morris probably lives in Sweden or something, lives in Europe. He's not going to send you any dime. They're just going to galvanize you, hoping because it's for their own entertainment. I'm in America. I'll sit down here. I'll tell my staff work remotely. All of them, over 40 of them, they all work remotely. So none of them, some of them even live in Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Republic. They are not going to be touched. My mom is in America. My siblings are doing very well for themselves. You won't even get to it. You won't access to them. I've never seen a riot in Ikoyi before. Because those places are well protected. But all of you guys, the people who are hungry, you're asking them to buy a t-shirt of 6,000 naira. You're facing them all over again. It is just a passionate...
Imagine that people are starving with an iPhone Pro Max. Everybody carries an iPhone Pro Max, but they are but hunger is killing them. You know,
I'll be running off here. And when we call it out, look, you have every right to protest. Let me say it clearly. You have absolutely every right to protest. However, whilst you are protesting for a cause, the next man who is by your side, what is his own agenda? You might be thinking he's looking out for you. He's not. The people in diaspora are not hungry. So when people say people in Nigeria are hungry and dying, they are not even feeling the pain. I've never seen in fact, one man, the times I used to see people die of hunger in Nigeria was in the 80s. That I saw, okay, this one, I saw people died, passed out in Nigeria, and probably maybe in some very, even IDP camp people are not even dying from hunger. But suddenly we are here in Nigeria, every moment I have not heard of any hospitality joint in Nigeria that are shut down. I have not heard of any nightclub in Nigeria that are shut down. I have not heard of any hotel in Nigeria that are shut down. I have not seen any blogger, any skit maker that has stopped creating skits. I have not seen anybody on TikTok who has made a video of somebody, this man, while he was walking on the road, he passed out and died. I have not seen. But somehow.
So should we wait till people are now dying on the streets before it's
because because that is not the issue.
Because
they are living a life of abundance in Nigeria.
Being expensive.
No, they are not. When I left Lagos, I did not see children begging on the road. Now you go back, you see Yoruba children begging on the road, and you want to ask. See, there's no difference.
I left Lagos before you. I saw it.
Not as many as you see now. Now the streets is full of them. There's no difference between you and a politician, because you are not seeing it. You say it is not happening.
Nobody is seeing it. Nobody has seen it. Nobody.
I see it. I see it. When I see videos of Lagos
of people begging, go to Ibadan. They've always been there. Go to Ojota. They've always been there. They always beg at the park. It has never changed. The kids have always been used.
I'm not saying they did not exist. I'm saying the amount right now. When I see videos of Nigeria, it's not pointing out those people begging. It's just normal videos. It shows how normalized it is. The amount of people
all right. Thank you, Solly.
Are you going to wait for them?
Thank you, Solly. Thank you, Solly. I want to move it around. Let Paddy bring it home, and then I'll move it around. So, sorry, I want to get to people fairly quickly today. Paddy, back to you. And Paddy, when you round off, still whole situation, because I want to speak to you about Dangote, who we know for round-tripping dollars, but it's now round-tripping petroleum. But let's do this protest first, and then we go to that. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, the last point is that food is expensive in Nigeria is not something that anyone would deny. Things are expensive, but prices being expensive due to food insecurity, food inflation, financial monetary inflation. Those are the causes, and those are the things that the government are trying to fix. We just saw a video today that one man shared of palliatives being resold by same Nigerians. So things are expensive. So let's speak to things that are expensive. Let's stop changing narrative that people are dying. We are trying to roll people up into something that is not existing. By the time we do that, we don't then fix the actual problem. I'm more concerned that people okay. So I'll make my last point. If my staff, my employees say, which did happen, that things like cost of living are more expensive, what did I do? I spoke to my partners. We increased payroll. So at least the people that we have gotten more payroll, so they can commit better, they can increase food. The government has also increased minimum wage so that people can do stuff like that. We hope that it trickles down. Those are the immediate things that we can do. For those who are sending $100 home to Nigeria, we'll probably still sending $100 because it is now at a higher value. So those are things we can do. But to now say people are dying out of starvation in Nigeria, it is not happening. But people are complaining about the cost of living. Yes. Then how do we resolve cost of living? Then we can now have a more proactive discussion on how to solve cost of living. So I'll then like that one, man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. We go on from you. We go to Baba. So let's go to Baba. But on our way to Baba, let me bring you a latest development. It looks as though the government are moving very swiftly to shut down the excesses of Sowore and his errant posse. So this is the latest development. So this is from the pro bono law chambers representing the anarchists, and they are writing to the Union Bank. This is from an Ebihe Effiong Chamber. So obviously a name of note if you know anything about law, which I don't. The managing director, Union Bank of Africa, XYZ, Lagos, etc., demand for immediate lifting of the restriction placed on Take It Back Global Limited /GTE's account. So it looks as though they are shutting off the money supply that that space is getting from McCarthy Foundation or Ford Foundation, wherever they're getting it from. So yeah, demand for immediate lifting of the restriction placed on Take It Back Global Limited. So number one, we are the solicitors of Take It Back Global Limited /GTE, a corporate entity duly incorporated in Nigeria and hereinafter referred to as our client, and on whose behalf we write this letter. Number two, we have been informed by our clients that it opened an account with the United Bank of Africa PLC with the following particulars. Account name, Take It Back, account number, etc., etc. Number three, we were further informed by our client today, 26th day of July 2024, that it has been unable to access the above described account as the said account has been frozen by the bank and rendered inoperable. Number four, as of the time of writing this letter to you, neither the bank nor any of its staff has offered any formal explanation in respect of the restriction on our client's account. In view of the above, we are by this letter demanding that you offer a well-detailed, formal and immediate written explanation for the freezing of our client's account within 24 hours of receipt of this letter. I think he has a second half. So let's see what this it says. Please note that in the event that you refuse or fail to comply with the above demand within the stipulated time, we have the firm instruction of our client to institute the necessary legal actions against you. Accordingly, in the interest of your corporate brand and reputation, we advise that you comply with this demand. Accept the assurance of our profession. So there it is right there. So the Buhari technique is still in play. So they cut the head off and the body will follow. So it looks as though they have shut off the finances of this anarchist. Baba, you're up next.
Thank you, woman. Where do I start? I think the protest is the in thing, so I will start with that. I really want to talk about the North, but maybe I'll leave that to my last 3 minutes. So alert me possibly. I will quote Galatians 3:1. I will paraphrase it. And in place of Galatians, please put in Nigeria. It says, "You foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you?" Our country is bewitched. And we feed on the sensational. The citizenry has become very light. Cruise is the in thing. Everything is cruise. Somebody is dying on the street, rather than call for an ambulance and take him. People will wipe out their phone or whip out their food, will be taking videos so they can put it on their TikTok or X or anything, just because they want followership, just because they want cheap money the internet is offering. And because of that, they want to burn the country down, not knowing what they are doing can bring down a country. If they are not interested in this, in that country, for God's sake, Jackba, go acquire another citizenship somewhere else, because there are people like us who are not in romance with foreign passports. It's just a convenience. The only thing holding me back is just the last born. Once he finishes college, I go. If I die before then, everything is arranged. I will not die outside. I love my country. I love my space in my country. Because all of this nonsense is becoming too much. I mean, look at the way Shuwore was talking. You are putting a people in jeopardy, putting their lives in danger. And you sit back, relax, as if nothing, just because Simon Ekpa is making money in Finland, doing the same thing. You want to copy it and start making money to feeding off the frenzy that is happening in our country. I don't know what to think of. Our country has gone to the dogs. And that's why I call this protest a phantom. Nobody will come out and protest, even though protest is I repeat, is an inalienable right of every Homo sapiens on earth. As far as you step terra firma, you can protest. Even one man alone can go to the front of Aso Rock Gate, carry a placard. I don't think anybody will arrest you, as fast you are not causing destruction or disturbing people's lives. The thing is, you don't use your protest to disturb me that I don't want to protest. Because we all have our own rights. You say you want to protest, I say I don't want to protest. That doesn't mean you can say I will not come out and go to my workplace or open my shop. So this is the thing people are missing, and they just model everything up, and it's like the frenzy is getting to a crescendo. So as if Ologongom is coming. Armageddon will happen on that day. That's what it looks like to me. I don't understand. This cruise thing, these odd languages we hear everywhere. And you expect the government not to relax? I know where all this will end. Yoruba says, "Aini komodema dete tubatile dagbugbe." No problem. Come do your protest. Go back home day 1, 2, 3, 4, 10.
Sorry, Baba. Tharod, click on mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting properly. Tharod, click on mute and unmute. Carry on, Baba.
Yeah. And then the whole thing is, any teacher go back show you a wole. When it bound bu obakuso, lie at a lie. Because all of the I'm becoming very irritated. How can you sit, relax, and you are doing the same thing Simon Ekpa is doing? Meanwhile, you are an American citizen, a bona fide one. You carry an American passport, and we all know the rules. If push comes to shove, your Nigerian passport is nothing. It's just to enable you enter Nigeria as you please at any time without taking visa. So you just sit back, an American, and you thumb your nose at the country, and you become a puppet master and start winding people up, riling them up, causing trouble. All this is about money. Simon Ekpa is doing the same thing and cashing out big time. And you want to do the same thing? The government has, if you, the intelligence report has said it. They're all on the net, having one conference or the other and things like that, and planning to bring the country down. And people inside the country too, they are following. I have 1 million followers on TikTok. You know, I have 6 million. That's in the air. Do you have them in your back? Can you line them up at once? Because I see people even take pride in that. I have 6 million followers. I have 1 million followers. Nonsense. You are all just catching cruise. That's your language. That's your language. You are catching cruise and making money out of it. It's all nonsense. If there's problem in our country, quite all right. There is hunger, yes, because the foods are available, but people cannot buy. We don't have famine. Can't people understand that? You want to buy turkey, 1 carton now, you have the money, you will go to the market, you will get it to buy. These things are available. How are we going to bridge that gap where people will have enough money in their pocket to buy this thing at any amount? Because in Nigeria, we all know, if you've lived long enough, you know that anything that goes up in terms of prices, it hardly comes down. And we are the citizen. We cause the problem ourselves. That's why I say, how about we having hashtag fix yourself as a citizen before you come to fix our country? Fix your house as a citizen before you come to fix the streets. How about hashtag be a good citizen? How about that? Because I don't see any reason why everybody would just want to go into the street. Protest, no problem. You can't catch me on the street to protest. I'm a thinking person. I would rather find a solution, work at it, put my shoulder to wheel. Send ditto for my children, ditto for my wives. What is all of this? Because I don't get it. There's a country to be fixed, and all we are saying, and that takes me to the northern people.
2 more minutes, Baba.
Okay, let me go to the north now, because I'm still waiting for Hassan to come on this thing, because I know 25 years of this Fourth Republic. The North have had it only 10 years, and we know governance is their bread and butter. They don't do anything. They don't know how to do anything. They don't want to do anything. That is why their billionaires will not stay amongst them. We know their temperament. Everything their billionaires have, are they in the North? No, they run away from their people. That's the obvious fact. Where is ID camp in our country? In the North. Where is terrorism? In the North. I think it was a Nigerian man a couple of days back. It made sense. He said, what is this hunger we are talking about? We have 774 local governments, according to Nigerian man. If ordinary, do we say terrorism occupies the whole 774 local government? Ordinarily, if we have even 400 local government that is functional, devoid of terrorism, can't we farm? Can't we farm and feed ourselves? The Bible says a man that cannot feed the family is worse than infidel. Were we not farming before? If Ogun State is not farming today, what happened? Were they not farming in the 60s, in the 70s? Why are we saying the not food basket? What food basket? Obayala food basket. Don't we have soil? The local governments that are functional, can't they feed themselves? One man, carry go, I beg.
All right, brilliant, Baba. Like Paddy, I want to hear your thoughts on the Dangote round-tripping fuel as well, but take the conversation around quickly and then I'll come back to you. People are dropping. We need people coming and not dropping, but certainly excellent voice of Prince Daddy to fill the void. So Prince Daddy, let me give you this readout. This is the note. We read the notice sent out in Lagos. This is the notice sent out in Abuja. The arrogance of it, of course. We know him for arrogance, of course. Take It Back Movement FCT. So this is their letter. Yemsin Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. So notice to him. It says, it's a request for the use of Eagle Square Abuja for a hashtag End Bad Governance protest as one of the groups organizing the forthcoming hashtag End Bad Governance protest, hashtag Days of Rage, starting from August the 1st to August the 10th, 2024. We at the Take It Back Movement, TIB, write to your esteemed office to notify you of our decision to use the Eagle Square. That is the Eagle Square, by the way, that they swear-in presidents, as the point of convergence for patriotic Nigerians to demand for better governance. This request entails using this national asset day and night for the duration of the historic protest. Also, note that the protest may be prolonged beyond the 10 days as we embark on resolving the protracted national crisis occasioned by the ruling party. Furthermore, this is where the arrogance comes in. Furthermore, your office must also ensure the provision of a 24-hour power supply, toilet facilities, water, and security for the convenience of Nigerian citizens who will be camped out at Eagle Square. So it didn't ask for the burgers and the jollof rice. What about the jollof rice now? You would need that as well to provide them with water, toilet facility. All right. In short, we ask that the protesters are accorded the courtesy accorded to foreign and local official dignitaries who have frequently used the space. In addition, we request that the outer wire mesh barrier facing the Aso Rock Villa be removed in the meantime, as protesters may decide to visit the presidential villa during the protest. It is our sincere hope that this request will be granted expeditiously. So that is Sowore, and it's just the usual empty brain nonsense that we know him for. So what are you making of that, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, one minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right, cool. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thanks. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. I'll just keep in here when you're reading for the message. Shore's demand. Shore. No,
we can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah. You need to be just a little bit louder.
Oh, okay. Am I better now?
Much so. Carry on.
Very good.
Yeah. So Shore, he's shown himself to be a typical, I guess, student union protester. He does not have a grasp of governance. He does not, and I don't blame him. We don't need everybody to be like those that do have the grasp of it. But Shore is no, he doesn't have it. He's just a protester for the students. It was quite clear when he ran. That's how, to me, he exposed himself. He doesn't know how the election process works in Nigeria, what it takes to win. So but I was able to learn a few things from his unskilled way of approaching politics. That demand, I mean, he wants the government to make accommodation for his protesters, which is kind of fun. It's comical. I'm not sure who does that. He should make the accommodation. They're the one protesting, right? So he should make the accommodation. See, as this protesting keeps looming and percolate the entire space, I genuinely believe that people should protest, but not for this particular protest. Because this protest here is political, and to me, it's useless. It has no place. It would be nice, and I think I said the other day, and I think you echoed it also, one man, that, for example, if these people got together and protest for Dangote refinery. That'd be something we all can coalesce behind, but they're not doing that. A more effective protest would be if in each state, they protest against these governors. It is quite clear these governors are a hindrance to progress in Nigeria. Every time we talk about how Tinubu has increased the allocation to these governors, and including the one you read, like was it yesterday, the international organization, the COVID relief funds or whatever, that some state got the millions or billions. I mean, it's crazy, and these governors can't find a way to help their own people. The notion that everything is really concentrated and fixed on the central is not helping them, and these people don't know that. Now, Shora has been a student union person. If he's able to, I mean, he's a lecturer actually. He's a lecturer in the state. If he's able to, in Columbia University of all places, a prestigious university, if he's able to, connect with this young people and teach them what they need to know about governance and how the governors and how the entire system works and who has what responsibility in that space. I think we'll go a long way, but it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. I mean, it wouldn't matter if now it's Tinubu, if it had been Obi or Atiku. The same thing would happen if there's, if the people are discontent, they want to protest and go after the center. Now, it is clear to me, really, that people have to go after these governors. The governors are the bane of Nigerian society. They are. They truly are. Because this state, they're not doing anything. They're not doing it. These governors, they're not doing anything in their states. They need to do a whole lot more. And they're not doing it. My understanding, even some of the minimum wage salary is not being paid by many of these governors. So if the governors are not paying this money, how does that become the concern of Tinubu or the central government? I don't know. So it's quite clear we Nigerians are kind of a lot of us are uneducated about our system. It is quite clear. I mean, I fall into that category at one point in time, thinking that it's the center. The government has to do everything. But now learning, it's quite clear that the state governors have to do a whole lot. And Angelica will push back saying, the governors are handicapped. They can't do this, they can't do that. Which I don't believe. I don't believe. I think they can do a whole lot. They can do a whole lot with the little they have. And this time around, they just don't have little. They have a lot. They have a lot to work with. They have their own space to control. They have the commander-in-chief in their own spaces, but they won't do nothing about it. So this, and of course, the protest is becoming tribal, as usual. As usual. Again, for the protest, I say everyone should go to their state and protest. I think that'd be the best way to go about it. Oh man.
All right, brilliant. And the concerns by that was being expressed by that Yoruba gentleman. Do you give anything to it? Any credence? Any? Yes. Do you share it? The sentiments being expressed by that Yoruba man. I don't want it to seem somewhat ethnic, but he certainly put an ethnic undertone to it.
Is it the guy wearing the funny hat? Talking?
The funny hat guy. Look at this man. This is Abeti Aja, they call it. They call that Abeti Aja.
Protest you. What I've been saying in Yoruba is that the planned nationwide protest is a strategy, new strategy by the Undigbos to destabilize or truncate the democratic governance in this country. Simply to fence their spleen on Yoruba nation. But they are not happy as they lost the 2023 presidential elections. They are not happy.
Yes, so that guy, that is a sentiment that is widely held. We cannot escape from that. That a lot of people, myself especially included, I see it. I cannot see it beyond just sour grapes or sore losers.
Yeah, I mean, see, perception is everything. I mean, a lot of people do see it the way he sees it. So, yeah, it's. I do agree. You know, I do agree. They should all. Everyone should just go back. You know, they're trying to protect Lagos. I mean, again, NSARS is the reference point here, and some people are like, you know, saying, "Oh, no violence, no destruction." Who can guarantee that? Every protest is always hijacked by nefarious people. We know that. So there's no way we can, you know, they can be comfortable and have other people come to the space and protest, just like you showed earlier. The two names that are supposedly registered with the police to protest have Igbo names. So I mean, what kind of conclusion do you want people to draw from it? I mean, you showed a video of a young Igbo guy talking about Lagos, this and that, and I don't want to protest. What I mean, it just even if they have a genuine reason, the perception is greater than their ultimate reason. So just to save life. And by the way, the Kenya protest, I know people know that people did die in that protest. I think 30 or 36 people died, maybe more by now.
Yeah, quite a few people did actually.
53.
It's just for reasons of YouTube. I cannot play clips of they virtually burnt down that country, and the president has not said enough that if you carry on, I'll deal with you. And it's not achieved anything. Everything that they requested for, they are borrowing at a higher rate now for reasons of not being able to pass that tax bill. The cabinet sacked have been reappointed. So it's achieved zero to absolutely nothing, and the burden of those heavy borrowings or of those more expensive borrowings will still be passed. It's just a nonsense. It's not an example anyway.
It is not. It is not. And see, there's only one way it works. You fight violence with violence. That's just the way it works. The people cannot come against the government with violence, and the government wants to respond in a more passive manner. They're going to overtake you. They're going to destroy the government. And the same thing in Nigeria. If Tinubu doesn't buckle up and do what he has to do with the security apparatus, they're going to bring Nigeria to his knees. They want 10 days to protest. Come on. No, I don't see anything good that's going to come out of it. If truly we have a history of protests where people just protest peacefully, walk down the streets, kiss babies, and go back to their homes, nobody will care. But we know that's not going to happen. What is the theme for the protest? The Day of Anarchy? Is that what they called it? Okay. I'm not sure what is peaceful or inviting about that, a Day of Anarchy. Nothing good is going to come out of it. Okay. I don't believe that these people are going to protest peacefully. It's not going to happen because we know it's going to be hijacked.
Do you think Showore should be arrested upon his return to the country?
Oh yes. Okay, yeah. I'm surprised it's not. I think it was back in Lagos or Nigeria, but I guess it went back.
It's on the run. It's on the run.
Okay, so this guy doesn't learn. So maybe rightfully when he was calling for what did they call it during the Buhari's time? Whatever they called for, revolution.
Yes, yeah. Revolution. Maybe that guy skipped English classes at school. I don't know. His use of words, man.
Yeah, revolution. Now the Day of Anarchy. Really, in a democratic state. Now that phrase or that theme of that the protest in itself is a declaration of war against the government. What more to be said? In a democratic society. That guy, I mentioned earlier that Showore is a professor at a university, Columbia University. It's a prestigious university in New York, and this guy is a professor there. I mean, his thinking is very kindergarten in a lot of ways. It is. So he doesn't know how to approach. It can be. You do grad all the time to solve problems. This momentum that Peter B eventually was able to draw away from him or pull away from him, he could have had it. if he had a much better approach to reaching the people and talking to people. He just crude and crass in his approach. That is sure what I'm talking about in dealing with things. And Nigeria, in its existence, it's an oppressive society. So he wants to oppress people. They're going to oppress him too. And to your question, I think they should arrest him if he comes. They should arrest him, detain him, and question him to the reason why he wants anarchy in a democratic society.
Because what it's actually doing is, I was going to say it's borderline treason, but it's actually treasonable. What this guy is doing, it's effectively calling for a civil coup against an elected government. That's what it's calling for.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, the name or the words are in that, Day of Anarchy. What does it really mean? I mean, it just the simple dictionary explanation, definition of it is quite clear to most people. I mean, you tell these young people, and I like Patty's passion earlier, really, because people like Pansat, they want to let's fight, I'm strapped, all these things. See, I'm more reticent, a whole lot more reticent when it comes to this stuff because I'm not there. I know people. My family is not on the line. I mean, I have family back there, but trust me, I don't think they're going to be on the street protesting. I have nephews and nieces back home, but I don't think. I don't want to encourage people, these young people, to go on the streets and risk their lives. I don't want to be part of it. So I'm not going to call it from far away. Yes, go protest and I'm not doing that. I'm not going to participate. If they want to do it, let them go do it by themselves. I'm not the one to encourage people. I know Pansat is not going back home for sure to go help them protest or lead the protest. I'm not going to be part of it. So and I can appreciate that Patty's passion earlier about the people that are going to suffer are the people back home, especially the young ones that are going to return to the streets and protest like the NSARS. Those are the people that are going to suffer. So the best thing to do, I wish we can see Nigeria needs a protest, and I believe we can have if we can have a national one spirit matter or position that we can protest about. That'd be great. Where the Igbos, Yorubas, and Hausa come together and hold hands and protest genuinely for the betterment of the country. I don't know why, for example, why Pansat will want to protest. Every day comes on here. It talks about Biafra or Biafra land and secession. Okay, then what do you have to do with Nigerian protesting? It's all people, just like Shore, it's always convoluted in their presentation or their position on matters.
Has it ever happened in the United States where you live, you see the Republican and Democrat holding hands, demonstrating or protesting together? Where has that ever happened?
Well, I've seen blacks, whites, and Jews hold hands and protest.
No, we are talking because you guys are calling them a political motivated protest. You are describing their protests as politically motivated. Where have you, and that's why I'm asking you this question, where have you ever seen Democrat and Republican holding hands and protesting together? Where has that ever happened? You
talk about parties. I said earlier, I said Igbos and Yorubas and Hausa to come together.
All of you that anti-protest, we know why you are all anti-protest. Because you don't want your tribal man, you don't want your clansman to regime to be brought down. That is why it's all tribal sentiment. You believe that if this protest is effective nationwide, it could bring down this irresponsible administration.
And Angelica, if you were right, why should people come together and bring down a legitimate government and a democratically elected government? Why should they? Why should we allow that?
Well, we are not saying that they should bring down the protest, and it is not showing that they will bring down the protest. We are not saying that we are not saying that they should bring down the administration, but protest is part of the politics, whether you like it or not. People have the right to protest, whether
and I agree with you
or not. whether it is
But
political.
is it good to have understanding? Is it good to have understanding of what you're trying to do in the first place?
Trying to create this kind of fear mongering against protesters, against Nigerian people. You understand? You guys are not doing good for Nigerian people, because
was NSTAR's fear mongering.
Hold on. What you guys are doing is that no protest now and no protest forever. That is what you guys are preaching. You guys should go and sit down and look at the implication of what you are preaching. You are preaching against protest now.
Don't label me. If you hear my preamble, I said they should protest against each governor of each state, that they have more power and they have more resources.
Matter. People can protest against any arms of government, whether any tiers of government, any arms or any tiers of government. People have the right to protest against them, whether governor or the president. They do. You know what happened in the United States against the president that you are supporting, against Donald Trump, the way that they protested in this country many, many times against the Trump policy. Did Donald Trump did he ever say anything that people should not protest? No. It is a constitutional right. So I don't know why people doesn't want people to protest. Even the administration, even the police are saying that, oh, you can come out and protest. Police is acting. I really salute the police general. What do they call the Inspector General of Police in Nigeria? Is handling the situation well. Is a stupid military man that is coming out and trying to, threaten people. And I don't know why Tinubu should allow that to happen. But the police chief is handling it well. He rolled out a press release today that people should come. If you want to protest, you have the right. Let us have your name. Let us know area you want to protest. Let us know everything about you. Let us have communication. Let there be communication line between us, between the police and you, so that we can know that we will not allow that protest to be hijacked by miscreants and hooligans. So what are you people talking about? All you guys have been saying is that this problem must not take place. This is political motivated. It is obedient. It is it. And then what? Even if it is obedient, I want to carry out protest. Did Tinubu not protest in 2017 or 2014? Did they not protest? Was their protest not political motivated? Look, we have to stand up for that country. And what you guys are doing is showing you are not standing up for that country.
All right. Go on now. Respond and bring it home, and then Ajan Lekoko takes the floor after Ajan Lekoko does. Back to you, Prince.
One man, good evening.
Yeah.
Me, I have if you give me permission, one man, I have one suggestion and one question for Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, give me my brother. Yeah. Prince Daddy, do you think maybe we should do GoFundMe here and do GoFundMe? Maybe they need to check Showore's brain. Maybe something is working in his brain that is not okay. I can raise GoFundMe here for him. Secondly, this guy, should he be picked up? Immediately he land in Nigeria, should he be picked up? Because this is another day for anarchy. Thank you.
Well, yeah, it sounds like your question. If GoFundMe will help to check Showore out, I'm down for it. And to the second question, I did answer before that yes, they should pick him up. Showore needs to be picked up. If truly the thing for his protest is the day of anarchy, yes, they need to pick him up. In a democratic society whereby is trying to engender violence by his his actions, why not? They should pick him up. Anyway, somebody is going to say something. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you finished, Prince Daddy? Hello. Wama, is anybody hearing me?
Yeah, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you
you.
loud and
I
clear.
can hear
We
you.
can hear you. I think one man step away.
I can hear you.
Yeah, say what. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted you to put that the last one, that take it back this thing. That is the one I wanted you to put on the screen. I wanted to talk on it.
I'm sorry. Who is speaking, please? Don't mind me. Najaman, is that Najaman?
Yeah, it's Najaman, yeah.
Najaman, yeah. One man, where's one? I think one man step away. Yeah, he would do that when he comes back.
I'm back now. So let Prince Daddy round off. We take Adale Koko. We've not heard from Isaac still, but after Adale Koko, we'll go to death.
No, I just want to take to one man. Okay.
All right. Let Prince round off as I try to find it. Yeah, carry back to you, Prince.
Yeah, well, that's it on that note. My conclusion is once Shure steps back into the Nigerian soil, it should be picked up, and it needs to be. I think it needs to go back to Tubu. That's where it belongs to. Thanks, Adale Koko. Go ahead.
So it's called Tumbu, not Tubu. Look at this guy.
But Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy, it is so now.
Don't try not to call you Yoruba now. You have to encourage it.
Zumbu, I like that. Prince Daddy, don't mind them. I'm behind you. Don't mind them.
One man, let Isaac go. Let Isaac go.
Can I
Isaac?
Just 1 minute.
All right. Okay, we go to Isaac then. But I think Nigerman wants to just insert something. So let him insert it, and then we go to Isaac.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Wama. You see, Nigeria, like many of us, we forget history so much. And maybe those of the other people that are supposed to tell us more history about how Nigeria are becoming, that we don't say because everybody is sentimental to say his way. When you say the truth, they target something they like. Everybody target on his own way. You see why I wanted to bring this and take it back. You see the Henry, no, that place that they said they should remove the barrier, the wire in that face Aso Rock, in case they want to go to Aso Rock.
They want to rush it, yes.
You see, in before the coup of 1966, I don't know if anybody remember Sambisa dance. If anybody remembers Sambisa dance, that is how it started. They take some military close to the government lodge. They said they were practicing, they were training, and they were using those people. They were training them how to invade the governor, the presidential lodge. You see, this thing they are doing again. People that they said they want Eagle Square to protest. Now they are asking that they should remove the wire that face the Aso Rock. If you look at 2 days ago, the military headquarters released on their airline that this protest is a coup against the government. If these people is here, because when I go back to that, you will see what they're trying to do. This is the same thing. Now they are taking the people there to the Eagle Square. Now they are asking that they should remove the fence that will bind them between the Aso Rock. So what is the need for that one? So if what the military is saying is true, I'm believing now. So those people will be among there and they will invade Aso Rock. And we are saying we are not seeing what the people are trying to do. What all these people who are planning protests, they are trying to do, they have ulterior motive. Everybody just believing it's hunger. Hunger has been Nigeria since all of us were born. If this one is hunger, people should hold their governor accountable. Food is not in Aso Rock that they are going to collect there. This is exactly what happened in Sri Lanka. They invaded the presidential villa. Everywhere was scattered. We have to be sensitive with our country. We have to guide our country jealous. Nigeria is very, very fragile now. Agitation everywhere, criminality everywhere. Everybody can take control, all the Western influence. But we are not looking at that. We are just looking at because something is happening today. Some people are shouting, some people are not shouting. We have to go with the population. And we have to know what we are doing. We have to know what we are encouraging. Because like me, I've been in Europe for 20 years. I don't have another address. Nigeria is my country and I invested all my life there. Many people who are calling all these things, they are sitting in their comfort home. They have nothing to lose in Nigeria. They have nothing to lose in Nigeria. We have to know what we are saying, what we are encouraging people to do. Go and look what they are trying to do. I don't know if you want to protest in Eagle Square, they should give you Eagle Square. Then the next thing, they should remove the fence. That fence Aso Rock, that close Aso Rock, so that you're able to invest. What are you going to do in Aso Rock? What the military said, this is true. These people are planning coup against the government. We will never allow that one. And we are not going to allow it. No matter what people say, no matter what people cry, it's not going to be possible. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellent. Yeah. No, hold on. I think Isaac is up.
I just want to greet Ajala Koko.
All right, great Ajala Koko, but yeah, and then Isaac takes the floor. So that's a Saki father, Ajala Koko saying hello.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Isaac, you're up next. So to the conversation, your contribution.
Thank you, one man. Ajali Koko, I salute you too. You are welcome.
Isaac, how you there now?
Ajali Koko,
I enjoy you well.
Saki father was greeting you just now. Saki father.
Oh, Saki father, how you there?
Yeah, fine. Longest time. How's
everything? Well done. Okay.
So, my honorable panelists and my superior one man went to the moon or went to Jupiter, wherever. So one man, Nigerians, we need to learn. You see, Nigeria, we need to sit down, strategize. Not all this noise making. We want to go and protest. Well, you know, one man, first of all, I see this protest as climbing the ladder from the top. Have you seen somebody want to climb ladder? He will go and start from the top. This is what most Nigerians they do. They will set up a ladder. They will say they want to climb the ladder. Instead of starting from the bottom and begin to take it step by step, they will go and start from the top of the ladder. Where, if you start from top of the ladder, where are you going? You are coming down now. It's only when you start from the bottom, you go up. So that's how I see this protest. You see, it's not what works in other countries. Countries are unique. What you do there in America, the way you handle things, if you want to transfer it to where I reside in Spain, come and do it the same way here, it might not work. Because people here are unique. People in America, they are unique in their own way. People in the UK, they are unique in their own way. People in Kenya, they are unique in their own way. You see the way the people in Kenya, they protested, fine. Although people are still saying that it has negative effects, or maybe it has positive effects, nobody knows yet. So every country is unique. So Nigeria is also a unique country. Nigerians, they need to still study to know what Nigeria is. Sometimes when people just talk here, talk, I will just be laughing. I would be asking myself question. This person that is talking, has he ever sat down to say, what is this Nigeria made of? What is Nigeria? Most times, the answer that comes to my mind is no. They just talk. They don't even know what Nigeria is made of. They think everything applies. Like what happened in Kenya. There is this president, though I don't mostly know the names of all these West African presidents. This man has been in office for years. Maybe somebody will remind me. I will just measure it, but I don't know.
Is it Kenyatta? Kenyatta was there.
Museveni.
Museveni. The Ugandan president.
I listened to one of his broadcasts. He was addressing this same issue that happened in Kenya this protesting. If you see his, if you listen to his language, if you listen to his body, or you see his body language, you will know that what happened in Kenya cannot happen there. So Nigerians, the leaders in Nigeria, they have body language. So when you read the body language of your leaders, that is how you also follow up. If you follow it up in a wrong way, you get a wrong result. Somebody was telling me that did Tinubu not protest against Jonathan to remove Jonathan? Yes, he did. But when he protests to remove Jonathan, what is the progress made so far? That is the question. He protests. What do you call him? The leader of Redeem, Adeboye, and all notable men. They all came out, protest against Jonathan. And then Jonathan left. After that, Buhari came. After that, Tinubu came. So that protest, are you telling me now that because Tinubu protests in 2000, the year 2000, so it has given us a positive result? No. Answers did it give us? No. This one they are planning now to do, will it give us? The answer is no. If you like, put your answer to be yes. But at the end, you will come back to my own understanding that the answer will still be no. Now, I'm going to give two people how to protest, a strategy to protest in Nigeria. I will give Sowore a lesson, his own lesson. Then I will give the whole of Nigeria their own lesson. First of all, Sowore, the best protest you will need to protest so that you become what you want to become. You were my favorite, actually. Maybe you are still my favorite, but you are not going the right way. You are still my favorite amongst all the people because you are young, because of some things you say. You said you will build a lot of prisons, which I like. Nigeria needs more prisons. You said you will pay 100,000 or 100 something thousand for the minimum wage. Fine, Nigeria need to be paid well. You said you will look at the schools, you will do many things. So I'm owing, I like you for that, and I'm holding your brocos by that until you prove me, you prove yourself wrong. Now, the best protest you will do, Sowore, go to your local government and go and become a councillor. That is a very good protest. When you now money is coming to the local government. When you become a councillor, that money that is allocated to your ward, use it judiciously so that other ward will see that the ward that Sowore is a councillor, it has become Dubai. Then you will go and look for office of the chairman of the local government, which office is bigger than the councillors. Then you will prove yourself in the chairman's area, and they will see that the way you handle all, because now you are now taking care of all the local government, is now under you. They will now see that all the local government in that your state, they are becoming like, something else. Then you go for the governorship election. People will vote for you. Then you will not turn your state, not the type of BD though, the propaganda one that Anambra this, no, real one that we will see. If you are really the person you said you are, you will not change that state. People will not begin to look at your state and say, upon all the small revenue that comes there, look at what Sowore was able to do. Then you now go to begin to say, I want to become president of Nigeria. That's a good way to protest. Now, to the general Nigerians, if you want to protest, forget about putting a ladder and you go and start from the top of the ladder, climbing down. Climb from down. Somebody, one man showed us a video just now. How on earth in your ward, in your local government, how on earth food that was sent to you so that your chairman or your councillor will share in the community, how on earth there will be a secret place where they will now begin to turn the food out of the bag that they put Nigeria logo and begin to put it on plain bags, then go and begin to sell. Start from there. Start from your ward. From there, it will grow to the local government entirely. From there, it will grow to the state. Then before you begin to talk about federal. Then lastly, on the food inflation, when people were talking about food, first of all, before I talk about food inflation, I want people to stop saying that Nigerians are dying, Nigerians are not doing this, Nigerians are this and that. We should stop it. A lazy man will always be a lazy man. Even here in Spain, beggars here right now, they are increasing. Beggars in Spain, they are increasing. Those days, if you go to Mercadona, only one man will mount the gate of entrance where people buy things. And some people will buy things, give to him. Some people will give him coins. But now, they are dragging it. They drag like competition. This one will come and say, this is my place. About 4 or 5, they will be dragging it. So food inflation, when I heard that food inflation is there, I begin to imagine how come this thing? I now traveled all around some African countries. I even went to Gambia. I even went to Ghana. I went to Sierra Leone. I went to Cameroon. I discovered that this rise of fuel and rise of food is everywhere in Africa. And that is the problem. Only Nigeria cannot solve that problem. The problem is an African thing. It's African problem. Now, let me tell you, if there is abundance of food in all other West African countries, and it's only Nigeria that is refusing to go to farm, food will not be expensive, because food that is surplus in all other African countries will flood our market. Now, because there is no food anywhere in African countries, no food. The people don't want to produce this food to flood the market with food. That is why in Cameroon, you can't buy rice. In Ghana, you can't buy rice. Everything increasing everywhere. So it's not only peculiar to Nigeria. If this problem is going to be solved, it's going to be African leaders sitting, and then they will say, what is happening to Africa? Why is food becoming gold in Africa? Let us do something. So that is my summation. Thank you very much, Wama.
Oh, all right, excellently put. Always excellently put by Isaac. So thank you, Isaac. Choma and Adama should look at the screen. That's the topic for Sunday. So for our Dupsy show on Sunday, so that will be what we're tackling. Training your Nigerian wife as a nurse is the biggest mistake you can make abroad. So we all know why that is. All these narratives of these people, all these women you bring from back home, they come in, and then by the time you train them to be a nurse, they've been corrupted by the Americans and the British, and then suddenly they either lord it over you or they pie you. So we'll be doing a bit of that with our Dupsy show on Sunday. So we're doing a bit of that with Dupsy show on Sunday. And Isaac, you referenced the Ugandan example. So here is Museveni now telling us exactly how this sort of wayward excesses that Sowore is demonstrating in Nigeria should be handled.
The question is, what right then do you have to seek to generate chaotic behavior? What right do you have? We are busy producing wealth. You are getting cheap food. Other people in the other parts of the world are starving. They are crying for hunger. And you here, you want to disturb us. you are playing with fire, because we cannot allow you to disturb us. Demonstrate, when you demonstrate in a place like Kampala, people are sitting on the roadside. Are you?
All right. So that's Museveni, just shoot them, which seems to be the cure to everything in Africa. Just shoot them. So just shoot them. I wonder if Ajale Koko is ready for us now. Otherwise, we'll go to Des. Ajale Koko, are you ready? Okay, let's go to Des, who we've not heard from in a while. So Des, we're doing 5 minutes more. Yes, yeah, good to have you there. I can see you are back from a service from are you?
I'm just going on a vacation. I'm not back yet. All
right, brilliant.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much of the conversation you caught, but let's hear from you.
Yeah, my network is back, so just in case it start breaking up, I apologize for that. Yeah, I think it's more of the, first of all, good evening, everybody. You should subscribe right now. That person that shot Trump will come and shoot you that where you did for here. You get me? But anyway, talk about the day of protest, right? Is it tomorrow? I don't know when it's supposed to start, or is it for?
It's on the 1st of August. The 1st of August.
Yeah. Okay. I had a lot of people saying, they keep like, when I listened to some people, I was like, what are you? You gotta stand one place. I think the first guy that spoke, I don't think I've heard him speak here before. So he was talking. He first came out like, oh, he wants them to do protests, and along the line, he's like, don't protest. I'm like, bro, make up your mind. God damn it. But anyway, woman, there is nothing wrong with protesting. Yeah, let's get that out of the way. Is there a reason for the protest? Hell yeah, there is a lot of reasons to protest in Nigeria. You can pick your poison. Which one do you want them to protest on? If you say that as protesting against whatever is happening to Dangote, that is one part of it. But is there a lot of, I can count so many reasons that if that stuff is happening wherever we are right now, people will be protesting for just one reason of those counts. People are saying that, I think the guy was saying there's no hunger in the land. I'm like, come on, bro, do your math. Like, if you're in Nigeria and you're making so much amount of money since 10 years ago, you're making that constant amount of money and things are going up. Why would you think that people are not going to be hungry? That is just ludicrous. I don't get how people do their math. You definitely going to be hungry. So is there hungry? Definitely there's hunger everywhere. Not just Nigeria, yeah, but other countries can protest, but we're talking particularly on Nigeria. There is and there should be something that the government should do that should actually negate, the people suffering. I think you showed some sort of video of someone repackaging the food that the government gave out for the poor masses, but you're saying who's to blame? At the end of the day, you're still gonna blame the top, because if they cannot manage that one they sent out for the people, if they can't actually, follow it through, then it's just a waste of money. When you put out something and you can't actually follow it through, you're just doing eye service. That is what it is. You're doing eye service. So if you ask me who to blame, it's still the top. Yeah, the governors are not doing their part, but still, we already know the kind of system Nigeria runs. If the top is actually, doing what is right, I feel like if the others is gonna buckle up. Others are gonna buckle up. So if it's protest that should make it work, then by all means let people protest. Should be peaceful. Should be very peaceful. People are saying Lagos, they shouldn't do it in Lagos, they shouldn't do it in Lagos. Come on. You know why there's so much concentration in Lagos? You know why there's so much focus in Lagos? Because that is where the heart of the country is. Don't say Abuja or whatever. Abuja, we don't really have no show in Abuja. But in that Lagos, that is where the heart of the country is. That's where the most populated city in Nigeria is. So is it gonna make more impact? Is it gonna make the others kind of go out there and like, hey, Lagos is doing this, let's do the little we can? Definitely it will. But I reiterate, it should be peaceful. I mean, I'm tired of people coming here and saying that it's Igbo, it's IPOB and all that. That is just propaganda. That is just propaganda. You showed a video of one guy saying Lagos is ours. That video, almost a year ago, and you put it out there like it just happened. I mean, this guy just made that video just today or yesterday because of the protest. Come on, that's the propaganda we are talking about. Now people are gonna be spreading that narrative that Lagos is for the Igbos because of this protest. And people are saying, look at the name. What the hell does the name of the people going to the security to ask for, some sort of protection? What does it have to do with the name? I mean, there should be a purpose. We have to live a life that people are not gonna be talking about. Hey, look at the name. Oh, look at the last name. Look at this. Look at the color of the skin. We should live past that and look at what is the problem. And we all know what the problem is. So if we keep escaping that problem and still looking at because if this is this guy that put it out there and it's Igbo agenda, then we're not getting anywhere at all. We are not. It's almost as if I come here, I keep saying the same thing. One man, you should know me by now. I hate repeating myself. I say it so much time. Sometimes I just get tired of repeating myself. So if you're coming here to spin some sort of narrative because there's a protest.
Are you in favor of the protest? You've not even established that. Are you in favor?
I just said I am. I mean, there's nothing wrong with protesting. Nigeria is a mess, and if
do you think do you think the reasons that they are giving is the actual reasons? Because if you want to know where the controversy is, a lot of people, and I would say the majority of people, they actually feel that these people are protesting against a lost election, rather than when have we not had poverty in Nigeria? So it is a lot of people see it as a protest against the lost election, and that is where the pushback is coming from.
I don't believe is a protest against the last election. One man, you should know that Nigeria forgets election very, very fast. They don't even waste like a month. They just forget about whatever someone has won. Nigeria is not people that carry something at heart. No, we don't. We just like, oh, we don't lose. At least the thing will pain them for like, let's say a month. They'll just forget about it, move on with their life. But what is going on is that the situation is not getting better. And it's the basic truth. If you can't see that, I don't know what else you can see. We've been through so many elections and people have lost. And we don't see, all this kind of suffering that people are suffering right now. We know the price of everything. I'm not going to start reiterating whatever the price is. But we know the price is going up 40%, whatever percent is going up since a year. I don't think I've had any government that came in and the price of things went up that fast in the space of 1 year. It has never happened before. So it's kind of too much for people to bear. So if you're telling me that it's because of the past election, I don't think so. Maybe people have their own opinion, but I seriously don't think so. So we should start basically speaking the truth. Start speaking the truth. That's all this whole thing is about, speaking the truth. If they're gonna protest, you have to say, okay, fine and good. We know that the country is not good. Protest for the right reason. Protest peacefully, because they're not protesting for the country to get worse. Nobody is protesting for the country to get worse. They're protesting for things to get better, which we know. If you're in Nigeria, you're not gonna come out there and risk your life, or because you want the country to get more worse than it was. No. All you gotta say, hey, if you're doing this, do it the right way. Do it the right way. Do it the right way. You know, if someone talking about Sowore, there's nothing wrong with Sowore has suffered enough, in my own opinion. That man has been in Nigeria hostage for as long as I can.
All right, bring it home, Des. Bring it home.
Yeah. So let me end with this. Let's start saying the right things at the right time and stop, spreading all this tribal agenda and division based on whatever color of skin or whatever we are. Please, let's just start saying the truth. It's as simple as that, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. I'm not sure if Ajan Lekoko is fully ready, but we'll go to Saki Father until Ajan Lekoko indicates that he's...
Please let me speak. My earpiece will die.
All right, hold on. With the guy Niger nigger, can you show your face? I suspected you might well be. I think we are back with our funny guy. Yes. All right.
One man.
All right. Let's go with Ajan Lekoko because it's been here all the way through. So Ajan Lekoko, you're up.
Somebody is saying he want to speak. Who is that?
No, it was War Peace. I think his system is about to drop.
Oh, let him speak. War Peace, how you doing now?
Oh God, I greet you. Longest time.
Well done.
I greet you.
Konnichiwa.
There is something. There's something missing, Ajan Lekoko. Usually around now, War Peace will be announcing the birth of a new child. What's happened? It's been a year now. Is it not every year? What's happened? Are you slowing down? Are you slowing every year?
I've resigned. I've resigned. Just funny enough.
No, resign. No, you know that your country. They are
looking for black men to come and get their women.
They're looking for population. So
is it true? Actually, is it true
populate them very well? Populate Japan very well.
It's true, but not the way they are putting it. But it's true. They are looking for population. So
yeah,
they are looking for that means, and that was they are looking for people to come and get their women pregnant. But at least I've contributed my own quota. I gave them 5. I'm fair enough. I've tried. So somebody else can continue from there.
No, do one more. Do one more. Do one
more.
No. Do one more.
No. 5 days ago.
I beg you.
Was my.
I beg you.
5 days.
I beg you.
I beg. 5 days ago was my daughter's birthday. It was 1 year.
Oh,
1 year.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks.
So
thanks.
The baby, the new baby, the coming baby is coming when?
And I beg, I beg. I beg. Okay. Thank you so much.
So we're talking about the protests, of course. I mean, and then we're talking about Dangote round stripping petroleum and a whole raft of other things. So let's hear from you.
Okay. Let me quickly say about the protest. I listen to everybody. Everybody's making a fair submission, and I still stand with my former submission. I'm not in support of the protest, but protest is okay. Protest is everybody's right. We need this protest is long due for Nigeria. But the only reason I don't want this very protest is that both the government, both people that want to make a political statement, and both people that want this country to burn down, they have jacked the system. There's a saying in the CIA world, like in the CIA system, they say, find a debt on him or put one on him. So people who put a debt on this protest, even though it's peaceful, to blame it on the government. Either way it goes, we cannot really pinpoint who or where he went wrong, because there's no way this protest will not go wrong because there's too much hunger on the land or in the land. So it must definitely go wrong, and they're going to blame it on somebody. It's become a political talk show, which nobody wants. The elders are saying, shift the protest for a little bit. They are not stupid. And I heard that they're saying, oh, why are they coloring Igbo? No, they're not coloring Igbo. Igbos that want to color it by themselves. Before this protest, they came out that we are not protesting. Then in less than 1 week or 2 weeks, they make a sharp U-turn, start pushing for the protest. We are going to Lagos to protest. We are going to do this. People will always label you. Not that you are bad, but you just create a room for people to label you. You just create a room for that same government you feel that is not doing anything to do something.
Let me ask you a question, War Peace. How sure are you it's not some sort of propaganda someone put out there, making an Igbo name so that it will be some sort of Igbo agenda?
Okay, Dex, I can tell you authoritatively, I can give you 100 accounts. I've been to 100 shows in TikTok and Twitter, seeing people pushing for protest. I challenge them. I go there to challenge them, to even lecture them about this. Sometimes they kick me out of some forum. Sometimes I don't listen. Sometimes they just let me talk. I'm okay, let this man talk and go your way. And now look at it now. This is what I did 2 weeks ago. Now it's playing out right now. They will label you, just like name the dog a bad name, so that you're able to kill it. Some people, Samantha is looking for death, but to show to UN to make his political statement. Like I told you, Nigeria is not a fair place. Don't you know Samantha is going to infiltrate that protest, like it or not? We don't even think about that. Undumi and the FS Kaba and the Oya Kaba and the Mike Kaba, I don't know they will make a protest and make a statement through this. I'm not saying the government is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we don't need to protest. I don't understand why you're going to protest. You give me the government 1 month ahead. Who does that? 1 month ahead? Nigeria Constitution, you don't need the permission to protest. You just need to notify the government.
It's an empty head like Sowore that does it. It will tell you that the revolution will not be televised, but then he will write a letter to say he wants to protest. The guy is so dumb.
I don't get it. In Japan, they protest every day. In America, if there's no protest in America in a day, America will cease to exist. In democracy, protest is the twin sister in democracy. There must be protest. All they need to do is to notify the government. Some countries 6 hours, some countries 12 hours, some countries 24 hours. I think we have 24 hours. It's either verbal or letter. That's it. You don't need the approval. They created squares and other. Sorry, these traffic people.
You better dodge. No, you identify. Look at this.
No. This one is that ambulance. Somebody already sent. So let me go ahead. So you see, this is the thing. My king make a statement. Look at this statement he made out. He did not say he should not protest. He just said, please give the president, the government a little time to see his policy to work out. He did not say don't protest. The people are now on social media abusing themselves. That's already divided Benin into two. Some people say they're not going to protest. Some people say they're going to protest. It's not telling them to protest. If you look like, go out there to protest. Meanwhile, the government wants to do his own. That one is propaganda is already everywhere. I'll tell you a little propaganda. We were talking about the idea of a market in Edo State. How do you think that kind of thing will happen? In the wildest dream, it cannot happen. But you know that was a political move from the government in the government of Obaseki, which always
if it cannot happen, then why are the people in Benin panicking?
No, nobody's panicking. That's what you don't even get it. This is what it is.
They were on the streets crying. Now I have the tape.
No, yes, I have the tape. Let me tell you what's going on. Obaseki has always enjoyed political sympathy right from day one. If you notice how he came in 2020, that Nigerian be Lagos, it was a political sympathy that make him win. Everybody right around that's like what's going on now. Now they're trying to whip up that party again. Oh, Lagos person want to tell us how to run the market. Can't you get it? That woman is Obaseki Blackie Ogiane. Everybody knows her now. It's Obaseki right hand woman, political woman. She's the head of market now. Obaseki put her there. So she's bringing that one up now. Oh, where did they say? Where did the publication? Where's the publication from Folashade? That cannot happen. But that's just political sentiment to whip up sympathy for PDP.
What do you mean that cannot? What do you mean that cannot happen? Folashade hold on. Folashade is the Iyaloja of Nigeria.
Where did they coronate her? Where did they coronate her?
Which gives her over? It gives her oversight over. She can appoint an Iyaloja for Edo. Why not?
Don't fall for that.
The Edo market comes under her authority.
No, it doesn't fall under nothing.
The Iyaloja of Lagos.
Just Lagos. Simple. Can't do that in Ibadan. Can't do that in Ogun. It does not happen. Actually, market actually belongs to the kings. That's why it's under local government. She cannot. It's not going to happen. You don't tell tell Ogbeni now. Ogbeni will laugh. Like, go to the Nigeria Constitution. Market is under local government, and local government working hand with the king. Don't you know the king actually collect the chocolate in the market?
Maybe you missed it, but when shortly after Tinubu came into situation, I think Larry can confirm it. The daughter became the Iyaloja of Nigeria.
Like that, one man.
And then the Edo market comes under her authority.
One man.
One man is being mischievous. Don't mind one man.
I know, but
one man, show me where they coronate her.
It cannot happen.
Claim Iyaloja of Nigeria.
It cannot happen. But I understand one man. But the bigger point is that this is how people whip up propaganda. Election season. That cannot happen. Any sample? Did you see the match of the last month at 6 hours? Nobody took it up now. If it was really authentic, you see that Benin Sabas would have caught fire. But nobody took it up. We know it's politics. They're looking for sentiment, a cheap way to get into power again for the third time. Only God will know. But let me go back to so that not derail. This protest, this very one, is already hijacked. Believe it or not. My Igbo brothers, right from day one, I was talking to some people yesterday. I said, man, you guys are good in commerce, but sometimes there's some certain things that is not in your field to handle. You don't have the capability. Not that you're not able, but you don't have the capability. You are dealing with a very experienced people. This is their territory. You go tell a government you want to sabotage this government, and you'll be looking at you. Who does that? Process is supposed to be surprising. A day two, you talk and you come out. You plan secretly, you come out a day two, you protest. You give 1 month, you are talking about, I'm not worried about my Igbo brothers. Have you guys gone to the Arewa spot in TikTok? Ians actually controls TikTok. Why Igbos control Twitter, the video people in Facebook. You go to TikTok, Jesus Christ. You see the way these people are pushing the protest. Now they are pushing the protest to use our own Igbo brothers in the South to trigger that protest. Why didn't they start their protest? I asked one of the guy, something Alo Rufai, when I went to the show. So why are you waiting for first? Is there any difference between you start protesting today in the North? Is there any difference on that very day or on the first? What's the difference? So you are waiting for people to start.
After all, they always start their protest on June.
Yeah,
every Friday service.
I told him, I said, you people use bike to protest against Buhari to land in Kano. Bike. And nothing happened. Now you are waiting for on the first. Like what? Is it Ramadan day that they have to look at the moon and announce, okay, the moon is out, start protesting. But you people want to trigger our brothers in the South. You know our brothers in the South will always fall for it. Then when our brothers in the South start protesting, then you guys start it up and I say, oh, we didn't start it. Start it from the North. Buhari was there. You guys protest one day. Now suddenly everybody start protesting. Of course we need to protest. There's hunger in the land. There's so many things to protest for. But just see the spot for a little bit. The government will always make mistake. This government they spend, how do I say? I don't know. These people, they always make the same mistake. They'll make one mistake that's so organic that everyone will come out at the same time, protest in your own state, in your own region. That will make sense. But right now, Atiku wants to make statements. Joe Biden wants to make statements. Now there's so many propaganda in the air. We don't know which is true or which is not true. Now they have labeled against for it. There are labels of people for it. We don't know who is true.
All right, bring it on.
Because of this point alone, we should shift the protest. Even though the protest happens to happen on the first, it will not make either it goes south or it will not prove the point they're trying to make, because people will be too careful not to fall so not to break the law, the protest will not would lose steam before 2 or 3 hours, able to go home, or people would hijack it and burn the country down, and they'll still blame the protester for doing nonsense. Well, one man, Dangote is a thief like the rest of the thieves. Let them keep exposing themselves. But Dangote, just as the thieves in Nigeria understood now that if they allow Dangote's refinery solely, Dangote will become a bigger thief. So they should come to a point that they can at least have a common ground, share 50-50, so that the common people will not suffer too much. That's how I say it, because we, the common people, don't have any say or a voice in oil cartel business. That is for the oil cartel, is for the higher folks. There are 3 things that used to unite people in the world. First is American Football Club. Second is first is American Football Club. Second is English Football League. And third are people that have refinery. Go check it. People that own refinery in the world, those are the world leaders that decide that are shaping the world economy. In America, for you to own a football club, or that's a football club, you must be among the top elite that decide what's going to happen in America. Same in England. So Dangote thinks he can just walk in. For more than 20 years, Dangote have been trying to buy a football club in London. What happened? He have been screened out all the time because it's not yet time. Because anybody that has a football club is already united.
He has not been screened
out. Already among the top league people that decide what happened in the world. So
when was that? I don't even know what you're talking about.
And I hope they can have a common ground so that the common people don't suffer too much. Mama, let me yield the floor for the next person. Thank you. Thank you for in the house. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I yield the floor.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Whoppies, don't go.
Thank you, Whoppies. One man. So where am I starting from?
Just so many topics. A lot of people querying that maybe they released Sowore too early for him now to be plotting a military coup against the civilian administration. So when they get him back, he's run away to America, of course, throwing missiles into the Nigerian space. So there is that. And then there's this thing coming from Reuters to tell us that Dangote is actually reselling the oil, the petroleum that is being maybe that is buying from the NNPC space back into the market rather than refining it. And there are about 4 or 5 sources telling that to Reuters. The fight between the Nigerian space and the British airspace carries on, while British Airways may be restricted from operating from Lagos. This is Festus Keyamo still fighting that good fight for Alan Oyema. As you know, Alan Oyema has been sent to Gatwick, which is somewhat of a second-tier airport. And he's saying then that if you have a frontline seat in our space, we should have a frontline seat in yours. The Northerners calling the NNPC and Dangote to sheathe swords, but what is their peculiar interest in that space for them to call for that? The police telling the anarchists to submit their name and address, but our 5 minutes monologue, Ajale Koko, then we move it round. Ajale Koko, can I not still hear me?
I was thinking, I didn't tell myself. Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, police called for people to submit their name, so that they can know who they are. They want to organize a protest. A young, obedient guy complied. He sent his name, and let's see how he's going to carry out the protest. So, but I've heard you, Larry, everybody bashing that guy, that he doesn't have right and this and that. Anyway, according to the video, I thought that he mentioned we Igbo own Lagos, but I think somebody corrected me that we Obedient own Lagos. So, Obedient are politicians. They are supporters of Obi in presidential campaign. And they are members of, some of them are members of Labour Party. So they do not have right to protest. They have the right to protest. So all this bashing from the right and left and name calling and all this tribal calling. I think it's not the right thing. We have to, if we want to have a country, we must run a country, by law, by the law of the land. The law of the land give us the right to protest. It doesn't matter whether it is political, organized protest, politically motivated, as you guys call it, or maybe trade union protest, or maybe student protest. Protest is protest. It doesn't matter. So all this propaganda and scaremongering that some of you have been doing, supporting these bad people that are governing Nigeria. I don't know why you guys are doing so. When Showore was calling on Nigerians, let's take to the street. Now you guys can just see it now that it's very important. When he was calling back then, a lot of people doesn't. Oh, he doesn't know how to play politics. Oh, it should be go and dig borehole every year. It should go and dobale for people. It should go and do this nation building. Patriotism doesn't require all of that. What it requires is follow the law. The law of Nigeria is clear. People in government, they have the most important responsibility, which is number one, security of life and property, and the welfare of the people. Which one have they done well? They fail in both responsibility. Security of life. Are Nigerians secured? No. Welfare of the people. What have you seen? Multidimensional poverty everywhere in Nigeria. So, look, the protests, I'm in 100%, 110% in support of the protests. People that want to protest should comply to the police request that they should submit their name, let the police know them, so that we're going to have a peaceful protest. I like the way that the police is handling this issue. That the head of police has shown maturity, has shown patriotism, professionalism rather, and is handling it well. It's not using harsh word. It's not saying all sort of rubbish. But you look at the military threatening us, saying some people want to topple the government. Who are the people that want to topple the government? Using scared-mongering, carrying out kind of scared-mongering campaign. Who, even if you have cell phone, can you hear Nigerian military? Are those the people that are going to protect the territorial integrity of the country? Even if you have phone, your life
it's going by the antecedents now.
Is in danger.
Yeah, but I tell you, Coco, it's going by the antecedents. We know that from memory and from the scars of Lagos, we know that these people are going to target middle class spaces. So it's one in the middle class that they want to attack them, the obedience.
Look, let me tell you, police are ready. The Inspector General of Police have assured Nigeria they're on standby. They're going to make sure that, yes, they will do their job professionally. That's what the police chief told Nigerians. So if they are ready and they have taken a good step by calling on people that want to protest, assuring them that they have the right to protest, but submit your name. We want to know you that want to be the organizer of the protest so that we can have communication and ensure that, yes, the protest is not hijacked by miscreants. So what is the fear again? What is the fear of the military? Why is Tinubu pushing out the military to come and threaten Nigerian people? Military doesn't have any responsibility in democracy to dabble into what is a civil matter, particularly even in the politics of the land. They don't have any role to play. Why are they trying to come into this?
Aja, let me just interject there. Aja, there is a doctrine in governance, even in NIPS, in Kuru, they call it aid to civil power. They are aid to civil power. That's authority. Put that in brackets. So when the police is inadequate, the military can be called in. It's part of governance.
They are not part of governance in democracy, sir.
They call it aid to civil. It's like you have a national guide.
They have no responsibility. As the national guide in America, in any time there is crisis anywhere, have they spoken? Have they
call them in?
They have never. When you call, you will see the people you will see speaking in any situation where there is crisis in any part of America, whether there is protest or burning or something like that, a riot, is the police chief of that city.
Are you saying they won't call them in, or they'll be seen and not spoken to? There are two things here. I don't understand what you're saying.
We live in this country. You know that when there is crisis in any city, it is the city chief. I mean the local government. What do they call them here? Is the
I know what you are saying, but I don't understand. Where you confuse me is, do they call them in or they don't call them in?
When they call them in to come and support the police, it's a different ballgame.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They should not speak. They should not talk.
I think Paddy wanted to come in. I think he wanted to chime in. Paddy.
They don't come in to threaten the people. The military is threatening Nigerian people, and you guys are not speaking up against this. They are the ones that want to take over the administration.
How are they threatening? They are admonishing good behavior. Where was the threat?
Have any military?
Oh man, where did you get all this English you use? When was the rascal?
Have you ever seen a military chief in Britain come out to speak to any?
It's a different space now.
Okay.
No, you can't be drawing. You can't be drawing parallels between Nigeria and Britain. But I think Paddy wanted to chime in a little bit.
Okay, let him come in.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him if he saw the video of Simon Ekpa when he said he's going to arm any of their insurgencies who will need ammunitions. The video came out some days ago, and the military came out today.
We played it here, yes.
Yeah, so you can't hear stuff like that and not expect that we're going to have our internal military who will come and give in some sort of support. Because even if they don't even do anything, they need to project that stress. And to your point, the Homeland Security at times have actually conducted some press briefings in America whenever there's been some sort of insurgency or conference. Something happened in Portland, even though the what's it called?
Homeland Security. Who in Homeland Security that spoke that you are referring to?
No, you're asking me the name of the person. You said they don't.
No, in military uniform. Or the head of Homeland Security. Is it not civilian that is the head of Homeland Security?
Yeah, but was the military person?
What are you talking about? In uniform?
Uniform or not? He's a military man now.
Uniform not in military. It's not a military man.
Yes, but it's the uniform.
Hold on, man. You guys stop this propaganda and all this lies.
Now I said
the guy in Homeland Security is a civilian man.
He can representing Homeland Security, yes.
What are you saying, woman?
Representing Homeland Security. Whether it's who is it representing?
Okay, that guy in uniform. Who does it represent?
The army. Who the guy? Okay. The civilian. Oh, hold on. The civilian representing Homeland Security. Who is it representing?
But one man, stop this joke. When you guys, let's be serious, man. When we are talking about a country that is going down, we got to get serious. Don't take it as a joke. It looks like you guys are just trying to play out a a fantabulous joke here, and you guys should stop it. Let's be serious. A lot of people are listening to us.
Actually, because it's not a joke. The Homeland Security were in Portland 2020.
That in charge of Homeland Security, a civilian appointed by the president.
It's a civilian. It's Mayorkas now.
Okay, let's leave. Let me move on. Let me move on.
Wait. No, before you move on, you know when I was talking, you really had some good time. Now, so let's even speak to this point that you're saying. It doesn't matter what the person wears. So the argument you made before was that the military was intimidating the civilians, and that there's no way in America that has happened. And I just give you a clear example. That
is a ridiculous example. No, that is a previous example. It's not an example. It doesn't correlate with what is happening in Nigeria.
No, the National Guard in US has more
The
power.
military is not in charge of Homeland Security in Nigeria. We have National Security Advisor to the president who is in charge of the Homeland Security. You got to stop this crap.
The apparatus we do in Nigeria is different from the apparatus we do in America.
Stop this crap. Stop this crap. National Security Advisor is in charge of Homeland Security in Nigeria. It should speak. If Nuru Ribadu that is speaking, I want to listen to him and we agree. Not a person in uniform
Did you hear what
that
he
should
said?
be in barrack.
The uniform should not intimidate you. Listen to
Oh,
what he
come
said.
on, man.
If you heard it on the radio, you would not feel the way you felt. It's not about the uniform, it's about what he said.
Oh,
What did he
okay,
say?
fine.
Did he sound like a
You
threat?
now like you like uniform now, right?
One
And a
man,
lot of
can I
people
interject a bit?
military now you like uniform. You see how hypocrisy in you guys because you want to support your own. It's just unfortunate, man. So let me move on. If you, I said you still want to say
Coco, can I just tell you something?
yes, say it.
Okay. Not that I'm supporting in a normal society. It's not something palatable to see the military involving in civil matters of such protests and all that. But the thing you should put into consideration is this. You see, the Nigerian people, let me just say, maybe the police, they've lost their stand in Nigeria. And the Nigerian people, they don't respect the police. So in that our society, they only like stay where they are supposed to be whenever they see the military. And when there is a protest, I don't think the military do all the arrangement. It's the police that normally does that. The military, I think they just stand by in case of any incasity. Thank you.
Okay, let me move away from there. It's just unfortunate that military can come and jump into civilian issue. I think Tinubu got it wrong right there. It shouldn't have done so. It should have let his the Nuru Ribadu, the National Security Officer, to come out and speak and tell us what where they stand in this protest that is upcoming. That I will accept that. Not military. I don't want to accept military. We are in democracy. Military have no role whatsoever in democracy. So I kick that by the side. So
now that you want to move to another topic, we've not had your view on this local government autonomy thing, particularly what Fayemi said today concerning it. I don't know whether you are aware about that.
What did Fayemi say, sir? What did he say?
He condemned it entirely. He said it's against federalism. That nowhere in the world, according to him, nowhere in the world that federal government will be controlling the state and also controlling local government autonomy, directly giving them money. I disagree with him. Waiting for my turn to speak again, but now you're on board and we've not had even your view originally. about the local government autonomy. So let's hear you now.
Thank you, sir. Adalekuku, give us just a couple of minutes on that, and then I want to get to the people who have not spoken yet, and then we'll open it up to a more wider conversation. All right, sir. You see, what Tinubu did on that local government autonomy, I think Nigerians should, what he did will go down in history. That is going to immortalize his name, whether we like it or not. Whether he succeed or fail or whatever happened to his administration. But on that local government autonomy that he did, I think what he has done is giving to the people at the grassroots level political power, economic power, financial power. Political power that people at the local government level can, now show interest in participating in politics, in, electing their real leader, person that will lead them, person that they know, and not the person that governor, not a man of the governor, but man of the people at the local government. So you are going to see politics at the local government,
Adalekuku, can I ask you a question?
Transforming, yes.
Can I ask you a question, sorry?
Yes, sir.
Which institution in Nigeria is responsible for conduct of local government elections?
I think it's State Electoral Commission that is doing it.
So if the state electoral commissions are still in charge of that election, would you say that practically that local governments are autonomous?
What is going to what we are expecting now, and the move that the assembly is making now, is to make INEC to organize that, to organize and conduct local government election. And INEC chairman, I think it came out today.
But that's not yet in our laws, It's not.
Hey, that is what they want to do. That is what they want to do. So don't let us go back.
I'm saying that as of today, the only thing the government of today has succeeded in doing is just one aspect of the local government, which is
and the other aspect is being addressed. It's past second reading. They are going to they are not even giving it to INEC. I think they are going to subset it of INEC, but they are removing it from the state governors. I think you are aware. Are you not, Saki? All right, back to you. Saki is now here. Okay, so I think he muted himself for a moment. Oh, okay. So what Tinubu has done, he has given the political power to the people to govern themselves in the best way they like. That is good for them. So what you are going to see, you will see the politics at the local government level transforming to participatory politics. People will come out at the local government to elect who they want as their councillor and their local government chairman. There's going to be stiff competition for local government election. So you are going to see a situation where it is not going to be one.
You are right. Akwa Ibom commissioner today resigned to contest local government chairmanship.
Okay.
Can you imagine a commissioner resigned today?
Yeah, because you see the power is coming to the local government. The power, the political power is being given to them. The economic power is being given to them, and the financial power. And let me tell you this, because they don't have that control by the state, by the constitution now, they don't have no more control over the local government. You are going to see a pushback from local government chairman against the governor. Any governor that want to
try to manipulate or do some wayo against some.
No, they don't have immunity. They don't have immunity. So we can catch them anywhere and put them for
No, what I'm saying, forget about the immunity. The governor cannot remove him. That is it now. By this law, the governor cannot wake up and say, I'm removing you. They don't have, because they don't have their autonomy on their own. They are either be removed by their councillors, overwhelming majority of the councillors that constitute the assembly at the local government level, or through ballot box. So that is you are going to see a stiff contest at the local government, because people want to take, take over. I mean, what am I trying to say? People want to take back their political power at the local government. So on the economic front, you're going to see local government managing the affairs of their local government to the economic well-being of their people. Look, let me tell you, a lot of the function of the local government are what the state are doing. A lot of their function is what the state are performing. A lot of their responsibility are what the governors are performing. Look, when it comes to creating a management of park, is local government responsibility. So this power that the governor has been enjoying, appointing people at one park and this and that, is going to end. So local government autonomy is giving them to do their job in accordance. So the creating of cemetery and management of cemetery is their job. The collection of refuse and refuse management is the job of local government. It's not even the job of the state. Tenement rate is the job of the local government to collect revenue. There are a lot of responsibility that local government carries out that have been hijacked by the state. So this is going to stop. And when it comes to financial, their money cannot be taken over by the state again. So they have the money to run their local government, and everybody will get involved. They want to know how that money is spent, because it doesn't have autonomy. I mean, it doesn't have immunity. If it's still the people's money, people will know. Some of the
all right, a couple more minutes, Ajane Koko.
Yeah, some of the councillor that does not agree with him will raise alarm, and you see. So what we are going to see, if Nigerians know what they are doing now, it is time for Nigerians to go to their local government and run it the way they like, to the best interest of their people. And if we have it across the country, if they succeed, if local government is run successfully across the country, then you are going to start seeing a country that is functioning, a country that is working again. So that is on the local government. So one man, let me round it up by saying, look, Dangote and the federal government, they are going to settle it. What Ruta is coming out with, I don't believe Ruta should substantiate their fact. What they are doing is a conspiracy, it's a gang up against democracy. Against Dangote to fail. We are seeing what they did with Nyema. They wanted Nyema to fail. But you see that guy, Keyamo, not stopping is not backing down. Rather, he stood firm, fighting for Onyema, and fighting for Onyema is fighting for Nigeria. So Nigerians, I believe they are fighting for Dangote. This is beyond Dangote. This is Nigeria. So the assembly have taken it up, and I think they're on the side of Dangote, and they have done well because that is a fight for Nigeria and they have recommended for the removal of the guy that make such ridiculous statement that Dangote is making ridiculous statement. One man, do you know that if the chairman or the boss of the regulatory body make such a statement in United States against such organization, what do you think will happen to the stock of that organization? The stock will come down from the top to the lowest. It will fall, and that company will collapse. And that is what they are trying to do.
Baba John Lekoko.
And you see that guy fighting up. It's because he knew that, look, these people are out to kill me. Investor will not come to invest in that company. And he wants to make it a public organization. How will the money come? How will the investor come to invest there when they said it's producing inferior product? That cannot happen in the United States. If it happens in the United States, if a regulator said it's producing, the stock market, the stock of that organization will go down to zero, and that could possibly bring the end of that organization.
Baba,
that is what that guy was trying to do.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Larry.
Yeah, let me just support what you said. As of today, the market capitalization of Dangote fell by 1.2 trillion naira.
Shut on.
No, that was Dangote Cement, not Dangote Refinery.
Yeah, that's because Dangote Refinery is not in the market.
Even with Dangote
Refinery in the market,
he wrapped around everything. He wrapped around everything Dangote. That statement wrapped around not only the refinery, everything Dangote. Can you look at that? 1.3 trillion. That is investors to be scared to come and invest in such country. And that is what they have done. They're making it scary for investors to come and invest in Nigeria. And it's very, very scary. Even people like us that have small business, we are scared. We don't want to invest because we've done some little things there that it used to work well in the past. We used to make money doing business between here and home before, but we can't do it again. It's scary.
All right.
Woman, thank you for giving me that little time. I appreciate it. And
all right,
Larry, thank you for sharing that information. 1.3 trillion.
No, that's somewhat of a misleading information anyway, because it has nothing to do with the refinery. It's the cement company that took and it will bounce back in the next cycle. So it's
One man. Dangote is a group, right? And in terms of markets, Dangote Refinery is currently not in the market. And you know how investors, the basic thing about, if you understand the stock market very well, and which I think you do, the main thing that drives the stock market is information, right? Because number one, what are investors looking at? They are looking at Dangote being illiquid. They are looking at possibility of Dangote not having enough resources to invest in other aspects of that business. Then as an investor, I want to be sure that am I doing the right thing if I still keep Dangote shares? I would rather want to sell or deplete some of them, which means that at the end of the day, it's going to have there's going to be more supply of Dangote shares in the market, and which would definitely lead into reduction in the capital value of whatsoever. So had it been Dangote refineries in the market, hopefully you know what will happen. But the fact that Dangote refinery is not really in the market, people will definitely go by what is exactly in the market, particularly that belongs to that group.
Larry.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah,
but Larry, if you're aware, this is not
This is Dangote's act himself. When the CEO of a company constantly comes to the news to
I don't even is Dangote's act.
Yeah.
I'm just saying to kind of like
Right.
support what Baba said, right?
Right.
Which is the normal thing. Even if you're an investor in Dangote Refinery or probably Dangote Group, today you definitely be analyzing your investment to see if you really want to keep it or probably you want to sell.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So Saki takes the floor. You already know what we're talking about, Saki. So the floor is yours now, and the steering of it is in the hands of Thomas, acknowledging the super chatters out there. So that's out there right there, otherwise known as Paddy on the screen. So thank you, out there, Paddy. So that's out there. That's Isaac Ojo right there, otherwise known as Isaac Black on the screen. So thank you, Isaac. That's Kulata right there, just passing by. That's DOG, one of the founding members of this platform. That's Ayo, of course, the sugar daddy of the platform. That's Kulata still doing as it does. That's a Chioma speaking to one thing or the other via that portal. So thank you to those. The space still open. Anybody that wants to join that, the cool kids, join the cool kids with the super chat. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll hand over to Thomas. For myself. I'm still in the background listening, but yeah. Do you want me to be around for your bit? All right, carry on. The floor is yours. You know the conversation. The obedient threatening fire and brimstone against Lagos. Dangote round tripping petroleum. Festus Keyamo still riding as the Black Knight for Alan Oyema. And whatever else you are looking to. So the floor is yours. Saki, father.
Yeah, one man. How would you describe yourself when it comes to taking positions on issues?
Well, how would I describe what?
Yeah, would you describe yourself as somebody that is philosophically flexible or philosophically rigid in terms of taking positions on issues?
No, I describe myself as as flexible. I'd like to imagine.
I think having observed you for a very long time, I think I will go rather that one man is somebody that is philosophically rigid when it comes to taking positions. Even when spurious arguments are presented, you find it very, very difficult to shift your grounds.
No,
priority, yeah. And I'll give you
I have clarity of thought, and I'm not easily hoodwinked. Nobody is going to hoodwink me. I'm from Oyo laughing, but yeah.
I will give you an instance. Even from the first day they started talking about protest. In your frame of mind, you have already conjured up the image of an obedient protest.
Yes, because that is what it is.
And you have always stood on that ground to say that is what it is. That is an assertion that one cannot be very strong enough to make. You might have your views, you might have your thoughts, but I don't think characterizing the protest as obedient protest is the right frame of things to say, because
there's a build up to it. There's a build up to it. They've been agitating for it for a long time. The obedience. They've been agitating for a rage against that lost election for a long time.
You don't say they have been. Nigerians have been talking about hunger and other things for a very long time.
Yes.
Then if you say it is obedient protest, I think we should follow logic to make the conclusions rather than following sophistry to make the conclusions. And I'll ask you a very important question. For the past weeks, people have been talking about this protest and the organizers of the protest. Some people have been caught, even by DSS. Some police people have even invited people. How many among them are even from the South? Those people that the police got and said These are the people we have found, the people that they have arrested and released. Many of them, you know. How many of them have you seen that is even from the south? You know, I think that
have you ever lived in Lagos?
I've been to Lagos. I've been several times to Lagos.
But you've never have you ever lived in Yoruba land?
No. I've been to many places in Yoruba land.
All right. There's this culture in Yoruba land that when somebody is having a party and it looks like a big party, then you dress up very smartly and then you turn up, and because you're so well presented, you just walk in as though you were an invited guest. So in Yoruba land, we call that Mogbomo branch. So all those, all those people from the north, they heard that the obedience wants to have a period of anarchy, and they're just latching us their own satellite narratives onto it.
One man, I would rather say that even from the first day of 2021, 2022, building up to the election, you know, your views about the obedient has always been prejudiced, or rather jaundiced, you know. So no anything they talk about these issues now, you will want to blame it on the obedient. That's my view. That's what I mean. So I think it is based on some.
I think you're being a bit unkind to me there, Zaki.
No. That's it's not unkind. That's what I have observed, because you can't just come from the
would you say you are prejudiced against me? Are you the one exhibiting prejudice against your friend, one man?
No, that's not the issue. The issue is that from the first day you heard about the protest, you have already made the assertion, strong assertion, that it is obedient protest, even without digging deeper, going to the conversations, you know, seeing even how the people from the northern zone are talking about it, because they are talking about it so seriously from the northern zone today. And I want to believe that many people in the north, most of them in terms of politics, are not obedient. You know, so to say it is obedient protest, I think it is rather to say that Nigerians, people are talking about.
When was the idea of the protest birthed? Where was it initiated?
Anyway, I don't really know how it started. I wouldn't say it
came out of the Showre cusp, but who amplified it?
No, definitely
the obedience.
No, definitely.
And why? Because of a lost election.
No. Have you seen? You don't want me to talk now, so
no. Of course, the floor is yours now.
Yeah, Showore has always been talking about revolution now, protest, take it back movement. He has been talking about these issues. Even pro-Showore supporters I don't know whether you are too visible on Twitter. If you are too visible on Twitter, it will be very easy for you to analyze the trend, how these things have been happening over time. So they have been talking about it, this, that. But recently, different people started talking about protests. So it is something that even came out spontaneously before governments the media started making it a national conversation, and a lot of people started becoming aware of that, you know. But I wouldn't just come out, you know, in a very blanket form and say it is obedient protest. It is this, is that, you know. Then what I wanted to say,
Zaki Father.
Yeah.
You see, you guys, you obedient. I don't know why you guys so scared of being. Hold on.
Not even about being scared. It's
no,
not being about...
Hold on. I don't know why you guys doesn't even want to accept it that yes, we are carrying out this protest. Are you doing anything wrong against the law?
No, it's not issue of... No, so, my argument is not issue of whether it is right or wrong.
Yeah.
My argument is that things should be put in the right perspective. It doesn't matter whether we are talking about whether it is right or wrong now. What we are talking about is what is the genesis of the protest. You know, this is public interest journalism we are doing here. So let us educate the public rightly. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, so that's the point.
And also the first dog whistle that germinated the idea was a tweet actually put out by Obi in reference to the Kenyan protest. So if we really want to pare it back to its bare bones, it was still Obi that initiated it.
Is it Obi? Was Obi the first person that talked about the Kenyan protest?
What did he say on Kenya protest?
I can go and dig out the tweet, but the colorations.
Because
I'm about to leave, but the coloration of it was that this is an example of a reaction of citizenry pushing back against the government that doesn't favor them. And then it then mirrored that against the goings on in Nigeria, which then birthed the idea and cascaded to these days of anarchy that is being planned. Yeah.
Have you seen it? Ajanle Koko, in Obi's usual Twitter write-ups, one day he was writing and was talking about some happenings in Nigeria, giving some data, giving some statistics. Then in the process, in that very same tweet, he was trying to advise the people in power and tell them to pay attention to voice of reason, that the happenings in Kenya, you know, should be like a message to people in power to do the right things, you know, that things are not going on well, right? Something like that. So he was writing his usual element. So I don't see what is wrong. He was not even the only person that have advised the government on the.
It was a dog whistle. It was a dog whistle.
So why didn't you characterize other people that have also written it as dog whistling? Why
because Obi is the one that has been excessively aggressively agitated against against the Nigerian state.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, carry on.
Atiku wrote and said, for avoidance of
Zaki, please give me 1 sec. I'm not calling you out, but you are very fond of something. When somebody is speaking and you know that they are trying to hit you, you always talk over them. You will never let them finish their thoughts. No. When somebody is speaking, let me land. When somebody is speaking and you know that they are trying to win the argument over you, you will not let them land their comments. You do that always, my brother. No. Let people land their thoughts, then you counter them. You do that always, my brother. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, but we're not winning points, so we're establishing facts. Because that's the one thing I want us to move away from. There are no winners and losers. Is really to take the conversation and elevate it to a better understanding with the convergence of different points of view. But no, it is an Obi protest. Everybody knows that. And the reason is because he lost an election and he wants to burn down the country.
Atiku wrote and said, for avoidance of doubts, let me be clear. Protest is a fundamental human right. And every Nigerian citizen have rights to protest. The government's work is to protect them during protests, you know, and their voices should not be stifled. You know, Atiku wrote it. So how, since Atiku wrote this, have you come up here to say Atiku is doing it because he lost an election? Or Atiku is doing like dog whistling? Nobody has said that. So every citizen have right to, it's a fundamental right. You know, in a democracy, every citizen have right to protest. So I don't know why this. And again, let me ask you. There's a question I wanted to ask. I would have wanted to ask World Peace. You know, people keep on saying that it's going to be violent. It's going to be violent. How many?
World Peace is here. World Peace is here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. World Peace said some things I wanted to ask you. Number one, he was saying it's going to be violent. It was going to be violent. You know, how many protests in Nigeria has become violent? You know. People were
every single one. How many has not?
When Tinubu organized they
were tear gassed. They were tear gassed.
No. It's the police. This is not. You wouldn't say tear tear gassing is violent. Then you talk about NSAS. You listen to the interview that was granted by Femi Falana, who observed the NSAS. Yeah, Femi Falana, who observed.
Is that confetti? No, people were tear gas. He said that wasn't violent. Was that confetti?
No, it's just mild. You know, it's like those Indian powders that they do in their festivities.
I don't understand what you mean. Police came and started sending tear gas to people. It is usual thing police do to make sure that the protest is quenched, something like that. That doesn't suggest that people are damaging shops. People are damaging people's businesses. That was not what happened. Police in their usual element. Even if citizens come to protest now.
Who is phoning you, Saki? You have no friends. I'm your only friend, and I'm not calling you. Yeah, yes. So yeah, we all can carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we all can. I think you have a call coming in, though.
See you again, huh?
Yeah, because you have a call coming into your phone. We cannot hear you.
Well, I can't.
If you can hear me now, then the conversation is taking place. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Even if there is protest that is well organized in Abuja, we have seen many of these protests. People come to this fountain in Abuja. I don't know what it's called again. You remember that fountain where people normally come and do protests in Abuja? People come there, do their normal organized protests. You see some policemen in Nigeria going to use tear gas, chase them away. That does not suggest that the protest is going violent. You understand what I'm trying to say? You hear Femi Falana the other day when he was being interviewed about what happened during the NSAS. You know, Femi Falana even talked about that the people that even caused the violence was the people from the government. Femi Falana was saying it the other day. He was being interviewed either on channels or on Arise TV. He said that NSAS has always been very peaceful protest. Until
are you talking about Femi Showore's lawyer, Femi Falana?
I'm talking about Femi Falana. Femi Falana.
Is it not Showore's lawyer? Is it not Showore's lawyer?
One of the most respected legal mind in the South.
When did they become that? When did they become
Falana son participated in NSAS. He was a frontliner.
Yeah, he participated in it. He knew what happened. You know, so he came on interview. He was saying that the NSAS was a very peaceful protest. That it was peaceful all along until the government sponsored some people to come in and disorganize whatever was happening. You understand what I'm trying to say?
On what authority? On what authority is he saying that?
He has his documented. He was participated in it. He has done investigations about. He has even done some public interest litigations for the people that were affected during the NSAS. So he followed the process through. So most of us that were not there when the protest happened, you know, I think I will listen more to him that was on ground than we outside. Then again, World Peace was saying, I think the administration is really not doing the right things. In my view, you know, people have been talking about protests for the past 3 weeks. It's just like you have children and your children are crying that they are not happy with you, saying that they are going to protest, telling you 3 weeks ago that they will protest in 1 month time, you know, instead of you calling your children, sitting down to talk with them, you know, you leave them and started going back down, meeting their friends.
Which one of the children would they call? The headless? The protester has no leader, or the opposition man that wants to burn the country down. Which one of them?
Let me relate it to what I'm trying to say in effect.
You know, Tinubu is going to have a national broadcast sometime this week.
No, let me relate it to what I'm trying to say now. Nigerians have been talking about this protest on social media.
Yes.
The media has been covering it and it is gaining momentum.
And the government is engaging with the conversation.
No, let me finish that. And instead of Tinubu bringing out a day within these 3 weeks, so either to come out, but I'm not even telling him to come to Twitter to talk to Nigerians. What I'm saying is talk to Nigerians directly.
He has been.
Have a public chat where you are addressing Nigerians. Instead of doing that, he started meeting people that maybe he felt that those people mattered most than Nigerians who are talking about the protest.
He's in constant conversations with Nigerians.
No, which constant conversation? He was meeting.
Tinubu has been the most communicative president we've ever had.
You can't say that, you one man. You can't say
that.
Of
course, he has been.
Don't be biased. He's meeting. It's
the first president that actually responds to public feedback.
It's a lie. The only president since I have known democracy, the only president I would say that communicates to Nigeria is even Obasanjo, because Obasanjo even was having all these presidential forum where people come to ask him questions, But this one, you kept meeting sheikhs in the north, meeting meeting imams, meeting traditional rulers. I don't know whether he has even met religious leaders,
Yes, stakeholders, stakeholders in the country.
Are they the stakeholders in Nigeria? The stakeholders in Nigeria are Nigerian people. Address the youth.
They are community leaders.
Because people are now saying, people on Twitter, on social media are now saying that look at the Kenyan example. That even the president of Kenya... It's a different...
Kenya is just it's a tiny little country of no significance.
No, you can't say that. You have to learn from everybody. Don't say it is a small country. Otherwise, we shouldn't be learning from Singapore. We shouldn't be learning from...
No, we shouldn't be learning from Kenya. Kenya should be learning from us.
Kenya is a small country, yes. There are other small countries that we also learn from. You can't neglect them. Learn from examples. This thing has... Okay, now, why are they now saying they don't want to...
The example of Kenya is no example.
So why are they now
using... It's an example of how not to do it.
So why
how not to do it? That's the example.
Why are they now using Kenya as an example, as a reference to stop the protest?
It's because the obedience space are leveraging the Kenyan example to foment anarchy within the Nigeria. Yeah.
One man, the Kenyan president came to Twitter and addressed Kenyans.
Yeah, it's a different kind of funk now. It's a different kind of funk. We're not funky in the same way now. We're not funky in the same way.
I'm not even telling Tinubu to come to Twitter to address Nigerians. I'm telling him to let Nigeria see you publicly addressing them on this issue. Don't just be meeting these people you are meeting. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. 2 days after Rotus came to the X space to address Kenyans, it was 2 days after they started looting stores. It was 3 days after that they started shouting that he said E2 must go. So that Kenyan model has not worked.
No, it's a lie. It's a lie.
No,
it's a lie.
Okay,
I follow the Kenyan situation very well.
I was in the space when I
joined the space we are talking about.
Which day was it?
They started talking about Ruto must go. Before even Ruto addressed
the protest or Ruto must go.
The protest of Ruto must go started before he even addressed them. Let me tell you what it started. Let me tell you why it started. Let me tell you why it started.
Okay.
Let me tell you why it started. Remember that Ruto has had a media chat with some journalists even before coming to that space. There was about 3 journalists he had media chat about 2 hours before with. And in that very interview, the journalist was asking him that does he know the number of people that have died in this protest, And he was trying to dodge the question, trying to tell lies, in that presence. So the thing kept aggravating. The thing kept annoying more Kenyans. That it appears that the life of their people he doesn't even value the life of those people that died, something like that. And the Kenyans started shouting that Ruto must go. And the thing started on social media, Ruto must go, Ruto must go, Ruto must go, before he even came to address them on Twitter, But that one apart, there was a question World Peace asked. World Peace said that these protests they are trying to do, that even if they do it, it won't achieve anything. Something like that. Let me tell you, protest is very important. Do you know that the mere announcement of this protest for these past 3 weeks, do you know that this present government has taken some swift measures recently? Within the last 3 days, they have taken some measures I didn't know that they could have been taken before. And I can
they didn't take any measures that wasn't in the. I know you want to talk about the Southeast Development Commission they didn't take any measures that was not already in the pipeline.
No, let me tell you the measures they took, even today.
Okay.
You know, today, they announced that the government is releasing 110 billion naira, you know, for the youth preneurs, like youth entrepreneurs, that they have opened it now. It's a fund that they release for the youth.
That was in the pipeline.
To start applying. Let me tell you another thing. The federal government released, they released fund. They said they have started it from Jigawa State. That they sent like 150,000 naira for small businesses in Jigawa. They started it from Jigawa recently.
Yeah, but hold on. Jigawa is not the epicenter of the thing now. So if we're saying
where is the
epicenter is the southeast, not so much the obedient space and the southeast and the southwest and the south.
You keep presenting this false narrative. You know, you are not on Twitter. You are not on Twitter. I will be in the best position to tell you where this noise is coming more from. You may even be surprised that if this protest starts today, it might not even be. You may not even see it seriously in the southern region. You may even be surprised at the end of the day. I think that is when you will understand what I'm trying to tell you. You know, so forget this narrative of is coming from Igbo space or southeast and southwest space. You know, you don't know where it is coming from. I am more present on those decentralized social media, you know, and I'm using them very well. I go to spaces, I hear what people are saying. You know, there is a space I even want you to come that is organized by Northerners who are preparing for this protest. That space is called Rant Headquarters. I think they do it every Wednesday and Saturday or thereabout. I think they might even have that space tomorrow. You know, just join that space. It is fully Northerners talking about on that very space. It is called Rant Headquarters. So this issue of it is this, it is that, I don't believe that. You know, so I think the government should can you hear me again? I can't hear anybody.
No, we cannot hear you. We're in rapt attention.
Okay. So try and join that space. Or I don't know whether you're on Twitter. I would have just followed you and sent
I am on Twitter. You know, I stream to Twitter, but I'm not sure I'm streaming to the right spaces on Twitter because you only ever get about 10 people or something watching us.
You can drop your handle. I will follow you, send you their link so that you can follow them. I think they normally organize that space every Wednesdays, and since they started talking about this protest, you know, it was on that space I even know what they call protest in Hausa land. They call it Zanga Zanga, something like that. You know, it was through those kind of spaces that I started hearing people shouting Zanga Zanga. Yeah, at the time they started shouting it, I don't know what it means. I asked one of them, what's the meaning of Zanga Zanga? They said if they tell me Zanga Zanga, I should respond something dole, something like that. That it is the word for maybe protesting in their language, something like that. So I think the government should just not stop threatening Nigerians and focus on addressing those issues. Today I was even annoyed. Look at this senator from Southeast.
Zaki Fada.
Yeah.
What of you know, some Yorubas that are pushing back against the Northerner, that for 8 years of Buhari that failed the country.
Yes, where was the Zanga Zanga then? Where was the Zanga Zanga?
Failed even them, the Northerner, the most.
Yeah.
Because look, let me tell you.
I know what you are asking.
Hold on. You don't let me land. We have 133 million Nigerians that are considered as, you know, living in multidimensional poverty. About 100 plus of them are from the north.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
The insecurity ravaged the North, eliminated a lot of people, millions of people.
Yeah.
Where were they? Where was their protest? Because this is what some Yorubas are now saying, pushing back against them. That this man spent the whole of 8 years, damaged the economy, destroyed the financial base of that country. The insecurity became very unbearable. Where were
even
they?
The IDP camp.
Even the IDP camp increases under Buhari for his 8 years in power. So where were they? So do you think that the Yoruba people that are pushing against them, do you think they have a point right there that why now that our own son is there, not more than a year, and you people are saying you want to carry out a massive project that we never seen in the history of that country, in that part of that country particularly? Do you think that Yoruba that are saying that a hidden agenda, there's they have ulterior motive behind it? Do you think they have a point, or what's your position on that?
All right, so, Saki, let me bail out as the conversation carries on. I thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Ajaluku, I'll answer you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. So the question you should ask: the Yoruba people have always said that they are the most educated.
Sorry, Saki. Thomas. Larry is after Saki. But don't keep him waiting for too long. But let the conversation carry on. Sorry, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you, man. Yeah. Yeah, make it snappy. Then we can go to other people. Thank you.
Yeah. So the Yoruba people have always said that they are the most educated tribe in Nigeria. You know,
we didn't say it though. Data said it, and statistics. We didn't claim it. Just putting it out there. It wasn't a self-claim. It was data.
Okay, data said it. Okay, data said it, and people have been talking about it, that they are the most educated tribe in Nigeria, right? And I believe that one of the things, the word education came from the Latin word educare, to drive out ignorance. You go to the northern space, you know, these people, many of them are not educated, right? And it was very, very easy for their religious leaders and their traditional rulers, you know, to manipulate them. They hear them. But in Yoruba setting, a Yoruba man that is educated, you can't easily manipulate such persons. So I'm giving you an instance now. In the past, their preachers have always told them that protest is haram. Protest is haram. And they listen to these things their preachers tell them on Fridays, that protest is haram. You know, that they might cite one place, you know, and say, this is what the Holy Quran said, don't engage in protest. So over the years, these people have been captured in terms of mentally, because they don't have that ability to discern. Remember, the majority of them they have the highest number of illiteracy in Nigeria. You know, so why you are still blaming them for not protesting during that administration? It could also be that maybe some of those of them have started waking up. Like we have started seeing some new northern influencers right now who come to the social media, and people are telling them, are addressing these new northern influencers who now go to these same people, you know, that their imams have always manipulated over the years to give them the right message, to start telling them now that forget this things Imam have been telling you people over these years, that we were ignorant before, but we have known that these are manipulations. You understand what I'm trying to say, in effect? So you can't compare these two spaces, you know.
How very convenient for them. After 8 years, they now woke up all of a sudden.
No, it's possible.
Wise to the uses of
Baba,
social
please
media.
wait. Baba, please wait. Yes. You know, you are a Yoruba man. Yeah. So if you answer him, we look biased. You know, all this time they've been teaching them in their Quran or whatever that protest is whatever you call it. So when Tinubu now came, a Yoruba man now came, they now stopped teaching them. Is that what you are telling us?
No, that's
Come, let me just tell you. From the people looking at Nigeria from outside, those that are not in this circle of Wazobia. No, just listen. It's just, I'm going to cut it off. Those people that are not from this circle of Wazobia, the people that are causing problem in Nigeria is the northerner and the easterner. These are the people causing problems in Nigeria. That is what we see every day.
You can't substantiate that. You can't substantiate that argument. You can't substantiate that argument. And since you have called the Southeast, I will take an exception. You know, can you tell me one thing that the Southeast has not been blamed for in Nigeria? Even if the Southeast are saying that they will not protest, people will still be blaming them. Even if some of them say they are going to protest, they will say it is Igbo protest. Tell me one thing that
brother, sorry, I'm not talking about the protest. I'm talking about the generality of the problem of Nigeria. Now, the only problem, listen first, the only problem the Yorubas have is this Igbo thing. What do you call that man? The one you said came out and said, Mama, so, don't vote. What's his name? This Agbero guy. Somebody remind me, please. Yoruba man, remind me. These are irrelevant things. These are the only thing I hear from there. But the serious issue, I hear it from the north. They disorganize Nigeria. The east, they disorganize Nigeria with their nonsense. So, my brother, if you are from the east, if you are from the north, don't judge. Don't come here and begin to judge and say you are the people, the northerner and the easterner. They are the problem of Nigeria.
So how has the east disorganized Nigeria?
This what do you call it? Samuel Ekpa, the Kanu that is in jail right now, the army you are setting up there in the bush, all this insecurity, Davido cannot do wedding in the east, so many things.
Is it what you were told or what you know?
It's not what I was told, it's what it is.
What you know or what you were told?
What I know, what it is, and you don't need to tell me now. You don't need to tell me. Did Davido go to the east to do his wedding?
So now, did who?
Davido, did he go to the east to do his wedding?
Davido is a Nigerian. He has option of choosing where he wants to do his wedding.
No, your custom and tradition is supposed to go to the father of a Choma to go and ask her hand in marriage.
Our custom says you have to go to the family you are marrying to pay their bride price. Our custom.
All I'm saying is that anybody from the east, anybody from the north has no moral right to come and be talking to any other person that is in that Wazobia or outside Wazobia. These two people, these northerners, these easterners, you people should go and do meeting. Go and meet yourselves. Settle whatever it is and let peace be in Nigeria. Please, we are tired.
Okay, yeah. What I've been able to understand now is that protests have suddenly become haram in Nigeria. That is what I'm trying to understand from all the arguments in this within this sphere of the political environment. Protests as of today is now haram in Nigeria. That is what I've heard. You know, so because you have just been able to equate Southeast as if Southeast is Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa is a representation of what the Southeast is. You know, so please, it's very wrong to generalize that assertions.
Who is that person selling T-shirt? Who is that person selling T-shirt for 6,000? They said they want to do a protest. He's selling T-shirt in 6,000. Why is he trying to make money out of everything you want to make money out of it? Why?
I don't know the person that is selling T-shirts, so people should.
I believe it's somebody from the East selling those T-shirts for 6,000.
So address the person as a person. Don't address his tribe. Address the person as an individual. Don't address his tribe. Don't just say because this person is from Southeast, then this is what Southeast represents. It's like saying because somebody from the Southwest is doing so and so thing, therefore this is how Southwest was.
Thank you for that. But you've come here to tell us today that the entire people, the people in the North, are agitated. They are actually going to protest. In fact, you came to tell us how you learned a word called Zaga Zaga or something, because people in the North. But hold on, but what you've done is to go to an X Space and had a few people speak about their interest. The same way you went to X Space to hear the area WhatsApp things. We have people like Comrade, which on the obedience side. We have Grandmaster on the obedience side. We have Ex-Seminarian on the obedience side as well too. We have what's this girl's name? Something Omar Therapy. So we have quite a number of them to open rooms every day, galvanizing people.
Can I call you about 10 Yoruba people who are also opening spaces talking about the protest?
Yes, even like I can name them. There's even
can I name like about 10 of them for you?
There's Timi. So yes, difference. So the difference between you and I is that I am not exonerating the Yorubas. I'm speaking to the space. AAC, opposition, PDP, opposition, obedience, opposition. But what you are doing is to say this tribe is not part of the problem. And I think that's where, in fact, that's like the issue that I had at the very beginning of the show.
What I'm saying is that the guy that just talked, he just came here and said that any problem that is happening in Nigeria today, that there are only two tribes causing the problem. He mentioned the North and he mentioned the East. That is a wrong generalization.
But you know why? Because when you've been speaking, while you've been speaking, right, you've been speaking not to the parties, you've been speaking to the tribes. When you started speaking, in fact, your first thing
I was trying to correct one man. I was trying to correct one man. One man was the very first person that said that this protest is coming mostly from the Eastern region.
Yes. No. One man is the most altruistic person on this show. One man has clearly called the obedience space.
It's mostly from East.
No. One man says the obedience. In fact, he said it too many times. In fact, when I spoke, I had to tell one man, is it that you don't know that today, as of today, once you mention obedience, people will say you said Igbo. One man has been mentioning obedience over. In fact, I have on my mobile phone, I can play back to you.
After just replay this thing. Replay it.
Okay. When I find it again, I'll interject you and I'll put the phone close to my iPad, and then you listen to it yourself. Where one man clearly said obedient, not Igbo.
Replace it afterwards. Replace it afterwards. So it will not just look at this man. What do we call it? This senator from the Southeast. That's one of the most ridiculous things I've had. He has already gone for vacation. He's abroad making videos, telling Nigerians, we understand, but don't. He's abroad though, making that very video. A senator in Nigeria who is supposed to be in Nigeria today addressing these issues was abroad making videos where he has gone on vacation, telling Nigerians who are angry not to protest.
Zaki Father, sometimes when you obedience speak, you just throw people off guard. As a senator in Nigeria, does he not have any rights to go anywhere he wants to have his vacation?
He has right to go anywhere he wants to go.
But why you hold on, please? That's what I'm saying. You will not let me land before you let me land, please. As a senator, as human being, as anybody citizen in Nigeria, you have the right to go anywhere in the world to have your holiday, and you can respond from anywhere you are. What is the problem What is the problem with you being in abroad?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
No, you don't answer my question. You are still asking me a question. Answer my question.
There is no problem, but there is no problem, but there is a problem. And let me not answer.
Yeah. Let me hear what's the problem.
Okay, imagine that you, Thomas, your children are crying that they have not.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I hate all these.
No, I'll answer it now.
You are not answering my question. No. You are still going. No. Thank you, Father. Okay, I know you. You are a very smart guy. You will never answer questions straight.
The reason it is wrong. The reason is wrong at this point.
Thomas, please, can you give me a second? Just a second. And I'll be gone with you.
Zaki Father, one sec. I think Enigmatic wants to put something in.
If Enigmatic wants to attack me, let me
Enigmatic, hold on,
please. Go because of me.
If you want to go, bye. Thank you so much.
Let me go.
Yeah, bye. If you want, I'm not.
Why will he attack you? Why
Thomas, let hold on, everybody, please. If Zaki Father said,
come on now.
Hold on now.
Somebody said he wants to interject. He said you want to attack.
I don't even want to talk about him. It just that he has heard my voice, and because of his
and he's scared of your voice.
Everybody calm down.
Come on now.
He needs to grow up, man.
Hold on now. He's not saying anything. He's not switching anything against anybody. Thomas threw a question to him. Why not let him answer that question, and then Enigmatic can then come in after them with his own this thing.
It's not even a question. I just have maybe 2 minutes.
Okay. Zaki Father, let him add question to that that of Thomas, so that you can answer both together.
Okay. Once again, for corrections, right? For clarification, I'm not adding any questions. I just want to say something real quick. And it's about when we speak about Nigeria sometimes, I always try to say, and I always tell all of us to basically clarify what type of Nigerians we are speaking to, or the type of Nigerians we are talking about. We know we have Nigerians that pretend to be Nigerians. We have Nigerians that are actually patriotic, and we have Nigerians that we can consider basically apostate Nigerians. They are in between. Those are the type of Nigerians that will go to certain platform like Kenya platform, and then they wish Nigeria evil because they lose elections. Election that was not really meant for them to win. That with all the indices and the metrics, they can never win it. And when you still see them after a year, more than a year after the election, even regardless of how old they are, how many elections they've actually witnessed in their entire lives, right? And they are still telling you that they won the election. So those type of individuals, right? You consider them always being delusory and always, having this, beguiling type of attitude, not to understand the fact that Nigerians can see through the leanings of their writings, that they will never change from who they are. They are anarchists, and they will never be anything less than, people of no placating rhetorics than anything evil for Nigeria. Who doesn't know?
Showore is anarchist.
What?
Showore is anarchist.
I know you guys want to push everything to Showore today, but the point is that
they are running for their head now. Everything is Showore.
Yeah, everything is Showore now. It's Showore.
I'm calling the people, part of the people that are talking about protest.
Well, like I said, you are the one. You are the one who is trying to.
Anarchist.
You are the one who is trying to. You are the one who is trying to categorize and then classify. Because you will say Enigmatic is talking about you, and you will say he's talking about Southeast.
Atiku is anarchist.
Okay? So when you look at the anarchists, we know them among us, right? When you look at the delusion of the grandeur of the set of people who will never let an election go that they lost, we know them already. We know the people that they want evil, that they want Nigeria burnt to the ground. But because of Sowore has taken a position now, the Sowore that they actually viciously hate.
Because in the election, enigmatic. They nearly killed that guy on internet.
I'm telling
because
you,
they want to go to
because of his opposition to their P2B. All of a sudden, they are referencing to Sowore now to be their messiah now, to be their messiah, to be their torchbearer, to be the person who is showing them the way to a protest. Okay.
2 minutes has passed.
So when you look at all this type of silliness and all this kind of cavalier attitude of these old men, you will shake your head and say, when the old men among them are acting this silly, right? What do you expect of the teenagers among them? And I'll drop it like that. So I'm not speaking to anybody. I'm just speaking to the apostate individuals that shouldn't come to any platform and be pretending as if we don't know what they are doing. Thank you.
Yeah, and imagine Zakifa, you said you don't want to have conversation on the enigmatic.
No, I wanted to tell Enigmatic something. Enigmatic, you know, I used to see you. I used to see you on Twitter Spaces when you talk. I used to see you when you talk, and I used to listen to the words that come out of your mouth. You know, it is really, 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 really surprising. Let me put it that way.
Are you trying to tell us that what he says on the Twitter is different from? Is he a different?
Enigmatic is a different.
Is it different from
a different human being
on Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter than here. I'm telling you. I used to listen to him. I used to see him make comments. You know, and well, it's surprising the kind of comments that really come out of his mouth on Twitter. You know?
Zaki, please run it off in 1 minute. Yeah, we have to go to Paddy.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, Thomas, I wanted to answer your question, but you wanted me to answer it somehow. You know, Ojo Zokalo at this point in time, you know, is supposed to be in Nigeria, you know, showing empathy. But Ojo Zokalo is abroad enjoying, making videos. When Nigerians are saying that they are hungry, they are coming out to protest, this, that, the government is not doing well, they are hungry, and you are making videos in a lavish style, telling the same Nigerians who are annoyed from that place you are, showing off where you are, telling them not to protest. Please don't protest too. Why Nigerians are seeing you that you just looted their money and you are just enjoying outside, telling them not to protest? And how do you want them to feel? And you say it is good at this time? You know, there's what we call optics. Optics is part of governance. You know, World Peace is saying that they should give the government more time. Allow them more. The important question is, the senators that took 140 million naira to buy vehicles, did they need more time to do that? Did they ask for more? Did they ask to be given more time before they can do that? They did it immediately. When the presidential yacht, when they are talking about buying the presidential yacht, did they have more time for that? When they are talking about presidential buying another presidential jet, did they ask for more time? You know, but now Nigerians are saying we are not happy with what is happening, and suddenly people are saying, hey, they should give them more time, and you are lavishing resources, telling Nigerians, asking Nigerians for more time. That is hypocritical. There's what we call optics in governance, and they should learn the art of optics. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaki Father. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, everybody has the opinion. They have the right to their opinion. Thank you. Yeah, Paddy. You have Paddy or Larry? Which one wants to go first?
Larry. Let Larry go.
Larry. Oh, yes. Do we have Larry? I don't think so.
Okay, right there. So let me just go.
Yeah, Larry is here. Larry, how are you, bro?
Mr. Thomas, how are you?
My bro, I salute you. I did humble.
How is Australia?
Australia. Now, the rain don't start again. We did winter, so otutu look power me. Yeah, we go escape and see the heater, indoor heater here. I'm working in the garage, putting the heater on. Yeah, we will survive. Yeah, you know the topic. Yeah, let's go. What do you think about? Larry, are you not tired of speaking about this protest every day? We have been saying this almost going to 2 weeks now. Every day, I can't wait for that August 1st. Let it just come and go. Let's see what is going to happen. I'm thinking, like, if I have a power, like, fast forward the date to August 4th. Let's even see what they are capable of doing. Let's see what the police are capable of doing. Let's see what the army are capable, and the protesters as well. My brother, you have the floor.
Yeah, I understand. It's just so unfortunate that that's the most popular thing in Nigeria now. Personally, I've always been like, okay, fine, people have the right to protest, and it's just for the government to do the right thing. But at the same time, now, the whole thing is now on Tinubu's table. Tinubu needs to now call the security agencies. He needs to call everybody together. He needs to start looking beyond the normal protests. The problem is this. Everybody wants to protest, right? But we have different set of people with different motives. We have the genuine ones that are just more like, yeah, let's just go and protest. We have another set of people that sees an opportunity and trying to take advantage of it. While on the other side, we also have the politicians who will not come to the forefront, right, to be the leaders of this protest, but they will be behind, right?
Sponsoring.
Sponsoring, also taking advantage of the protest. And on the other side, we also have, some other people that are probably in diaspora that, they want to justify the fact that where they are is kind of like better, and they felt, oh, the only thing we can do, there has to be protests just for the fun of it. And also, we also have another aspect, particularly from the northern side, our northern neighbors who are not our friend at this present moment. Niger is not our friend, Mali is not our friend, Burkina Faso is not our friend, who are also keenly looking at what is going to happen, right? Which they can, they can also take advantage of. Now, the major thing is this, the president. And I know he can actually handle it, because the fact that the people that he has, from army to the police, and probably a little bit internal NSCDC, I think he still have a grasp of it. I would have probably be more worried if he had not changed the security chiefs. Because at this point, I think what he needs to do is let the police do the right thing, look at what is going to happen, how they are going to control the protest, and at the same time, the military need to be on alert, particularly from neighbors, external forces, and at the same time, those within the country that will want to take advantage of it to push a regime change. I know a lot of people might actually think, oh, wow, no, is it not just protest? No, it's not just protest. We have the genuine people. At the same time, you can't dispute the fact that we have some other people that are trying to look at the situation and are ready to take advantage of that situation. And we also have the people from, people are talking about, oh, the people from the north and this and that. Yes. The people from the north, there is presently a lot of infighting, particularly within the Emirates in the north. And the fact that Tinubu is kind of like not really taking side. We have some other people at that point that felt that the only thing they could do is to kind of like, show their grievances and everything. Yeah, it's normal, right? So I'm expecting the president to have a security meeting probably on Monday or Tuesday. He needs to analyze all intelligence.
Larry, don't you think they will have that meeting secretly?
No, maybe we don't have had that meeting secretly, but he needs to have it openly, right? Let people know that he's having that meeting. what they will have done is probably look at intelligence. Now they need to synergize all intelligence. Intelligence from the military intelligence, intelligence from DSS, intelligence from everywhere, intelligence from NFIU, to be able to trace funds, to be able to know if there are external funds coming in to really, take advantage of all those things. Like I said, people have the right to protest, but at the same time, don't let us be so deceived to the point that we felt, oh, it's just a protest. Don't let us close our eyes to the other side, because the other side is the key thing. Because no matter what you say today, anything that happens in Nigeria affects the whole of Africa. And it's also unfortunate that this is happening at a point. I've seen a lot of things from that space. Probably Niger has one or two things. They might actually one or two things support things from the north. But I don't really care about that. I believe that the president at this point have a sweet grasp of the whole security architecture in Nigeria. Let people protest internally. Let them guide any external influence, whatsoever who that person is. Track the finances, track everything, and utilize that situation to, at the end of the day, people that want to protest, the genuine people that want to protest, they'll have to come out. This is exactly what we want. And yeah, the government looks at it, right? And,
Larry, sorry, why do you need a finance for protest? Is it not just to go on the street? What?
Mr. Thomas, it goes beyond that, right? If there are a lot of things, right, that are even beyond what you see. And when we talk about people financing chaos in some other countries, it happens in several ways, right? And particularly this era of blockchain technology, Bitcoin and everything, you can see a lot of things moving without it being tracked. So for me, that's why I said they all need to work together, synergize all intelligence, look at everything, look at every possibility, put everything on the table, and look at it. Look at what intelligence is telling them. If it's just normal protest, yeah, police can just handle it, ensure that we have a safe protest. NSCDC take charge of normal critical infrastructure. But if the intelligence is telling them otherwise, they have to act. If the intelligence is telling them otherwise, they have to act. And I don't see any problem if they can actually have serious evidence against people, even that are Nigerians. So there's a lot of things. Put everything on the table. Analyze every intelligence. Whatever the intelligence is telling you, don't just think, this, and that. And that's why Tinubu needs to now, if the intelligence is telling him that he needs to sit tight and ensure that everywhere is guarded. And, I saw that they were asking for Eagle Square. They were asking for, and I'm sure the FCT will not give Eagle Square. Probably they will give them Fountain, to go and do that protest, because they need to guard the Eagle Square. They need to guard the 3-arm zone. Because if there's any offshoot from the 3-arm zone, then Villa, National Assembly, and Supreme Court, because that's the closest place to the 3-arm zone. So Eagle Square should be out of it. So, and they need to be sure.
Larry, quick question. What do you think Toure meant by saying if you take the barricade out of the Aso Rock? What are they trying? Are they going to invade Aso Rock or what?
No, I don't even care about all those ones. You can, take this, take that. The only thing I care about is the intelligence that the security agencies are gathering. People can say all sorts of things, right? People can say all sorts of things. I'm more interested in the intelligence that the security agencies are gathering. I'm more interested in how they are able to really take care of things, and more interested in how they are able to have different layers of defense. And it should be more of zero trust mechanism. They have to go all out, let the light guys do the normal thing. And if they see that there is threat to the seat of power in Nigeria, they need to come all out to guide that seat of power. Be it the Northerners, be it the Southerners, be it anybody, they have to guide it. Because even every one of us that is actually outside, you know, protest and everything, I'm telling you, there's a chaos in Nigeria today. None of us will have that peace, because you have your families, you have your extended family there, and we don't even want any of those things. Let them protest, but if the intelligence is telling them otherwise, the security agencies know what to do, and they need to come out and do the needful. That's what I see about that.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I think Nigerians, they are listening. The security agency, I know they are everywhere on the internet, are extracting information. Those people, they know, they can know more than what we are doing here. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, do you have Paddy? Let's go to Paddy. Are you ready for us? Paddy. If Paddy is not ready,
Paddy has spoken before now. He has spoken before now. Go to another person now.
Yeah.
He's spoken before.
Let's go to Kolata. Yeah, Kolata. Let's go to Kolata.
Thomas, let someone else go. I'm not ready. Yeah.
I'm not ready. Oh yeah. Patrick. Do you have Patrick? I hope you have good network.
No, you have me, but I just came in. Just give
me.
You
just came in. Yeah, that's what I know. Nobody. I think. Yeah. I'm just seriously it. I'm sequencing it as people came in. So you are the next. If Kolata said someone else should go, so you go. You have the floor.
No, I want to pass for now.
You want to pass for now? Yeah. Dorothy. Do you have Dorothy?
Yes, I'm here.
You are here. I think you are ready for all. How are you, my brother?
Yeah, I'm good. How's everything? How's Australia?
I'm fine. I'm making dollars.
The talking point.
Yeah,
I joined
mainly the protest. Mainly the protest, but it took another turn. Sowore came out with his what they call it, with his write-up. They want Eagle Square so that they will do their protest there. They asked for Nigeria to protect provide security from them. They are asking for toilets that people will pass their something, and they also ask they should take away the barricade at the front of Aso Rock. So I don't know what they are intends to do. So what do you think about the request of Sowore?
Well, it's a very it's funny, but and it's not funny also. It's funny and it's not funny, well, because this protest of a thing, it's not the way people are taking it. It seems people really wanted it, and like they are boiled to it boils down to some level of bitterness. Okay, then two, the real thing, the real deal, the hunger in the land. But we see there is. I wouldn't really say there is hunger. The major thing is actually probably purchasing power, the purchasing power of the people that have reduced. That Nigerians are hungry or they die of hunger, I think I disagree with people on that. And you see, sometimes we come here and pontificate and say, everybody is dying on the street. My own family, if you look at I think I sent something in the other time when Baba Aja was talking. So my own family, they are not dying of hunger. And it's not as if I have to send one big money or something to them. It's not as if they are still taking care of themselves one way or the other. So I don't understand. There might be issues with that, but not that they not really. You see, there are so many things that people don't understand. That people in Nigeria, because they have access to land.
So your own family in Nigeria doesn't complain of the hardship and high cost of living and
I've already said it.
inflation
I've
and
said
everything.
that.
So they don't
Yeah,
complain
that's it.
about cost of food and everything. So they are not
Yeah.
facing all those hardship, right?
Cost of food, cost of things are on the high side.
Okay,
So I've already said it now. But that doesn't mean that they don't have alternative pathways. Don't forget that Nigeria is not like many other countries. We have different type of things that we can do. I hope you know that, sir. That if you say that Elubo is cassava is this, people have we have so many alternatives that we can fall on. So people still find a way around it. Because me, I normally ask them too. You people are even looking. I'm telling you, Babaja, I'm serious about it. The last time I spoke to them, I told them, but they said things are very, very tough, which I know because there's no news platform in Nigeria that I don't have access to. In fact, the number of platforms I have on my phone that are news platforms, the list of it should be probably 40. That will be the list across the world. If it's not more than that, I'm just limiting it. So I get information too, and you know, content creators now, you have a whole lot of places where we can get information. So I normally tell them now, how do you guys making you guys your face look much more as being smoother than even we that are saying that we are this we are outside of the country. I was say we are going to say thank God I'm not in Nigeria now or something. Some of people might say that, but they still have a whole lot of ways by which they still manage it. Don't forget they have access to land. Many of them still have access to land. Many of them still have a place where they can put 2 chickens. They have a place where they can put a wedu, put different things, and they will harvest their thing. This last rainy season that just started, not about 2-3 months ago, people already started little farming, and it's already bringing something for them. And we have already started seeing it all over the social media, and we can see that the price also dropped a bit for some food items like gari, what do you call it, tomatoes that was on the high side, almost 180,000. It came down to about 30-something thousand, 40. We saw it, we are seeing it, we are feeling the stuff, and of course it has not gotten to the level that we want. By the time the first leg of the rainy season comes, because we have a bimodal type of rain, by the time we get to August ending, food will hit the market fully, because that's when food will hit Bodija, some other Maitu and some other places. By end of August, new yam will come out fully, then the price will come down a bit. And of course, the low purchasing power is the major problem. The low purchasing power, because the money, many of the people have not probably increased salary the way they should increase it. The private sector have not increased salary, so it might actually rub on the people. So, but that people die on the street, Abaja, you know what? I watched a video yesterday on YouTube. This lady just came back from Saudi Arabia, and 2-3 days, I think it was 3 days ago that she came into Nigeria. 3 days ago with her children. She relocated. See, people are relocating back to Nigeria, whether we like it or not. I think everybody's jackpot, I know. So, and I went to go and trace that woman. The woman said she has been living in another paradise, another level, thinking that people are actually dying in Nigeria. And she said because she came in from Saudi Arabia, she came from Goraja to Jeddah, Jeddah to Kano, Kano to Lagos, Lagos to Port Harcourt, because she's based in Port Harcourt. And she said the airport was filled to the brim. Nigerians are coming back home. They are still traveling out. They are still there doing their thing. They are doing their businesses. They are going. And I was like, what? She said, I've been thinking people are dying on the street. The way they are saying everything. Well, I've come here now. Fine. But she said she acknowledged high prices, which I'm also saying that. Now, high prices might prevent people from accessing food probably the way they should access it before. But that people are dying, I don't think that is correct. I don't think that is correct. So the protest, they need people actually need that protest.
Before you move on, there is the narrative outside there when they check the data of Nigeria using browsable phone. and they collected them as 100 million, and they are recharging those phones. They are browsing, checking Facebook, checking TikTok. And some people were saying, if people are really hungry, that phone you will already sell it to eat. So what do you think? 100 million people are still browsing, have Android phone?
No, not 100 million. No. Is 162 million. Is what I just see before I came into the studio. I saw it this afternoon, and I saw the statistics. It was even on StatiSense. It was even on StatiSense. The way they arrange it, let me tell you, we are the one just wasting our time here. I'm telling you, Nigerians knows how to. You see, they will rather feed on themselves one way or the other and get things done. These guys are still building. Do you know? Do you hear the kind of profit that Dangote disclosed today? Did you hear that the profit? I just saw it just not quite long because I've been on a meeting. I just finished that meeting. I've been on a meeting from 11 o'clock. I just finished the meeting just now. So, but I started with one man around 11:10, 20:30. I came out and I joined the meeting. So I just finished the meeting. These guys are building. These guys are building. If you think they are not building, you're only fooling yourself. So people that want to do some few things, they are managing themselves, squeezing themselves out to do it. It might be a bit tidy and kind of difficult a bit, but they are managing themselves. And this woman, when I saw the video yesterday, I said myself, I was shocked, but I was not too shocked also because I know our people. They will find a way to go to them. But is the government doing enough? I think the government also is not doing enough. Truth be told. But the government needs to be more proactive. They need to listen more to the people, and the people also have to know that it is not in our interest. No, it's in nobody's interest for them to burn down the country. Now, the last something that happened. Do you know that in Ibadan and in Lagos, do you know how many people that they killed? They killed. My brother told me in Ibadan. They were roasting. He said, I saw it with my eyes. They were roasting.
Is he gone? I was enjoying it. Thomas, is he gone?
I'm still around. I'm still around.
Yeah. I saw the video. Don't talk about it. It's too graphic.
In Ibadan, very not too close, not too far from my own area. So when people are talking about this protest, I like it because it puts the government on the stone. And of course, sometimes the obedient may think that people government. I myself normally criticize this government, and I know it is when we push them back and forth that the government will always sit up and putting their best to give, because when the political gladiators, when they are fighting, that is the only time we will be able to breathe. Any attempt for them to be in connivance, to be on the same page, we are doomed for it. We'll be the loser. So anytime they are fighting, we are able to do something. But the problem I'm having is we have three parties in this case. The new protesters that are actually feeling the heat of some of the reforms. We have the opposition that are also preparing to use
I think we lost. I think we lost Dorothy. Come back. Who wants to go next? Kulata is not ready for us.
Thomas, please, before he comes back. The brother that just spoke is a patriotic.
Dorothy.
Is a patriotic Nigerian. Now, let me quickly put something before maybe he will come back. Now, this is exactly what I am also trying to make our people understand. Many of us, we are not saying that the government is doing well. We are not saying that the prices of things are not going high, but when we want to blow this trumpet, we should always begin to balance it. You see the way this our brother with wisdom is balancing the situation so that he will be helping our people back home. He will be talking to the government. He will put a balance. That is what we need. You see this protest now, many people are against it, the security people are against it. Why? Because of the way some of us Nigerians, the way we over my brother Thomas, this place I am in right here, where I am right here, if you see the problem I'm passing here, the people, the kind of people I move with here, they are these people that you need to move with. You understand? These Spanish people. But some of our people here, the way they spoil our country, in the face of these people, my brother, and the way that is the most reason why I'm so aggressive. Not that I don't know that Nigeria is suffering, not that I don't know that our government is not doing well, but I always want to tackle anybody that comes to blow that unnecessary trumpet, and because I want to balance the space. We shouldn't begin to bring our country down when our country is already down. We shouldn't be forcing it to go down the more. We should try. We know it's down already. Should we begin to push it down more? No. We should bring a balance. Look at the way our brother is addressing issue. That is how everybody, a Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian,
Isaac, Nigeria, our population is 200 million, or more than 200 million. We all came from different backgrounds. We cannot see situation in Nigeria the same way. Everybody sees it, differently. So what we are urging, let's be patriotic. People, it is not what we are saying that will change Nigeria. It's the action of the government. The people that swore by the Holy Quran and the Bible when they are assuming office. Is their action and the fulfillment to their promises they made to us before they got our mandate to lead us that will change Nigeria. It is not by supporting them or against them that we change Nigeria. So they don't want to change Nigeria. They are the problem, not us. So if I'm attacking Tinubu now, that I don't like some things that he did or some of his policy, if I'm so, vicious in my attack against him, it doesn't mean that I'm not a patriotic Nigerian. And if you are praising Tinubu to high heaven, that doesn't mean that you are more patriotic than me that is against him. So I don't know what you mean that, let us be patriotic. Who is not patriotic among us?
No, Baba Jali Koko, I'm not praising him to high heavens about that. What I'm trying to say is this. You see, there was an issue I brought up today with some of our people living here with us. I said the government must look. I don't even know why the government is not even looking at that direction. The electricity in Nigeria, the light, they should give the light to the people. As long as Tinubu came in after Buhari, I thought that was going to be his priority, that all Nigerians must get light. They must do that. I know they have to do it. And I believe the government is failing in that area. What are they doing about the light, especially, which I want them to do? But that doesn't mean I'll now do. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I've listened to you, so many people here about different opinion. But what I see in a nation building is like, I know Nigeria is not the best of time for that country now. Nigeria is in a big trouble, but the trouble or the mess was not caused by today or yesterday. If memory serves us right, a lot of Nigerians forgot things. We are subsidizing Naira by 1.5 billion Naira, and this money is borrowed money. We are borrowing money for recurrent expenditure during 8 years of Buhari. We are subsidizing about 60 million liters of petrol every month, and half of it will go to Benin, Ghana, Cameroon, and the rest. And all Nigerians and all the top gladiators in the last election agree they are going to remove subsidy. That is one. Two, 2023 budget only have subsidies up to July, not for the entire year. It came in at May 29 and talk about removing subsidy totally. He has his own fault. Probably they didn't prepare grant to cushion it. I know there was some palliative in the beginning. I remember when he said he's going to pay 8,000 naira, people kick against it. At the end of the day, they gave the money to the governors. The rest is history. All palliative in terms of food, in terms of money, for immediate restoration of people from this hardship. Most federal civil servants, they get wage award of 35,000 naira. Some states are paying 25. Some are paying 20. Some are paying 12. Some never pay. Some pay 0. Because the news, the history are all outside there, but people will not tell you the truth. Now, just applies to this protest. I would have loved this protest if it does not have underhand, if it does not have Showore in it, if it does not have obedience in it, if it does not have article hand in it. Let an average Nigerian, those ones that they really want the protest, to go ahead with their own protest. But immediately when you started seeing we must say
they don't have the right to protest, right?
No, let me finish. When you are talking,
I'm not just asking you a question. So they don't have the right to protest.
I did not say something like that. If
that
you hear
is what
me,
you are saying.
No. If you hear me clearly, I said this protest, I would have preferred it if Showore did not join. He can have his own protest in another day. If Abidjan did not join, if Article Element did not join, then we will know who are the real protesters. But the moment they put their hand there, it's no more a real protest anymore. There is ulterior motive will be written to it. When you guys were talking before, and one man showed a flyer in which people signed, 2 Igbo guys signed the protest.
They are the one that should be in the lead.
I would have
to stand up for Nigeria. It is time for them to stand up for Nigeria.
I don't want you to break my line of thought.
Because they are in the opposition. They should be in the lead of the protest. The direction you are taking this country is not the right direction. You are taking Nigeria, into towards economic disaster. They should stand up firm for Nigerian people and not be cowed. Political motivated and all these things.
Can I finish before you interject?
Showore is the only one that is standing up. Others said they are not in support of the protest because they are part of the political class. They are afraid. They don't want problem. They have businesses. They don't want them to go after their businesses. So if Dangote, that is not even a politician, they are trying to destroy his business, what do you think they're going to do to Obi or another politician that is in the front of the protest? What do you think they will do to that person for exercising his constitutional right? Continue, Remy.
But what you have just done now, I don't like it, and I must say the truth. I was begging you, let me finish. Because when you are making your own, nobody will interject you. They'll give you that respect. Although you might be older than most of us. But when I beg you, you're supposed to have stopped. Because what you are doing, you are gaslighting, which is not good.
I interjected you. Interjection is allowed. On
But interjection is allowed. But you do not ask for my. You do not ask for my permission.
I said
you do not ask for my permission. One.
Okay. 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 Sorry for that. Okay.
In fact,
sorry for that. Continue.
Oh God.
Continue. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Continue.
As I was saying, I would have preferred Sowore, Atiku Element, and what do you call it? The other guy, Peter Obi, Obedient, whatever they call themselves, they are not involved in this protest. It would have been a totally a real protest. Because you cannot tell me after 1 year, which a lot of people are not happy with the result they got, everybody is fighting for their interest. Because in any protest, there will always be interest. And it's clearly shown there's an interest. Even for those so-called people that are instigating, gaslighting, pushing a lot of young people to go outside there and protest. Of course, they have their fundamental human right to protest. Where are they today? Where is Atiku? Where is Peter Obi? Where is Sowore? All of them, you are outside the country. And then you are now gaslighting, instigating. If you say these people are really hungry, what have you done? Even your own people that are supporting in your party, what have you done to make life better for them? I listened to a kind of program yesterday in which some people accused Sowore that there's a lot of money he collected and he put away with it. Of course, to me, I don't care about that one because everybody have a right to say whatever they want. So those people that are gaslighting, you say you want trade or whatever, but you are not in the country to lead the protest. When they really need you as the general, you vote away.
Have you ever supported him before?
No. Let me finish because I'm
Have
just
you ever supported him in the past?
Why would I support that kind of person?
So what is your query against his being outside the country?
I will tell you my query. I will tell you my
What's your query about that?
That's what I want to tell you now.
Yeah, forget about him. Just you see, I
don't have to have
just because you want to support Tinubu. That is just it. We know where you stand politically.
That's the problem,
and that's where you stand. That is
the issue.
Leave Sowore alone.
That is the issue with you every time. I see you as you are neither here or there. I see you as a boiling hot water and a cold water at the same time. And people like you, if I'm an intelligent officer, I will put you under scrutiny very well. Yes, it's true because you are neither here or there. You
want to go after people that are performing their constitutional right. You want to describe them as enemy of the country. But the people that are governing the place that are not governing it, you don't want to go after them.
Because people respect you, they give you that respect as an elderly man. Let's listen to him or something like you. But people like you, when they talk about the Yoruba, you are talking because everybody have a right. The question I even want to ask is this: let's say the protest is going to happen in Anambra State, and then that flyer that came out from Lagos State today or yesterday. And then it came out in Anambra, and the people that signed it were two Yoruba guys. What do you think the other tribe will be thinking about? Let's flip it around. And you are here, you'll be telling us they want to do Oro. Is it the time to do Oro? It is time to do this. And these people, from the experience from the past, that they burned down their city. 80 BR buses were burned. And so many people lost their livelihood, whether you are Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. Shops were looted. And it's quite glaring that this protest, there is nothing positive that will come out of it. Everybody knows the truth. Unless we are trying to unless we are trying to lie to ourselves.
Remy, leave my Jali Cocoilo. I beg. Leave my Jali Cocoilo, I beg.
No, this is not about leaving
Ajali. Enjoy your talk, but
let me ask you a question, sir. The one you just mentioned about the two guys that signed for the protest in Lagos, the two people, Chiguzo and I forgot the other lady's name, Dama or something like that. Do you think when they during Buhari regime, when they wanted to organize protests, maybe whatever protest it was, whether in or any other protest, do you think it would have been Chiguzo and Adama that would sign up for the protest in Kanu, or or Kaduna or something like that? Say, oh, we are the one leading the protest. Yeah, the protest where they want to, where elements are threatening to burn down the country under, particularly where what's his name come from, the region where
I understand.
come from. Do you think they will have enough to try that?
I prefer a fair game. In a fair game, that means anybody in Nigeria can go to any state, look for job or maybe do business and prosper there. But when you look at Nigeria in entirety, majority of the people that travel or look for fortune all over the country and the other region accepted them as from the southeast. And when you go to the southeast, you can count how many numbers of the rest region that dwell or make fortune in their region. There's a saying that if you think about in your king Babbage, that is very important. No matter what you have, you leave your country as Nigeria and go and make fortune in America, in Europe, everywhere. You are well behaved because deep inside your head, you already know that you are not originally from that country. You will check your attitude and your behavior. And you will listen and obey the rules and regulations. You are not going to do exactly like the people that are originally from that country. And that is why a lot of us were able to make it. If we are thinking to behave that the local people of that country, they will send you packing immediately. So the truth must be told. These protests have an underlying or ulterior motives. Because if the generalissimo of all the three people I mentioned that are instigating, gaslighting, so many stuff, they were not in your country. And they are over there with their family and children enjoying it. And they want you to push you. Now, let me tell you categorically, there is going to be another protest for the government. And if this protest now clash, what do you think will happen? Pro and anti. Are they going to be folding hands? Is that not going to be a scuffle? Are they not going to fight among themselves? And if truly a lot of Nigeria are hungry, if I'm an hungry man and I see a protest coming up, then I will target Mike's shop that is selling that big 50 kilogram of rice. I'll go and loot his shop now. It's so easy. Everybody will have their motive. And this is just almost about 13 months or 14 months after this guy was sworn in. And I'm not saying he has his fault. And the fault is that because when you do remove that subsidy, the way they do the palliative is not good. And we cannot put all the whole blame on him because there was so many money, a lot of money channeled to the state. At least people live in different states in Nigeria. But when you come here, you want to be very smart. Yeah, because it's your guy, you like him. Okay, you should go. Okay, there's a question I even want to ask you guys. Even in the event that you are able to also talk with the government, who is going to be the new president? If it's okay today,
it'll be Oshore. It'll be election between Obi and Oshore. There will be another fight.
So, in conclusion, at this particular moment, everybody is free, whether for pro or against.
Sorry, Remy, before you conclude, sorry, I want to ask you this question. Why is it so difficult for Nigerians to protest in their states, that is, protesting against their governors? It's hardly heard. Why?
It's a very good question. That is where you know it has a political undertone. When your governor are receiving huge allocation every month, they don't even care to share it to the local government. They just pocket the money, do whatever they want. And when there's a
Sorry. It's not, they don't even care because we have governors here. Although our governor here, they call them president. You understand? That is what they call our governors here. All the governors, they address them as presidente. These governors, their money, the money they handle, they use it to put street lights. They use it to put all these basura.
The way they operate in foreign land, if you look at their constitution or where it might be different from Nigeria. So let me quickly conclude so that you can come up and
why our governors not using all those money for all those things?
So the problem with
answer his question now. Why are they not protesting their states?
Yeah. I know it's a good question, and I want to quickly answer around. So the reason why they are not protesting in their state is because people always fixated on the central government every time, from time immemorial. And that is why we need total devolution of power and total resource control by state. I don't want it to be region, because when you go to region again, you are just trying to also break up the country, if you look at it in the long run. But if you now say total resource control, every state control their resources. When you push that narrative in Nigeria, then you will now know which state or which region you don't want total resource control. That is when you know which states are really ready or which region are really ready to really work for their people. But as it stands today, that, okay, we pull all the resources back to the central and the central now share the money. Let's assume that it is this state that control their resources. Who, even if there's hunger in the land, who is going to be pointing hand to the president? Are you not going to hold your governor accountable? That is the person you are going to hold your governor and your local government chairman and your councillor or whatever. That is the people you are going to hold accountable. But because it's at the stand today, everything comes from the central government. So it's all, every problem, even if you cannot have a baby, it's your president that does not want you to have a baby. Sometimes I ask myself, although Nigeria is in a terrible mess today, but some people are still excelling, they are prospering. Why are some prospering and why some continue to complain? What is the reason behind it? Every country have challenges. There is no country in this world that does not have challenges. And there's no country in this one that will say is perfect, that everybody just get a job easily. There are some people I've known who came here, they have not found a job for a long time. So in conclusion, they have a right to protest, but I think the security apparatus, please, I beg you, do your job. If you are saying it's going to another area, please do your job. You know what to do. The police, the military, anybody that has to do with the security of that country must not burn down. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Remy, because why I asked that question, although you already said that the thing we cannot compare here with, but here, what is happening I'm talking to Nigerians now. It's just like maybe they will understand. It's just like Lagos, Kogi, Edo, Delta. What is happening here? Let me just begin to mention the names. What is happening here in Valencia? The thing where they happen for Barcelona, you know, concern us here. Now Valencia we focus on. They must give us what the government, the president must give us what we want. Those people where they Barcelona, their government there must give their president, neither they call him. He must give them. Sometimes we go here say something don't happen for Barcelona. See the people talk. Then the government give them give them, raise them like in some areas. Then Valencia go here. They say okay, we don't hear say they don't do this thing for that side. We our own. So that is what should be happening in our country. If those states can hold their governor, like Lagos State is doing well, like so many people said, why can't we hold Edo State governor, hold Delta State governor and say, oh yeah, look at Sanwo-Olu, look at what he's doing. You must do at least, we are not saying you should do exactly what he is doing for Lagos, but at least let's see something. You guys should start doing that, and it will help. Not going to Baba Tunubu every time. Baba Tunubu. I don't
Isaac, you have a point, but you can also ask another question. What about the people from different states of the federation? The people that come from that state that reside in that state. They are docile, they will not talk. The whole allocation of Delta State for 1 month surpasses all the whole allocation of the Southeast states. It's just 1 month. That means 5 states cannot even get what Delta State is getting 1 month. And when you talk about Rivers and talk about Edo, talk about other states in Nigeria, they collect each amount of money. Just recently, they also give them COVID-19 money. Most of them are collecting millions of naira security votes every month. And when they ask them, they will tell you, it's the ID that controls that. It's all lie. You have commissioner of police. When you want to do Ojoro, you know how to go and meet your state commissioner of police and do whatever you want. Our people, the problem of our people is also orientation. And I continue to say, when the followership are terrible, the leaders will be horrible. That is not the major truth. The followership, the citizens themselves, they are not good people. They are not patriotic. So because they are not patriotic, some of them will find themselves to be leader tomorrow, and they will be horrible. And that's what you get. But if you are not coming here, somebody is not pretending to use a saint, that person is a liar. And in fairness, if you want to say in fairness, why everybody must go to Lagos? Lagos State is the only state.
Remy, let me answer that question. Let me give you a different answer. You see, protest has reasons.
Richard, before you go on, I'm not saying they should not go on their protest. So I'm not stopping anybody. You are free.
The question he asked. I'm talking about the question he asked. You see, protests have different reasons. If, for example, Lagos State Governor or maybe Edo State Governor came up with a policy, you understand? And I want to protest. I will go and protest in Edo State. You understand? But if the president come up with a policy, I won't protest to the governor. I'll protest to the president. And because this whole country is his constituency, I'll protest in any part of the country. Don't say people should go to their state. What do you mean state?
Why don't you go to Abuja
now? Wait now.
Abuja is the capital city of
Is he the president of Abuja?
No. For him to hear you very well,
I'm talking. Let me land. You say, please don't interject me without asking for permission. The point is that this man is the president and he comes up with policies, and his policies have national implication. You understand? His policies have national implication. When I was voting for him, he came to me. He didn't say, come to Abuja to come and vote for me. So when I'm taking decisions and I'm responding to his policies, I can do it from any part of the country. In short, I can do it from Canada here. I can do it from US. That's the point. Have you not seen people protesting in support of Palestine in the US? Why don't they go to Gaza? So let's be very civilized in our argument. And let's not allow tribal sentiment in defense of a Tinubu that doesn't even know us. The man who knows you now. Let's be very objective. This man, they can't protest to their governor because the person that did the policy on Naira flotation is the president. The president that did the policy on fuel subsidy removal is the president. The president that did the policy on border closure is the president. The president that has control of armed forces and has embarked on policies on national security is the president. The president that is currently collecting security tax on transaction is the president. The president. So don't say governor. When each state they are ready to protest to their governors, they will do it. They will do it. But now the president is the one on the plate. So let them use that concerted effort to protest against the president. If you say protest to your governor, that means they will be fragmented into 36. So if you are not ready to join them, leave them. Let them decide where they want to do their protest.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? From precedents, can you tell us which state their citizenry has protested against the governor before?
Now. Edo State.
Give us examples of those.
Edo State, severally. Edo State. Haven't you seen? I'll give you a good example.
I think from Edo State. Wait. I think if you can corroborate your point.
Remy, let him answer. Let him answer.
Edo State or your state. I remember when Lautech students felt the policy of the governor was against them. They protested to the governor. So where if the governor makes policy that is contrary to you, you protest against him. If the principal of your school is the one that make the policy against you, if you are schooling in Maryland, you don't go to Ijaniki to go and protest. You protest in Maryland. The governor of Oyo State made a policy against them. Ajumobi Fayangli, you could remember that time. That man that is, you remember how he said is the constituted authority. That was the protest that was the protest that brought that grammar. He said, you people don't have respect for constituted authority. Because it was the governor that carried out that, formulated that policy. They protested against that policy in his own state. So
can I quickly
let me tell you, these people that are leading this protest, they are intelligent people.
Can I respond to you on just 20 seconds? Because the protest they are protesting now is, you call it nationwide. And the example you gave is selective. Talk about students. You are not talking about all the people in your state protesting against the government. You just pick something out.
Let me
the
give
question
you
I asked
let me
very
explain to you now.
There are precedents that shows that all the people in that state en masse protesting against the government.
Okay, let me answer your question. You see, that's why I first of all started. I said policies. When people protest, they don't just say, "Oh, we want to go and protest." People protest in response to certain actions. In the house, you take a decision. Your smart boy, your child say, "Daddy, no, leave me." He's protesting against your own action. So the protest will be based on what is going on. If a state governor decide take a policy that affect the entire state will process. We have seen states where the entire civil service went on strike. That's a protest. It has happened in Ogun State. The civil service in Ogun State went on strike. It has happened in
Ekiti, Fayoshe.
Ekiti. Yeah. So it happens. It depends on the policies that people protest against. So in this case, let me give you another example that you people didn't know. I think I will blame Tinubu. I'll blame him. I've said it on this platform. Tinubu embarked on 2 major policies, and he did it the same time. That is not too smart. That's not too smart. And I'll give you. I will tell you why. Look at that Naira flotation. We are not supposed to currently free float. We are supposed to have a managed floating system. Because if you free float, let me tell you what happens. Your Naira goes down. Export becomes very attractive. You want to export because when you export, you will earn foreign exchange, and that's big money. Do you know what is happening? There are people who have money. They go to the farms, the little food that the farmers are producing, they will mop it and go and export it and earn dollars, earn foreign exchange, and bring the money to Nigeria and make big money. So what most of them are doing is just pay the farmers a premium.
Because to them, Naira is useless.
Yeah, they pay the farmers a premium. When they pay the farmers a premium, maybe before the farmer could sell out for 100,000, they said, "Oh, I'll buy it for 150." The farmer will gladly do it. So they will gather maybe yam or whatever or grains from several farmers and take it to Nigeria, Cotonou, and get safer and come and change the safer to Naira. Then they will make big money. That is what happens when you free float your currency and you don't have the production capacity to support it. The countries that free float, they have production capacity to support that free floating such that
My brother, sorry, I won't cut you small. I'm not a rigid person like that. I be very I be that listening type. Everything you explain right now, I don't know why Tunubu no can't be very smart enough to feel no say this thing it go cause problem. But all the same, for me, once problem don't dey, especially in our country, once problem don't dey, me now the solution now they find not be all these we go the one make the thing go down more. You see what you just talk so. This protest we want protest so. If we challenge am back, say okay, bring back that fuel subsidy, that naira where you float, I beg, on float am. You understand? Make it bring back the economy. Later you go can't do them like you they explain and so they float am small. Or that fuel subsidy, we'll go on that line. You understand? We'll make them understand. Say, come, we know it fall our country like this drastically. You understand?
Isaac, let me quickly respond to you before that my brother come in. The best thing, you see, this government, that thing you have said is okay. We will not say they should bring it back, but rather they should do some management of floating. But the point is that if you just tell
Patrick,
government
Patrick, what are you talking about? If we have a managed float, we don't have a free float.
Which managed float do you have currently?
We have a managed float. They just pumped $146 million into.
When did you start responding with managed float?
We've been responding with managed float for a while, and sometimes we pause it, sometimes we resume it, but we have a managed floating system. It's not just free float.
Yeah, if it's currently, if we say it's managed float, then
we've had a managed float since we started, but there was at some point in time there was no dollars to manage, but we've been managing it for a while. They left it alone to build our reserves. Our reserves is nearing 40 billion.
40 billion.
And now that it's slipping, they just injected $140 million or something into it.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point I was just making before Patrick said he wanted to speak. So yes, and I think the part that we all forget is that there's so many things that need to be done. First off, we cannot afford to keep subsidizing for FX. Same way, we don't even have the funds to keep subsidizing for our oil. There are so many things we're already subsidizing on. 1.5 billion every month is utterly ridiculous. I also want to establish that the same us that are complaining for FX, the same people also complaining for that our reserves are also depleted. When Naira hit 900 the other day, same Nigerians were the ones shouting, "Oh, 1.5 billion is missing from our reserves." They use it to augment the Naira, even though they use that money was to pay for military wear to the US. So we're asking for too many things. We want all those multiple solutions. We don't even have the funds. Now, I think I said it to one man or to a few friends, that food insecurity that we are having, that food inflation that we're having, there is, and in fact, Patrick, you actually hit the nail on the head. There is a cabal, let me say cabal. There's a sect of people who are buying all the foodware from the farmers for their profit gain, and it favors the farmers, favors those people. It's not trickling down effectively very well to the commoners. So there are so many multifaceted problems that we have. So when you say,
Paddy, can I tell you those that are buying that food, buy that food, and those that are buying that food from the farmers?
Yes,
government is safe. All
it's
the
not government.
If they are doing,
individuals are buying. I know somebody who is buying flour. This person makes 400 million profit every month.
Hold on. The government policy on palliative, food palliative to Nigerians is a wrong policy too. They buy the food, they have their agents out that will buy out from the farmers and then start distributing it away. That policy is one of those policies that are contributing to food scarcity in the country because they are doing it all the time. Yesterday, they distributed like 460 bags of maybe rice and other things across the country. Maybe 460 trailers or this thing. Listen, They are buying out the food from the market.
But the government have to sell to the most vulnerable. The government have to sell to the most vulnerable.
Now to the vulnerable.
But they have to. In
What
fact,
I'm saying,
you have always
what I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying here is that you don't produce enough, and the little that they produce, they are buying it off in order to share it to the poor, according to you. So, and thereby creating scarcity in the market. And when there is scarcity, what happens to the price? The price will go up.
The equivalent you give is actually false in terms of accuracy. What the government is buying to palliative is not, I mean, the proportion of the percentage of that are buying palliative is not commensurate to what you're trying to make it seem. Also, let me give an example. The government released how many bags? Is it 20 trucks of palliatives? Some of them were imported, some of them were made locally, some of them went from the reserves that they currently have. So they're not even like new harvests. The people that are buying are also everyday business owners who are also exporting as well too. Patrick here just gave an example of people who go to the CFA countries to export. The other day we saw trucks, a whole convoy of trucks that was moving to, I'm not sure what part of the Benin Republic or something, that was stopped in Niger. There are individuals, people like yourself and myself, that are involved in this racketeering of food, and they're the ones buying. That the middleman has always been like the biggest people who extort farming in Nigeria. Remember that there has to be a distribution. The distributors are the biggest problem, and unfortunately, I guess the Minister of Agriculture or the government have not set up enough policies to restrict how much the middlemen can export. Not the government palliatives. Government palliatives are coming from their silos. Government have silos. Government have reserves. Those reserves are going to the most vulnerable of within the country. Those ones are one. The people that are giving 50,000 to are also different. The government itself have some socialist policies that they use to cater to the most vulnerable amongst the community. We have that. We have a ministry for that. That's the Better Edo ministry. We also have a set of people too who are the distributors, the everyday normal people who are the ones who are now fleecing the food that should actually come to us, that should get to the south. It's no longer getting to the south. That there. So the problems are right there. But if you keep focusing on the government, which is our biggest problem, is that we focus so much on the government and then we leave our neighbors. I just told you that I know somebody. Sorry, I said 40 million. That makes 40 million profit on flour every month. She doesn't do anything. She sits in her house in Lagos and just controlling you. Go and pick this one here. You deliver here. You send it on to the border. 40 million every month, and it's not even her own household. She's just a third or fourth party person. The same way they were doing round tripping on FX, they're now doing round tripping again on sorghum, on corn, on maize, on cassava, and he's not getting down. Even on tomato, he's not even getting down anymore. So every day we'll see governors or we see market people go to market, and you see the tomatoes are there, unripe to be shipped further down. They will buy them and they won't even bring them down to the south. That is the biggest problem that we are facing right now. Well, unfortunately, I'm not hearing enough voice to say, how do we make policies to restrict the middlemen from exporting the food that should be coming to the rest of the country? Niger State is trying to do the most that they can do, but Niger State can't be distributing. They can only produce, but people are not distributing.
Paddy, if you don't mind, can I just say after what you just said?
Ola, give me 1 minute. You see, all of this boils down to insufficient, productivity. We are not producing enough. That is our problem. We are not producing enough food. And one of the factors that is militating against productivity at the optimal level when it comes to food is insecurity. The president himself said it recently, that we must do something to insecurity so that our people can go to farm. You think he doesn't have the intelligence? He have the intelligence. He know that people that used to farm, subsistence farmers, Millions of them across the country have run away because of insecurity. They are buying them in their farm. Go to Benue State, that used to be the food basket of the country. 15 local governments are under the control of terrorists or banditry, or how can we call them? So why won't we have food shortages? Where many places where they produce food are no-go area now. And the little food that are coming out, you are talking as if you know. You said it's coming from silos, it's silos. Look, we are not.
You are the one assuming that I do not know. Kulata and I know somebody in common. We're back of industry. Those funds are being paid for by back of industry. CBN the other time when Emefiele was there had these bags of reserves. Let's not stop acting that this news is not. This is not.
Even those rice that Buhari displayed. Hold on. The rice that Buhari displayed during this, they called paradigm of that. It wasn't rice. It wasn't rice.
I'm not speaking to that. You're the one speaking to
that.
So
I'm just telling you, no. If truly we have enough, as they are saying, because we are claiming that all those things they are from silo.
Okay.
It's not from silo. What do you have in return?
Where are they from? Yeah, where are they from? Where are they from? No, let me ask him back.
Allah continue, Jare.
Where are they from?
No.
Sorry,
Paddy, if you don't mind. What I
before you move, I'm asking him back now that where are they from? I bet you doesn't know. He doesn't know too. I've told you where they are from. So tell me where in Nigeria.
Allah continue.
20 trucks. I've asked you now. I can't answer. Tell me where you get 20 trucks.
You don't know, but you are saying from silos. Where do you see silos? What do you have in silos? Silos that have been taken over by terrorists. Which silos? Where are the silos? Where are the silos in Yoruba land?
You read the.
Tell me where we have federal silos. Where we have silos in Yoruba land. Tell me.
No, I don't know about.
Tell me where we have silos in Igbo land. That's a good. Or in South.
That's
nobody's bringing grains from
across the country.
This
really? So when we are telling
you that you're arguing that we don't have silos in Nigeria, to me, bewildering. And
can I just say something, because I want to shift my focus from that because I've been talking about this protest, and I think this protest now is an avenue for us to further discuss how we can practice true federalism. You know, one thing, in as much as I totally agree that Tinubu policy might have affected us, but then what I'm saying is this: whatever protest we are doing now, you know, I've said this thing, I must have even said it like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. You see, one thing is this: suddenly, someone that is a political gladiator that has benefited from the decadence and the way things run in Nigeria, that when they were in power, they never did anything. Suddenly, and they now know how to run the best global government since pre-Adamite. That is what I'm saying, that we should be very careful. If you are serious as a country, our focus should not always be that Abuja. I can't say this. I don't know how long I can emphasize this. Yes, Abuja is good, but at the same time, we should look at what exactly are they doing at the state level. Okay, let's go back to this food security that we're talking about. If the governors wanted something for themselves, they know how to stand against the president, that the president will be at their mercy. But if it's something that is going to benefit masses, then we have to consider their own political situation and start slowing things down. A case in point is in Amotekun. You know, it took a lot of effort from the like of Ogbeni then to enforce what we call Amotekun. Then we had a situation in Ekiti whereby Fayemi managed to build some farm settlement and some cassava production and all those. So I'm still coming back to this food production now through that. Is it that if these governors can just use their resources, you understand, they can still find some way of creating some kind of food security within the state. Like a matter of agriculture, it's not supposed to be federal, to be honest. Where I am, agriculture is basically the matter for the province. Okay, the federal can have some inputs, but it's not total, it's not something that's a major. So the state should have some kind of, structure in place to be to have that food security. Now we are talking of, okay, some people are bringing cattle to our state. Some people are bringing, okay, let's do this. If these guys that are coming to us, if they don't have any reason to hide under any cattle, they won't come to our state. So what stopped the southern part of the country, for example, the governor ganging up together and revive all those Oodua farm, Oodua ranches, and all those our agricultural infrastructure, and make sure that, okay, cattle, we can only add when we don't even have some, when we are not sufficient enough, we can only add whatever we are getting from somewhere else. But at least we must be able to produce 80% of our local needs in that particular region. And you can have your ranch. Ranch is just like the way we used to have it. Ikunderi farm, I think it's the ranch there is now being revived. And we have other ranches that we can still revive. Then we can look at some places to, okay, for agricultural purpose. In the sense that, okay, I'm not going to let, okay, little say, oh, we want to stop that, we want to stop tomatoes. I want to make sure that we are not going to stop that. And, when government is focusing on that, they will be able to provide security. You understand? Before you know, over time, okay, if the country that is destroying this farm, okay, let's find some area of entrance and put some kind of electric fence, for example. I'm just being hypothetical here now. So this is one of the reasons we're saying the focus should go more on the governors and go to, rather than focusing on the president, because yeah, the president is doing his own, but I think the governors too. So to me, I have to say, if it's an opportunity, to use the purpose to protest within your state, you understand, especially when we've experienced a situation whereby some criminals hide under. Sorry, I'll be back.
All right, yeah. So before
sorry, can I just quickly address something about this food insecurity?
Yeah,
so
like I just quickly list out 10 lists to our Jalico who have said that we don't have silos. I found the list and I'll just end it at that. As at 2017, federal government in Nigeria. So I'm on the ICRC.gov website right now. The concession 22 new grain silos. But let's even assume, and when we have 33 federal silos in Nigeria, quite a number of them actually Maribond. But we have in Sheda, Kwali in Abuja, 100,000 metric tons in capacity. We have in Ado-Ekiti, because you have in Southwest, which is another 100,000 tons metric tons in capacity. There is in Kebbi State, in Bulusa Kebbi State, another 100,000. There's in Gaya in Kano State, 25,000. There's in Jigawa. There's in Makodi in Benue State. There's in Ogoja Cross River. There's in Ibadan, Oyo State. There's in Ikenne, Ogun State, 25,000. There's also in Southeast as well, too, that you say. So the fact that you don't know, however, under Akuma Adesina, you even have concession 22 new grains of silos, also by the federal government, and they're all. So the 10 that I listed are active silos.
I don't know where they have it in Ibadan. I don't know. Maybe they just built it. We grew up in Ibadan now. In Ado-Ekiti, do you have silos?
How will you know everything that's in Ibadan as big as Ibadan?
It is true. It is true. There is a silos. Let me just call it store.
Yeah, but sorry.
It is true that we have a telephone.
I will look it up. Actually, it's possible now.
I want to address this.
It is true. It is true that we have a telephone when you are going towards the Federal Polytechnic. Yes, it is true.
Guys, I want to address this food insecurity thing. Nigeria has never, for the longest memory, since recent modern times, we've never been self-sufficient in food production. So our hunger statistics got worse in 2020. And that was after Buhari in 2019 banned the importation of foods. It didn't allow the use of FX to import food. That's to kind of like create our self-sufficiency. We've been averaging for the 2010s, we've been averaging 9%, 10%. Let's just say average of 10%. In 2020, it jumped to 14.2%. In 2021, it jumped to 15.9%. That's the percentage of the population that are hungry. So it's us trying to be self-sufficient that really moved the numbers to the worst. So while Buhari implemented the policy wasn't successful. While Adesina talked a big game, they still allowed import. So our food sufficiency, we're going back to where we're coming from to allow import. We've never been self-sufficient in food production. We've not been able to feed ourselves ever, even though we have all the land and cool. Because if we were making surpluses, then we should have close to 0% that are hungry, and we should be exporting a shitload. So,
Kulata, can you say that it's because of our population?
I don't know. I think it's just our lack of. I think it's because we practice too much I think it's just we rely too much on subsistence farming, so we don't use proper techniques, modern techniques. Makes our productivity low.
Yeah,
we don't have too many industrial farmers.
Like the mechanized one, I believe.
No, Kulata.
I'll just say, like, you know, when you go to farm, like a farm, like in Iowa or something, like industrial farm, every single inch is used correctly, and they don't have to wait for one season or whatever. Irrigation.
They do irrigation.
Proper irrigation, proper everything.
Yeah, so
they don't waste anything.
They plant throughout the year.
Yeah, but subsistence farming is inefficient. Storage is non-existent. Food waste is so high, and so on and so forth.
Kulata, I see. You know why I call it lack of proper planning? Okay, there are some area in the US now, for example, that for bushel of corn, that the price floor is raised to encourage. You know, in the past, that was raised to encourage the farmers to produce more corn. Now, when you raise the price floor, you are encouraging people because you are signaling that, okay, you can leave whatever you are doing and invest in agriculture so that you can become wealthy too. You can become very rich too by becoming a farmer. So, but you know, in our situation, such planning, we just pay lip service to it. Because why did I say so? Now, if I don't remember anything, I remember when River Basin, you know, when the then Ondo State, you know, we're trying to have some kinds of dam that you can use that dam not only to supply water, you know, for industrial purpose, but part of it is for agricultural purpose, so that you can have 360 days, you know, 360 days of farming activities. Like the one now you wait for rainy season before you plant corn. You can plant corn anytime during the season, during the year. So that's why I'm saying I'm blaming this governor. Like, okay, look at this water resources year bill that they passed now when they were trying to give everything to the federal government. That is where our governors were supposed to be very active. That our rep should be very active. Okay, what should be the problem? What should be the problem, for example, of federal government with Kogosi Water Spring? What should be the problem with Owena? What should be the business with Ashikire Dam or whatever I want to talk about? It should be for the state to say, okay, this is for our purpose. We have a lot of things to do. Water supply to our people, agricultural purpose, and a lot of things you can do with water. But these guys, they're not doing anything. That's why I'm saying that, okay, it is good as we are mounting our energy on the presidency. At the same time now, we should now divide those energy, because after all, that's the reason we are saying devolution of power or restructuring we are talking about. It is time we devoted some of those energy to all this. Maybe very soon the local government chairman too will join. We say, okay, we can see you. The one in Abuja, we cannot see. You, Ileoni, ilé ìbá fẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ fara rọ fún ẹ ìlú yìí, you have to do our bidding because you are in our wings. You have to do the right thing.
Sorry, Ola. I don't believe anybody needs to wait for some magical devolution of powers. You just need to secure some land for serious farming investors.
You are not getting me already. The power
that are interested.
That's what I'm saying.
Look, I get tired. Right now, I get tired of saying everything is to devolve power. And yeah, things will be more ideal. But at the same time, you're not taking advantage of what exists today.
No.
Let me land. Which you can. I mean, Saraki showed us a little when he was governor, a little peak by attracting those Zimbabwean farmers. You saw the magic those people pulled off with what they did in Kwara. If each state governor could attract massive farming investors, I don't care if it's Oyinbo or not, it doesn't matter to me. Industrial farming. If each state, because each state has enough land for industrial farming, we will turn this country around. Not just industrial farming in food alone to eat, cash crops. Nothing, Edo State could have it like the third of the productivity in palm oil of Malaysia. Okomu, if someone invests massively in Okomu, that company, run it like a proper company, and refine palm oil, all the downstream products for palm oil and everything, you know what that would do to our economy? That's even more profitable than crude. So we're not serious. Nobody's stopping us from getting all these farmers, investors, and all. We're just stuck on old methods of doing things, and we don't want to improve, and we're lazy.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a matter. I'm saying let's even forget about the evolution. I'm even saying even the one they have capacity now. You know, I can't talk enough of that cassava thing going on in the kitty because I know recently there is a company called Cavista Holding. You know. Where you know Agbayewa, this Agbayewa farms, and you know that Agbayewa family there now. So you know now in the kitty now, I think they managed to secure like 100,000 of hectares within the state for them, whereby they will be producing cassava and some other thing there. So it's not as if I know all those things are going there. Even Dangote, there's another guy too. They signed something around the agricultural product in the kitty state. It's going. But what I'm saying is, even in as much as those things are going, the state government should find facility to support them. Okay, let's assume that Agbayewa now can dig borehole. For example, I say, okay, I want to dig borehole, I want to sink borehole, I use that one to do irrigation. Fine, that sounds good. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, even for those that are even small farmers, that okay, that want to participate, because it should be the combination of subsistence farming and commercial too. Because we already have commercial with the value chain springing up in Ekiti. It's just a matter of time. I believe that in the next 15 years, when it comes to all those, especially cassava and rice processing, Ekiti may be a different state entirely because everybody that knows the old Ondo state too, they will tell you civil service and farming. That happen to be the major business. And I'm happy now that at least Ekiti is going into that agriculture properly. So, you see, what I'm saying is that the government should put some other infrastructure in place. An example of silos. An example that, okay, we should have some kind of processing facility for our tomato because things like tomato, for those people that don't know how to preserve, we have a local way.
A quick question. Okay. Quiet. I just want to ask you.
Okay. So like there now, we have good method of preserving our tomato then where we just slice everything, you understand, we dry in the air and become dry, so we put it in sack. Then Tata say all those things, we have our own where we just pour oil water, hot water, and just dry in the sun just to preserve. Because so we should have those facilities, because when we talk of silos now, how are you going to preserve your tomato? Because silos is not only going to be meant for maybe yam.
You see, if you have an industrial farmer, they will have enough capacity, money to do storage and processing, drying, and all whatnot. So it will drastically reduce food waste. When you have Uncle Jide, Bobo Shika, Bobo, whatever, doing farming, there's no way they can buy any sort of equipment or have any sort of energy resources to be able to store. So there's always going to be food waste as long as we maintain this small subsistence farming stuff that we do.
So, Ola, the question I want to ask you so that you can take it along. The first question is this: Yobe and Niger State, they bought a lot of tractors in hundreds, and I remember like 2.5 weeks ago, the president has all the state government to provide about at least 500 acres of land. So my question number one is this: as Ekiti, keying into that by providing that needed land and also buying hundreds of tractors, just like Yobe and Niger State government are doing. That is one. The second question is this: I know that a lot of former Nigerian presidents like Obasanjo, Danjuma, and the rest, they have big farms. And I know that most of their products are not being sold in Nigeria, they are exporting it out. Can the government make a policy that all these big farms, well-known farms, that their products should not be exported for the meanwhile, that they should sell all their products in Nigeria? So that's my two questions. You can take it along. Thank you.
Okay, on that mechanical facilities, for mechanized farming, to be honest with you, I won't lie on that tractor. I can't remember because I have a former colleague that is into that agriculture, especially cassava value chain in that Ekiti. And I think if I mention the name, Pato Steve, we definitely know that we may likely know that person. So, because we are talking of someone that I think he has investment of in excess of over 300 million. So that's that. I'm not sure of that particular amount, but in excess of over 300 million in that cassava value chain in Ekiti there. So the last time I can say categorically that I can tell you that someone bought tractors for state was when Commodore Bamidele Otiko, the then former military administrator in Ondo State between 1984 and 1985 or 86, I think. So that's not bought like 1,000 tractors. But then, since that time, honestly, if maybe I missed the news, if they've done something like that in Ekiti, I don't think the thing will ever miss the headline, to be honest. So those are the things I'm talking about. That when you have that, because that means that's intentional. You are directing your activities directly to what sustain people. Like what I'm saying, why I agree with some of those points. Yes, we can have private people with the right collaboration with the government. Maybe we call it PPR.
But the governor that started this agricultural settlement in Ekiti would have bought some tractors now. There's no way you will embark on such a project without having some tractors and some other.
Because I don't know. That's why, when we come to this forum, by the time someone start lying, right? Nobody will take you seriously tomorrow. So it's better for me to stay within what I know and don't try to decorate the information. So the thing is this: what this guy does is he allocates those hectares of land. Now, someone that you allocate 100,000 hectares of land to in a particular location, you understand? You know quite well the person must. You don't just go and say, okay, I want to plant 100,000 hectares of cassava. And tomorrow I come and be shouting that, one cattle. No, definitely you are going to provide your security. The guy I just mentioned now, when they gather themselves together, they employ security. So it's not a thing that, okay, they just gave me land, okay, I plant cassava and I live. No, they have security there. Gathering, that is monitoring those farms. So, but when we are talking about that, government can even get more involved. Yes, the private people can build silos, but who is going to make sure that all those storage facilities are sustainable, that there won't be some kind of policy somersault? Because if I put billions down now to build silos now, I won't could get to that place tomorrow and reverse all the policies, just like some people want to Dabaru Dangote now. How am I going to protect my investment? That is where we say government is needed. Now, even if you want private people to build dam for irrigation, there must still be a way for government to compensate in case government said, okay, I don't want to move with this program. You understand? So like, okay, let me give an example. Like in the fintech industry, there was a time my boss invested in all these, we call it independent ATM deployers. So the CBN made a policy, and these people invested aggressively into that business. Within a particular time when they realized that this thing would no longer be sustainable, they reversed the policy. So they took the CBN, to the court, and they won, and the CBN compensated them. So that's what we're saying. So you want me to invest, and you want to leave it open. No, investors, they will think about investors who don't forget that they are borrowing money to invest. So they will think of, okay, if things go strong, so will I go and buy myself, or will I go and find a way for government to compensate me? So that is why you won't just see all those things coming up. So to me, government still need to find a way to get involved in storage. We can't be giving excuses that if we have a local way of preserving tomato and pepper, I believe that government too, must be a large scale way of preserving all those, because if you are bringing tomatoes from your farm today now, within 3 days, the thing don't rotting. When tomatoes become rotting, it's become a little bit poisonous. And what happens? You throw all those things away. So the government should get involved there. And farming we should not be waiting for rain before we do our farming too. That's one of the problems. That's one of the problems we are facing. So
why does government have to be involved in all this stuff? Government doesn't have to be involved in all this. The only thing government needs to do is to create rural roads, allow access to waterways, and bring in investors to take care of all this stuff. Because you can't, if government wants to maintain their own silos for their own food security, all well and good. But like I keep saying, we need scale. Scale is what we're missing. Scale will bring enough. Okay. Let me just say this. Scale will bring enough money to take care of this. There's sun-dried tomatoes, for crying out loud. If you're going to sell tomatoes, if you can't get it out of that area within a day or in hours, you put them in a kiln or something, you dry it up. That's another product that you can easily pack them, put them in tins. If you have kilns, you dry those tomatoes up, they become sun-dried tomatoes. You can use it to cook. And the ones that are fresh, you take it quickly to the market. What we need are rural roads. That government will have to build those rural roads. It doesn't have to be the best hard roads. But if you have someone with a lot of resources, the trucking, the harvesting, the planting, the seedling, maintaining high quality yields, all that stuff will be taken care of. And when you see Oyinbo's farming, you'll know that farming is real work. It's not a joke. The way we treat farming, that's why our yield per hectare is so low. And then after we get the yield, we can't even retain the product. It just keeps spoiling. We will never have enough. If we decentralize everything like that and expect government to play some role, we will never have that scale to be able to improve farming productivity. It's just going to continue to remain a joke.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Kulata. Ola, you have been talking. Don't let you. I will not let you. Good morning, everybody. Ajelo Koko. Good morning. Kò ní gbà alágídí ní ọmọ Èkìtì yẹn. Alágídí ni kò ní gbọ́.
No,
welcome, Simba. Welcome, Simba.
I'm not finding your joke funny. I'm not finding it funny. I'm coming, you want to contribute.
Oh, Lord.
You want to contribute.
Simba, welcome.
Land.
Good morning. So to soja gboro denu. So
you speak. I'll be expecting you to speak. I swear. Speak.
Olamada àwọn ará Ìlọrin bó jẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn.
Ó lágídí ju màálù tápà lọ.
Okay, I'm joking. No, finish your.
Yorùbá wa ti mọ̀ pé àwọn ará Ìlọrin yẹn ọ̀tá ẹ̀yìn Èkìtì ni wọ́n. So
okay, finish.
To be honest, I'll be waiting for you to speak on the matter. So go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Kulata, good morning. Isaac, good morning. Patuski, everybody. Thomas, Paddy,
You are
everybody.
welcome.
Remy.
You are welcome.
Yeah. Sorry. What I want to say is this. I think what we are addressing about this food crisis that we have is we are just addressing the symptoms and not the disease. If you look at it generally, globally, there is food crisis all over the world, and we cannot say we are not aware of that. And this one has started since the pandemic, followed by Russia-Ukraine war, because we all know that Russia and Ukraine are the major producers of corn and wheat for export all over the world. I think Ukraine is the fourth largest producer of corn and wheat. And since the war have started, we discovered that most of the country that rely on the importation of these commodities, the price of commodities have increased. Wheat, sugar, bread, and all those things has increased globally. We also are aware that between 2020 and 2022, we also have global energy crisis, which also contributed to this. What I want to say is this. Yes, we have problem of insecurity in Nigeria. And it's like we focus too much on this insecurity. And it's not actually making us to actually look at, even before this insecurity, are we actually food sufficient? The answer was no. So, and we just launch on this insecurity and everybody started singing it, insecurity, insecurity. Presently, I'm in Nigeria. And you discover that, let me even tell you now, at least the one, I'm a farmer, and the one I'm engaged in, I will tell you what is happening presently. We produce fish in Nigeria. A kilo of fish that we produce is just about 2,500 per kilo. And imported fish, they are selling it for like 4,500, 5,000. Presently, we have glut of fish in Nigeria. Presently, we have glut of egg in Nigeria. You understand? In 2020, I engaged in the production of maize. And I discovered that if I want to sell in Nigeria, I will not even break even, talk less of talking about profit. The maize seed that we are planting in Nigeria presently are being imported. Most of the things, because if you plant maize in Nigeria now, forget about saying buy tractors and all those things. The cost, most of the things that you need for agricultural input are imported. Presently, nobody use O to weed. So you need to buy herbicide. You need to buy pesticide. All these things are not being produced in Nigeria. And the price is high, very high. So there's no way, even if you say you want to increase food production, without this input, which is the cost is high, unless we want to be talking about government subsidizing food again, there's no way anybody can sell any type of food now below the normal global price. And go and check it. The price of food in Nigeria presently is not actually higher than the global price of anything. Go and check, go and fact check it. So what I'm saying
which
presently,
food are we eating in Nigeria that is global food? Is it Gari or Amala or
there is no food. There is no food that is not global. There is no food that there is no food that is not global now. We are even yam is global. Even Gari is global. Go everywhere in the world, you see it.
No,
we are talking about even China too.
Simba. The cost.
You don't understand. Just wait. The cost. I'm talking about the cost.
Simba, hold on. The cost, the input cost you're talking about becomes more of a problem if you don't have scale. If you have massive scale, then you can that cost you can be distributed. I mean, that you can distribute the cost.
Average cost to come down. Yeah.
What do you mean by, so the average cost will come down is because it's because we don't have massive scale. Like if Iowa, that's when you know that when one farm alone, one corn farm, could be as big as a, let me see, maybe like Obafemi Awolowo University.
Obafemi Awolowo University. Oh, so the whole of Ife.
The whole of Ife, one farm. That's what I'm saying. We lack scale. If you are trying to do things small, then the inputs, the average cost of the inputs become way too expensive. That's why I'm saying advocating for industrial farming.
That is the situation that we have now. That's what I'm trying to let you know. Okay, and don't forget I mentioned something.
I'm kind of like analyzed this, and I'm
let me tell you. Okay.
I've analyzed it and I've concluded
even where we have production. Excuse me, Kulata. I give you an example where we even have sufficient production and there was no market. What can you say about that? So it's not even about production.
Well, when you say there's no market, that's where government policy comes in. Government can be off-takers of dry goods. Government can be off-takers. I store them inside.
So I made mention. No, just Patoski. Okay.
Simba, let me ask you a question. Sorry. What do you mean by no market? You have produced food. Are you saying there's nobody that want to buy it, or there's nobody that has money?
You don't understand that terminology of glut that I mentioned. Glut means
no market.
That.
No
yes,
market.
Because you produce and there was nobody to buy what you produce. That's what I'm saying.
Because they don't have money or because they don't want to eat?
Maybe probably there's no money.
That's what we are saying.
You understand? So what? What I'm now saying, let me tell you where I'm going is this. If you compare, you understand? And I've been saying this, but it's like nobody's actually focusing on it. If you compare the price of food in Nigeria to even the so-called poor countries that surrounded us, this food price is actually cheaper.
It's cheaper, but it could be cheaper still.
What I'm saying, I understand. What I'm saying is this. Now, the farmers are better. They now prefer to even sell to this neighboring country because everybody is a business. You want to make profit. So if government, the only thing that government can do is, as you said, if we produce massively, and then they can take it like all this commodity board that they used to do in those days, have storage facilities where they can. There was a day I was discussing with Ola about even egg powder. We imported egg powder.
You just stole what I was going to talk about. I was going to talk about the example of egg. We don't have egg powder machines in Nigeria.
Most of the beverage companies in Nigeria, Nestle, this one that produces Bonvita and all those beverages in Nigeria, they imported egg powder into Nigeria. Meanwhile, we have wastage of egg. We produce more than enough egg in Nigeria, and they are wasting away.
Simba, sorry, let me come with the layman.
So, sorry, Isaac. What I want to say is that we should not be focused on, because somebody like Ajale Koko just like singing the praise all these bandits. Yes, insecurity contributed, but it's not a major factor.
Yeah, let me come with my layman. I always come with my layman. So I love it. So it means what you just explained to us now. Even though, for example, it's possible for the government to put some policy in place and then beat down the prices of goods, food in Nigeria. You mean those people producing those food will look by all means to go and sell it where they can gain more? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, that is the fact.
No, that's the fact now. Isaac,
governments can use commodity boards as some form of price control. Control.
So now that's why this we got
Kulata, sorry. That means for us to say we want to be selling below the international price, global acceptable price, government has to put subsidy, because let me tell you,
government will subsidize it. Yes,
exactly. Yes. Because the purchasing power of Nigerians now, they can't compete at all.
Yeah, but that's what happens in America. Government subsidizes agricultural products. Yeah, okay, that's
now,
a good subsidy.
The issue here is that whatever we want to do in Nigeria.
Thomas, Patoski want to enter.
So now that means for us, the only way we know in Nigeria now to make life meaningful, life easier for our citizens is subsidy. You have to subsidize everything. Is that the only way we can go?
Yeah, but agriculture is not bad subsidy, because your people need to be able to eat.
The problem. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I said something here the other time. When you want to encourage investment in this sector, it's not bad to subsidize, because what you want to do is that you want people to build a culture in that particular industry, so that it gets to a time, by the time you remove the subsidy, life goes on. People will no longer be able to back out again because they are into it. That was an example of saying raising the price floor of some certain item, or in a situation whereby government guarantee that whatever excess you produce, I'm going to mop everything up into storage. That's why I say government should get involved. Like that cloth we're talking about at that time now. If you have orders and government is mugging that thing up, if we're producing, let's say, 1 million eggs in a year, by now maybe you'll be producing 10 million, because you know that government will be buying and be storing. And you know, at the same time as government is doing those things too, before you know, government will look at, okay, how can we maximize value on these too? So that's where government need to do something. Either you raise the price floor, or you mop up, or you subsidize. So government will have to get involved. That is how we can get food security.
Yeah, but honestly speaking, I thought that was part of Tinubu's manifesto, because
yes,
like I'm looking at the US now, they subsidize up to $30 billion a year in agricultural subsidies,
which is more than our entire budget. That's another thing we have to look at. So do we even have the question is that, is Nigeria buoyant enough to do all this subsidy that we are talking about?
Farm subsidy for Nigeria may not be more than $1 billion or $2 billion a year, honestly speaking. And in form of,
you mean in dollars?
In dollars, it can be more than $1 billion to $2 billion.
So that would be that would be like almost 5% of our budget.
But it's food. At least if you cut out the subsidy of
because you are just looking at it as $1 billion is 5% of our budget.
So $1 billion of 5% of federal budget, if you include state budget, is lower than that, because the budget amount we quote is just the federal side. So
exactly.
The thing is, there's nothing stopping us from, first of all, getting industrial, because I keep saying, why won't we be able to make egg powder in Nigeria? Egg powder, even the shell of eggs can be used for many things. We waste eggs, we waste tomatoes, there's nothing we don't waste, because we don't have the capacity at the level we play. We don't have the capacity to store anything.
Can't we now look at that first, instead of started shouting insecurity? That is actually distracting us. I agree, there is a lot of insecurity, but we are using it like a distraction a lot, because it's all these political excuse. Exactly.
It's an excuse.
No. We cannot say it's an excuse. It's information for whosoever that is going to that business. Look, okay, when you are saying insecurity, I should just ignore it. No, I don't agree. I just told you people that are in a farm settlement that spend money on security. You know, so it's a sort of information, because okay, you are not aware of something now. You just decide to go to one Ekiti farm and just go and cultivate your farm. And you went home for Christmas, and by the time you return, and your farm is destroyed. But if you are
okay,
so
if you want to go, so what you are saying, you say your farm is destroyed, a farm that can easily get destroyed by Malu going there is a small farm. We're talking about, first of all, getting massive mechanized farming, massive one. If you have enough, hold on now, you won't allow one to make point. When you have, I keep saying skill, when you have skill, then you can afford to purchase security for your investment at scale. That's why I'm saying this thing, scale. If it's a small farm, a small farmer, any Malu that goes there is going to be a big loss. If it's a big farm, first of all, there are better chances that no Bororo will go there because they're going to smoke.
You are very right. You are right. Because even I have some farm that surrounded my farm, and what those people used to do is that they volunteer. Who after all of them will come to farm in the morning. By the time they are leaving, maybe around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, they have a rota that you stay till like 7 o'clock. By that time, all those Fulani, this thing, they've already gone. So those are the ones that actually they use themselves to even police their farms, and they've been successful about it.
Simba, please. Sorry. What Kulata just said now, if we can be able to have all these, like he said, all these big farms, industrial farms, now that our soldiers, they always like coming out, especially when there is a protest, then that would be a duty for them to go and be guiding the farms for us.
That's exactly
honestly, we don't need them. We don't need them.
Because they don't have work. They don't have enough work.
Exactly what is happening in Nigeria. The soldiers are guiding the farmers. They are helping them. Why do you say that we don't need them? Do you want to complain about others?
We don't need them. We don't need them.
Let me just give me 20 seconds. You complain that others are giving them problem in their farmland. Now, the Nigerian government now sends soldiers to guide these farmers when they are planting and also assist them. Now, what do you want them to do? What other solution do you want?
Okay, I've given the solution here is that you are not listening to me, and Simba has given a solution now. It's like you are not considering the solution.
I heard what Simba said, but Kulata is talking about large-scale farming, not small cluster farming.
But that's what we have for now. That's what we have for now. We have to protect it. So
I agree with what Kulata said, but at the same time, we cannot accommodate the subsistence farmer too. The thing should go along together. That's my own plan. Now, because
exactly
in the past, we had both subsistence and commercial. In the entire state, even subsistence then rain. Those rain more than even the commercial. It was, like I said, it was the guy that bought 1,000 tractor that was trying to move on to commercial things there. So the thing is this: you form yourself into farm settlement scheme. Okay, like all those farm in all those villages too. They belong to family. Like what the arrangement that Simba just said that okay, some people guide the farm. What government can do now is this: if you really want to help these people, you can help them in such a way that if they need some kind of weapon that is still okay to carry to defend reasonably, you license these people, and these people, it's just like when before PC came, when all these kind of boys were disturbing people, that the landlords, they will be doing ROSA to make sure that they guide their community 24/7. Okay, some people, okay, you will be the one that will stay from 12 a.m. to like 6 a.m. in the morning. So just like that, you can do things like that in such a way that if you empower these people, maybe the local hunters that train you, or you want them to work with Amoteku. So you don't need to wait for when the federal will make sense, whatever. Empower them with enough arm. Just to
so Ola, sorry to quickly button.
Let me give me 10 seconds to round up now. Like the one that I told you now about cassava, those people doing our private security. And as I was speaking, I'm here to hear where all those cattle went into that farm to destroy the farm. So if those people can do that, it means that is
and even the cost is not that costly to actually even employ people. There are so many people that are ready. Yeah, exactly, it is not that costly.
Quickly now, before in Nigeria we have forest guard. These are responsibility of state governors. And when we are talking, everybody will talk about central. Why can't, and when we talk about food in Nigeria, why is it that most of the food are coming from the northern part of Nigeria? Before we have avalanche of food from the south also. Our people became so docile, so lazy. They thought that farming is...
Let me hold on. Before you ask your question, actually, if you see what is actually happening now, even in the southern part of Nigeria, because when you talk about southern part of Nigeria, I look at anything below River Niger and River Benue. That's what I consider the southern part of Nigeria. And this year, I can bet presently new yam, we'll start eating new yam in Nigeria now. You understand? And most of these food are actually produced in the southern part of Nigeria. Even maize, new maize, all those things are coming out now. And they're actually taking some of these things to the north. They don't produce much of the things that we eat, apart from something like maybe things that we need, ingredients that we need for soup, and all those like tomato, what is it called? Tomato, onion. Onion. In the north, they don't produce much maize in the north. The only thing that they produce is...
Let me ask my question.
Even maybe if one man is airing us, Kulata and Patoski, they've wanted to come in, they are in the background. Please.
So, Thomas Tishiri launch here. As usual.
So my question lies there. We used to have forest guard, and these are the responsibility of state government. If they can resuscitate this, I think they can.
No, Remy, they are still there. They are not just doing their work. I'm very sure the one in my state, one of my relation was even employed as a forest guard. The only thing they do is just to be collecting tips from the people that cut timbers. That's what they do. They don't do anything.
Because most of the banditry, kidnapping, and everybody they had through the forest. And we used to have that forest guard before. Our forests were quite safe. I think our major number one problem in that country, I'm sorry to say, they are the state governors, okay? Because some of them are just being irresponsible unnecessarily.
No, exactly, Remy. That is why we are saying focus should go. We should beam our focus on those state government. And now, because if you don't do that, so all the potential local government chairman too, they become oppressors like the state government too. So all these things we can do, like okay, as local government chairman are coming now, so we know that agriculture now should be a mainstream for them, a way of them making revenue. How do I mean? In my village now, if you are the local government chairman in my village, and you have millions of money, please, I'm not begging you to go and build road. It's rubbish. If you are building road in my village for now, I'm not saying you can do it in the future. It's nonsense. If you say you want to do pipeline, water power, pipeline, it's still rubbish for now. What you need to do is this: how are the people in that local area are going to survive? Now, these people, they are subsistence farmers, and many of them, they are afraid to go to their farm. One of those things is to find a way to return them to their farm. And whatever you invest there, you'll be able to find a way to get some kind of fair levy so that you can be sustainable. Then you look at skill development at that local government and concentrate. Once you can develop local economy, it's going to cascade to the federal level. So whether we
Ola. Yeah. You know, I think apart from the only thing that because at least I'm a participant in that in this sector. I know that there are a lot of people that have money to invest in agriculture. Yeah. But as it is being in Nigeria now, you understand what I'm saying? As it is in Nigeria now, even if you produce, it's not profitable. So is that one that is actually discouraging a lot? We people know that by the time they engage in food production, it's going to be profitable. I know a lot of people that have a lot of money that they can invest, and a lot of people are interested. So how can we incentivize this thing to make people to go into agriculture so that at least anybody want to is a business and want to do it and make money? It's not as if you go there, as I'm telling you, a lot of farm are actually closing up. Some of them are scaling down their production because there's no market. So
is it because
the purchasing power of the people?
No, purchasing power alone, Remy. It's not because of the purchasing power. Look at it this way. That thing become essence. Okay, look at it this way now. Assuming nobody wants to sell food to us in that country today. How long do you think, because we are saying silos now, we won't know anything except there's a major food crisis in that country? God forbid bad thing. But you are saying God forbid, it should be actually Nigerians should forbid bad thing, not even God, because God has given us everything for us to work.
Oh, okay, let's do that, people.
I'm asking a question. Let me just finish my question. Yes. Let's assume they stop no supply of food to that country today. Are we sure we have food to sustain us for the next 1 year? If without importing anything, is there any guarantee we have food? Now, if there's no guarantee, what government should be doing now, what Simba is talking about, government should be finding a way of mopping those things up. So if government is mopping all those gluts, I mean, said gluts, you call it, Abi. If
yes,
government starts mopping all those things.
So which government will mop? Is it the state government or federal government?
Okay, let me give you a very good example now. At least nobody can, and if they want to shout, let them shout and go and fact check it. You know, as I'm talking now, in Ghana, a crate of egg is about 7,250 naira. And in Nigeria, we are still selling for 4,500 naira. I'm talking about presently in Kwara, is about market price of 4,500 and it's about 7,250 in Ghana.
I think the one they are selling
is it not the same? No, just wait. Is it not the same wheat that we use in the same? We are using the cost of production is actually almost the same thing, because most of the things that they use in producing poultry feed are actually imported. Wheat, all those fish meal and all those things that they use, they're actually imported. So we are buying at the global price and we are selling at a lower cost because of the purchasing power of Nigerians. Are you not the one that told us that, okay, even some big farms now, they don't even sell to Nigeria. Immediately they produce, they ship it out because it's not actually profitable to sell in Nigeria.
Does Obasanjo sell? Obasanjo does he sell his products in Nigeria?
Yeah, that's what I was the example I wanted to mention.
Can't the government stop him for now? All of them.
Okay, let me even give you another example. You know, if they import wheat, you understand what I'm saying? The after removing the wheat itself, the wheat offer, that is the shaft of the wheat. Usually, that's what is part of the thing that they use in manufacturing poultry feed and all those other livestock feed. You know that most of the companies that are actually producing that thing in Nigeria now, they actually prefer to sell those wheat offer, export it back, than to sell in Nigeria. You understand? Yes, they export it back because during the dry season, those are the things that actually the cow farmers and all those things used to buy to feed their cows, their sheep, and all those things. Usually before, we used to buy those things maybe 2,000 naira, 5,000 to 3,000 naira per big bag. Now it's around 17K. So I don't know. Is there a way we can improve the purchase? If we are all this thing that we are doing, people will find a way of selling their product outside Nigeria if Nigerians cannot afford it.
Okay, is it a situation of affordability or oversupply? Because two things now. Because
when it's boiled down to purchasing power, they don't have enough money to buy. So they
no, because if they don't have enough, okay. Now let's look at it this way now. If you have 100 crates of eggs, and you can only sell 30 out of that, if it's a case of money alone, why will you allow the remaining 70 to waste when you can actually lower your price? You understand?
Hey, but if you lower your price, let me tell you what happened last year. Last year during the Naira swap, as at that time, I think we are selling a crate for like 2,000. Around, I can't remember, around 2004, 2005. But when this problem started, you remember that Naira swap now scaled. Then after that, we enter to fuel crisis and all those things. You know, we were selling at around 1,200, less than half of the price, which is actually far below the cost price. Because if you are selling for, let's say, if you are selling for like 2,500, I think what you'll be gaining on a crate of might not be more than 100 naira at the farm gate. Now you are selling at 1,002. As at that time, I have to sell. I sold more than half of my stock at a ridiculous price, because as at that time, I think I mentioned it before, I was making a loss of like 500,000, 600,000 every day.
That's terrible. So no, why I even mention whether it's a case of oversupply or whether purchasing power, because here in the farmers market here, let's say a box of plantain when it is fresh can go for like let's say $40, right? But maybe after 3 days, if they are not getting enough sales, they can crash the same thing they are selling for $60 or $40. They can crash it to like $10. Sometimes as ridiculous as $5. So we can't say it's because of purchasing power in this environment now. Not necessarily. It's just because of probably because of the supply. You know. But whereas a bag of rice that we used to buy, like, if I remember well, around $60 before, I think it's around there $130 now. You understand?
Okay, Ola, there are two people on the platform. Maybe they also want to come. I think Emeka is here, and I don't know. This is
when Emeka is not talking, that means he's sleeping, or maybe he don't do where they shack.
Okay.
Emeka can't be this quiet now, you know.
Yeah.
Who want to speak again?
Can I ask one question for two people?
Go ahead.
The question is for Simba and Ola. For example, we now decide to make, you will answer, and our other brother will also answer. We now decide to make each and every one of you our president in Nigeria. We'll just tell you, forget about road, forget about light. This food wahala for these people. Just do something. What will you do?
We see my first of all speak as an Greek man before I speak.
Okay, anyone?
Let me say something. I've been listening. You see, our food production problem in Nigeria is as a result of government failure to come out with a policy. What is the agricultural policy of the government? If a country does not have a clear policy on how to, support agriculture or investment in agriculture, then you won't be able, all this problem we are talking about, insecurity, no storage facility, no big time farmer, no large scale farming, no this, no that, we won't be able to achieve it. And I'm not sure that we have a policy, a clear policy on agriculture in that country. Particularly this administration, I'm not sure if they have a clear policy.
Okay, forget about which policy do you think? We are brainstorming now, so it's not about which policy do you want, because at least we have highlighted the problem now. So what are these? We should look for the solution. Occasionally used to say that at least maybe they are listening to us. So let us. What are the possible solutions?
No, what I'm saying is that most of the time we can't come up with a solution. But what the big issue is that we don't have a policy on agriculture, because it is that policy that will clearly do the roadmap or a strategy on how to handle agriculture in that country. It will clearly state how we can fund agriculture or farming.
Baba, I add you to the question. What will you do if you are the president? Because why I ask this question,
it doesn't have solution. He only knows the problem. That's what he's telling you. He doesn't know the solution.
I want to tell you guys why I ask the question.
No, by solution you are condemning it now.
The reason I ask the question,
I have said it earlier that look, solution to our problem is security. Once we can get our security right, we will have abundance of food in that country. Insecurity is the major problem to food. What do you call it? Food security in that country today. That is number one. It's one of it, but it's the major one now. Then number two, lack of infrastructure, particularly access road to rural area and farmland. If you can achieve those two, road to farmland across the country, accessible road, and security put under control, we will have food everywhere. Nigeria will be exporter of.
We are telling you now, Ajele Koko, that even the one that we are producing now, there is no market.
Why wouldn't there be market? What is causing why there is no market? Tell me why there is no market.
It's because Nigerians cannot afford it.
Hey, okay, Nigeria cannot. You can't tell me that Nigeria cannot afford food. I'm not saying that food is not expensive, but if you know the right market where you can take your produce or your farm produce to, they will still buy it.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm not. You know the difference between you and I. I'm a partaker. You are just a social critic. You are just a social critic that just talk online. You have little or no experience when it comes to this.
Okay, which food is it? Your fish or what is it that there's?
Okay, let me give you.
You can't tell me that there's no market.
Let me give you.
You can't tell me there's no market for yam.
Just wait now. Fish is a food. Meat is a food. I don't even know whether it does. When you say food, it's not only about solid food that you eat.
Okay. Fish food. What is that food that you are producing that there is no market for it? Tell us.
Maybe you are sleeping. I mentioned it. Maybe I don't know where you. Maybe you went out of the something. I'm talking about egg now. I'm talking about fish now. Yes, I'm even talking about even chicken. Let me tell you, presently in Nigeria now, they are buying a kilogram of chicken. You understand? For 2,500. You understand? 2,500. If you look at what a farmer will have invested in raising that chicken to that weight, is actually not profitable.
Okay.
And when they raise them I'm giving you an example of broiler. When they raise them to like that 6 weeks to achieve that weight,
Mm-hmm.
any time after that, the rate of growth would decline and it will be a loss to the farmer. So by the time they are raising them to that weight at that 6 weeks, if they don't sell, they will actually acquire more loss, and so they'll be forced to sell those things. You understand? And to reduce loss, some of them will not sell below even the cost price because they don't want to incur more loss. And that is what is happening. I'm telling you that majority of the things that we are producing in Nigeria is not because we don't have enough. It's because the purchasing power of Nigeria, majority of Nigeria cannot afford it. That is the major problem.
If I can clearly, understand what you are saying, it is not that people cannot buy, but your cost of production is so high now that by the time you want to sell it, the price is too expensive for people to buy.
Exactly.
That is the problem. It's the cost of your production. It is not that people there's no market there to buy.
You are forgetting that you are talking agriculture is a business.
Oh yes.
You understand? You cannot produce. So what are you talking about? So it's not a matter of it's not a matter of production. It's a matter of affordability.
No. It's your production that make your price so high as at the time you
so who are you blaming for that?
So the problem now, according to you, is that your cost of production. What are those things that make those costs high? Do you have imported
I don't know. We've been talking about this for almost 1 hour. I mean, I don't know where you went to.
I wasn't with my phone.
Okay, let me give you for example. I will shift away from livestock production. I'll go to food crop production. Let's say you want to produce maize. The seed that you are going to plant, you are going to buy it, and most of them are imported. You need herbicide, imported. You need pesticide, imported. You need fertilizer. That most of the things that they use in manufacturing, even if it's from a local, from a company in Nigeria, the price is still very high. So by the time you produce that maize, will you sell at a price that you say, because Nigerians are poor, they cannot afford this thing? Because you are doing business, you look at your total cost of input.
Okay.
That is what is going to determine your price.
Sorry.
Yes.
Most of these things that I mentioned, Isaac, most of these things that I mentioned, they are imported. We don't produce herbicide in Nigeria, we don't produce pesticide.
Okay, wait, Simba.
So because I've been looking at people, they will say, is yam not locally produced, is maize not locally produced. And most of the things that you use in producing these things, they are not locally produced.
Okay. Simba, you see, that is why I was saying earlier that government must have a clear policy on agriculture. Those things that are imported, our government, because of the value of our currency now that is so bad, which of us will affect, the cost of production of the farmers. Government must wade in such a way by getting all these things in large quantity and sell it to farmers. There are some strategic food. There are some food that is very, Nigerians cannot do without. They are more of our traditional food. So the seasoning from those and other things, and those pesticides and all these things, those area, that is the area where government must come in to get it for our people, at a very affordable price, so that their cost of production will not be so high, and by the time they are selling to the market, it be so affordable to people to buy. So everybody will win. The buyer we buy at affordable price, and the farmer will make money. And when that happens, the productivity will surely increase. And along the line, government is going to make profit, and they're going to take taxes too. So
taxes from who? The taxes from who? From farmer or who?
Say a farmer can sell tax.
Even even in the US where you are, the farmer pay tax?
You will pay tax when you make.
No,
profit.
they don't pay tax. They don't pay.
Don't tell me that
the farmers
no
don't pay.
It's a business. There's no business that doesn't pay tax.
Better go and check. Okay, forget about that. What I'm saying now, let me tell you this.
It's not charitable organization.
The issue, even if government subsidize the input, if government is not the one buying those produce from the farmer, most of these produce will still find their way outside Nigeria because they can sell to neighboring countries at a higher price.
I agree with you. That is why.
Sorry. Before Simba will go further, you see, from what you just explained now, you said that because of the production, like maize, you make example of maize. We have to buy these. They are all imported and they are expensive. And then after the farmer must have invested in that product, and at the finished product, when he wants to sell, Nigerians doesn't have the purchasing power. Now, my question is, or before the question, it means it's not really the food now that there is no food. It is the purchasing power that is the problem now.
We have been saying it, Isaac. You cannot get to market in Nigeria and they will say you want to buy yam and they will say there is no yam. Presently, we have even the old yam, we have the new yam. Anything that you want to buy in Nigeria, you will not get to market and say, oh, we are not talking about scarcity. There is no food scarcity in Nigeria.
Okay, now that we understand that it's not the food that is actually the main problem, but the purchasing power. Now, how can the government improve on Nigerians' purchasing power? Good, because that is where we should be hanging on. That's where we should be discussing on, because we have all I've been hearing is no food, people are hungry. And now I just discovered that it's a lie. There is food, but there is no purchasing power.
No, it's not a lie. Hold on. It's not a lie that there is no food. You don't produce enough to satisfy demand. And that is why the price is so high. And when
I'm telling you, just wait. You are just don't. No, I don't want you to just run away with that statement. I'm telling you now that even farmers are now scaling down production because of loss that they inquire, because there is no market for their product. You are telling me it's not true.
It depends on, I don't know. Maybe you want to mention particular sector that they are producing, or they are cutting down of their production.
Yes, I'm talking about that. You remember recently that even federal government said that they want to create Ministry of Livestock. You remember?
Yes.
You understand? That is the major problem. Livestock now, when you talk about, and that is what is actually more essential: protein. Protein. You talk about egg, you talk about fish, you talk about meat, you talk about all those things. There is a serious crisis because people are producing and they are running at loss. Because Nigerians cannot afford them.
Yeah, because government support is not there for them.
So that's what I'm saying. So you can't say it's not a problem. I'm telling you that there are some that will produce in a large quantity and there's no market because Nigeria cannot afford it. You see a lot of even tomatoes. Just hold on. Perishable farm produce. Tomatoes, fruit, and all those things, they get wasted because you see them on the table of the Yaloja, and the thing will just perish because they are still there looking for people to buy. They cannot afford it.
What of
so
those
I'm telling you that the problem that we have, I'm still insisting. Ajale Koko, if you like, agree with me. If you like, don't agree. The problem is not about production. The major problem is about affordability.
And I disagree with you. Both are the problem. Production and affordability. We don't produce enough. That is why it is so high. And on top of that, we have a very battered currency. A currency that have no value again. That is the problem. We don't produce enough.
Let me tell you.
Hold on now. Let us listen to each other. We have low productivity. That is number one. Then number two, we have battered currency. The value of our currency is so battered that you have to spend a large sum of amount to buy little thing. So it doesn't work like that. If the currency is still valuable, a lot of these things can still be bought. You are losing money because the currency value is so bad now. By the time you imported your stuff to feed your bird and all these things, and by the time they are mature you're going to be selling at loss because you have spent so much on your cost of your production is so high now than ever before because your currency has lost value.
Benny, let us with this one that you haven't said now.
No,
what determines the value?
Simba, please wait. I want to enter in between two of you. You see, there was a time there was a underproductivity. How do you put it just now? Not producing enough in Zimbabwe.
Low production.
Low production in Zimbabwe. That time, if you can remember. When you entered their supermarket, it was world news. Even to see bread inside supermarket, it was hard. But I want to agree with Simba because I always go on social media. Most of our girls now that are doing this content, whatever, they now go to markets. I've been watching different markets. They will say they want to go and get the new price for today. Let's see if it's going up or going down. When they enter the market, I see stuff like everywhere. You see all these malams selling their meat. All of them will just fold their hand looking at the meat. No customer to buy. You will see bags of everything. If really we are not producing enough, there will be no food in the market now. There will be no food.
No, hold on. You see, what I'm saying that you see, Simba is right. Now. Simba is right that hold on, Isaac. Simba is right that purchasing power of Nigeria is so low. It's so low now. That is why they cannot buy. But at the same time, I am telling you that low productivity too. Low productivity and purchasing.
Ajale Koko, let me wait. You are just repeating yourself. Let me tell you. Me as an individual, do you understand what I'm saying? If I can get markets for what I'm producing now, you understand what I'm saying? I'm ready to scale up. And there are so many people like me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what you cannot just isolate. Let me tell you, what the situation now is actually because people are not able to buy what the farmers are producing. It's actually discouraging a lot of people even from going to that farming.
Yeah, I think I agree.
I agree with you that. Look,
you understand? Yes, so let me tell you, just for now, maybe for the next few, just remove. I know nobody can say this insecurity is not an issue. It's a big issue. But I'm even telling you that what we are even producing now is not because of we will produce food. Our situation is not like that of Argentina. It's not like that of Sri Lanka. Why even not like that of Zimbabwe, whereby you get to where you want to buy food, you have your money, you cannot even see the food to buy. That is not the situation in Nigeria. The situation being power in Nigeria is not because there is no food. It being power because they cannot afford the food.
Economy now. So now
the question I wanted to ask you, you said that our currency is battered. Thank God Patoski is back on the something.
Yeah.
Now, what determines the value of your currency? It's not something that you can. It's not something that you can say. No, this is. I want to fix my currency and say, okay, today I wake up and say $1 is equivalent to $1. You are joking.
But the solution is what for the government. Sorry, the solution to that is for the government
in a situation.
Are you hearing me?
The situation whereby year in year out, government revenue reduces, population increases.
No. It's government policy that destroyed the value of the currency.
It shows that your understanding of economy then is something. I don't think I can.
No, you don't want to. You don't want to see reason with others. You know what is happening now. Are you telling me that the value of the currency is as the way it was last year, before Tinubu came to office? Is the policy of the government. The policy of the government has the value, the currency. It has the value your currency. Thereby, you have to spend so much to get little. That is the problem we have.
As a socialist, you just wanted.
You know that we are consuming. We are imported imported reliance country. We rely on imported goods. Even all the seedling you said they are imported. All the pesticides they are imported, and all these things we add up to the cost of productivity or cost of food. So what are you talking about? Your currency is so low now.
Still, let me tell you, if you live in a country whereby you generated enough revenue, the country is rich. Nobody will put a restriction on how much you can take away from the country. Nobody will say, okay, you cannot be rationing foreign exchange. We have a situation.
The government is generating more revenue. That when you want to talk of the taxes, I'm not talking of the oil. The country is generating more revenue now than before.
How? Tell me. How much?
Go and check now. Go and check the statistics. Tinubu is generating more revenue in terms of taxes, tariff, and all these things from the custom. Let
me ask you. No, just wait now. It's not about. Let us even go back beyond Buhari. During Jonathan. No, I don't want to mention Obasanjo because he will say I don't like the man. So that's why I don't want to reach Obasanjo. I want to stay on good Lord Jonathan.
And one of those agents of Yoruba descendant that hate Obasanjo.
You look at it this way, Ajale Koko. During Jonathan regime, we are producing 2.5 million barrels of crude every day, and we are selling above $100. That was almost 14 years ago. You want to tell me that the revenue that we have now, is it the same thing that we have now? No, tell me now. Yes or no?
No. It's not the same. I mean, but it's not the same. I agree with you on that. But at the same time, you have to agree with me that
what I'm saying, let me tell you what we are making. Let me tell you, we are just looking for a miracle in that country. Let me tell you, if nothing is done, and we have to diversify our economy, make more money for all these things that you are talking about, subsidize this, all these things that all policy that you are talking about, it needs money. Where do you think the money will come from?
Simba, Simba. A country, no, just the Isaac, let me just finish. A country of over 200 million people is making a budget of less than $20 billion. And you want something dramatic to happen in such a country? Are we joking? Simba. Hey, you say somebody is poor, and then you say, okay, let him get money to do this, do this. Everything you mentioned, you need money. We are subsidizing dollar, we are subsidizing petrol, subsidizing education, subsidizing health, subsidizing food, everything. I mean, if you want to do all these things, you need money. So where is the money coming from?
Well,
So,
whether we like it or not, you still have to blame the government. There are a lot of
they are there to be blamed, but we have to sometimes we have to be realistic. We have to be realistic.
Yeah.
Exactly. The money, you know, the only thing is that the few money that we have, we can say that okay, we're not even managing it well. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not enough to even to move an inch to take us anywhere.
Because what we
even in some country we have individuals that are richer than Nigeria. So what are we talking?
The problem with our government is that they don't place their priority right. They don't, you know.
The problem is only that somebody like you're a politician, you have your Showore that you are following, but you cannot tell me that the problem that we are facing now is not something that generated 1 year ago. It's something that is just like you have a disease and you are not treating it. The thing will keep on getting worse, and that is the situation. If we don't do anything about our revenue generation, all this thing that we do, is this person will start doing blame game and say, okay, this person is corrupt. How much is even the money that we are saying is somebody is stealing? That $20 billion that we are talking about is not even more than what somebody will steal in a country.
Simba, you know, Simba. Let me tell you this: they steal, even the stealing, it might even be more than what is being reported. Yes, it's been reported. Look at how can we have a country where you know, our daily quota, allocated quota, we can't meet it. What is responsible for that? What? Tell me what is responsible for that. If we are a serious country, it is either some people are stealing that oil, or the government is incompetent in developing our potential in that sector. If
the question I want to, the issue is this: even at inception, when they are allocating these quotas or whatever, why do we even accepted that one initially? And even right from inception, successive governments from 1970 up to now have failed in actually even meeting up with that quota that we are talking about. If you produce more, have you ever seen a situation whereby we say, okay, no, we now have capacity to produce more? No, we are always producing less.
Look, let me tell you this: a country,
and to me, I think we should actually shift our focus from oil. There are so many other things that we can do that even earn us more money than even this oil.
Yeah, we don't place our priority. The problem is that we don't place our priority right.
I could remember right from military regime, they've been talking about diversification. Even your idol, Obasanjo, what did he do about diversification? The guy was just aloof there. He was lucky. There was stability in the Niger Delta, and the oil price was just a nonsensical guy.
Who told you that he didn't work hard for
what did he do?
Lot of things
what did he do?
A lot of things to achieve. He worked hard for it. It's not like all these lazy and thieves that you have all over the place now.
But Obasanjo is not a chief. It's not a chief.
Let me comment. Baba Jali Koko.
Sorry.
Hold on, let me land. I will let you call. Let me land this one.
Okay.
Let me tell you. Simba, you see.
Simba.
You see, even in these areas of this oil sector, do you know that Nigeria is not in control of that oil? The IOC that they are talking about are the one that control your oil. You don't have absolute control of your oil, even to ship it, to exploit.
I know I understand everything that you are talking about. What I want to say, this problem of IOC or whatever that you are talking about. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes.
These are the problem that the Middle Eastern country have solved since 70s. Since 70s, but we have a government. We have a government then that was saying that we are so rich and we don't even know what to use money for.
Let's even forget about the 70s.
Why are we? Let me tell you, why are we so docile as a group of people? Let me tell you, whatever leaders that we have, let me tell you, they are just a reflection of who we are as people. We had somebody who used to claim that he doesn't have his shoe when he was growing up, and he became a president. What did he do?
You see,
and this a poor guy that grew from a humble background, and he was one of the most reckless presidents that we ever had. So, where can we get a good leader? Just tell me where are they?
Look, this is that is a big problem. That's a major problem that you just mentioned now. So when you don't have a full control of a very important resource that is so strategic to the economic development of your country, you don't have control over it, but rather the foreign oil company are the ones that are in control. Even the terminal where this oil is shipped out, they control everything. Whatever they are taking out is whatever they
let me ask
what
you.
They ship out is what you take.
If I have your contact, let me tell you, if I have your contact, I will have sent a video of was it Sierra Leonean first lady, the wife of the Sierra Leonean president. She says she spoke as a person, not she was not speaking for the Sierra Leonean president as or government. That, is it because of poverty? Let me tell you, if anybody comes now, this problem that you are highlighting now, if any government comes now or any president comes now and he said he doesn't want all these people again, they will use our own people. Our Nigerians, they will be the one that they will use against that government and make that government not workable. When we say we are not patriotic, and it's because of the kind of even the democratic system that we are practicing, it's also working against us. Okay, look at what is happening now. We are talking about protest. There's nothing wrong about protest, but you and I know that is an opportunity for some people to use it for their own selfish gain.
Who are those people that want to use it for their selfish gain?
We know to forget about all those things. What we are saying is that
I don't know. Who are those people that want to use it for their selfish gain?
Don't let us go to that one, because that one is another topic. It's another topic entirely. So let us focus on, let me tell you, the question you're supposed to ask yourself is that, good morning, why is it so difficult? Why are African countries or developing countries find it so difficult to control their resources? It's not only in the oil sector. We are finding it, go to most African countries, even some Latin American countries, they find it difficult to have absolute control. Look at what is happening in Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world. Look at what is happening. Is Venezuela a country? Why is this so? So the question we're supposed to ask is...
Let me tell you the problem with Venezuela is because Venezuela refuse these people. Venezuela did not allow them to have control of their oil. That is why they gang up to impose sanctions on Venezuela. Because Venezuela Venezuela nationalized those oil companies and the infrastructure and took over from them, that you can't control our oil. We must, when Hugo Chavez was there, Hugo Chavez overthrew the government, a government that was a friend to the West. He overthrew it and then took over the oil all those IOC controlled this thing. It nationalized them.
Okay, so what has now become of Venezuela? That is what we are saying now. Okay, so which one will you take as a leader? Hold on. No, let me tell you, the Venezuelans, just hold on. The Venezuelans now that are now running a tasketa, moving to other countries and all those things, they will be talking about their government. They will not be talking about the international community, that the government is not working. Because an average man needs food, needs to be comfortable.
Let me tell you.
So how do you balance that?
How we are going to balance? Let me tell you. Nigeria is a country that is so strategic that the entire region in Africa depend on it for their survival. If that should happen to Nigeria, the whole of West Africa will burn. And then it's going to be clear to the whole of West Africa and the entire Africa that this is what they are trying to do against Nigeria. And that will spring up opposition against them from the entire Africa. Nigeria is it's because Nigeria have bad leadership that are not standing up against this foreign influence. And that is why they continue to manipulate us. The moment Nigeria have a group of leaders that can speak in one voice, that enough is enough. We don't care. Whatever you want to do it. Impose your sanction. Do it. We are living in the unipolar world. Now, if some people don't want to do business, you go with some other people.
But we have examples.
Nigeria,
okay, Batoski.
Yes.
Do you know that by the time they impose sanction on us, you and I, especially you and I on this platform, we have been complaining that Nigerians are hungry, that things are tough. Do you know that when they impose sanction on us, it will be tougher than it is now?
It will be tougher. If it will be tougher, then we will start to solve our problem from there.
Nigeria will not understand. They will not understand. That's what I'm telling you now.
They can't bear this one. Would they be able to bear
Look.
That's what I'm telling you, Ajale Koko Patoski. We have examples. It happens during
Buhari regime in 1983, between 1983 and 1985, it was toppled. We knew how the Western power came and sponsored the coup against Buhari. Look at what happened during Abacha regime when they put sanction. And Abacha was able to survive just because he was a military man. If had it been, it was a democratic elected government, he wouldn't survive that.
Look, what I'm saying is
Nigerians, though, let me tell you, the kind of sacrifice that you need to do such a thing, nobody will understand. And your political opponent, they will not even know that this guy is going in the right direction. The only thing Nigeria big power, Nigerians are dying. And people like you will also come and be saying
people like you, it's people like you that will not support such action. It's people like you that will
people like you that will take subsidize food, subsidize water, subsidize this. Nigerians are dying. They are dying of hunger.
Look, it's people like you that will support
let's begin to blame ourselves.
If a country cannot have a full control, or let me say a people cannot have a full control of their country, that means that country.
Let us know what I'm saying. I made mention
the control of a foreign power.
There is not only peculiar to us now. That's why Africa is not growing. Why are we finding it difficult to remove ourselves? Not only Nigeria, it's all over. How much is Ghana getting from how much are they getting from their cocoa and their gold? How much is Kenya getting from their coffee and their tea and everything? Let me tell you, the only country that seems to be getting a little from their natural resources is maybe South Africa, and because they have some element of white among them.
Even Simba, let me tell you this. You see, when a country is too afraid of hardship they are going to go through,
this policy, let me tell you, this thing that you're talking about, just give me one example. Give me one example of a country that tried this and successful.
I will give you
in recent time.
I will give you a country that is so afraid, or of sanction and other things that will come from this foreign power. When they make move to take over the total control of their country, if they are so afraid that, oh, if we take this action, if we take over our country from these people, they will impose sanction. A country that with group of leadership that think like that, then they will never have control of their country, and the country will never work for them. I will give you an example. Look at what they did to Russia. What did Russia do? Russia forget about them. Russia now look forward towards the Southeast Asia. Look for market for our product over there.
Russia is a superpower. Don't forget that.
Hold on, whether superpower. Do you think? Hold on. Do you think it's a small sanction they impose on Russia? Do you think it's a small thing? If you know what they did to Russia, do you know how much Russia lost as their how much they have in their reserve in Western country that is frozen? Over $300 billion. Do you think it's a small joke? Do you think that money is a small joke? Over $300 billion. Do you know, upon that, the losses in terms of investment that they withdrew from Russia? It's not but you see the group of leadership took it as a responsibility that, look, this is our country. We won't give in to this enemy. Let's look for friends elsewhere. They look forward to China. They look forward to India. They look forward to India. All this. They started going, going everywhere.
The example that you are giving,
and sold this product, and sold it cheaper.
Let me tell you.
Let me
tell you.
Let me land. He sold his product as a discount rate to India, to China. Even Saudi Arabia was buying cheap gas, cheap oil from China, and go and resell to these people at higher price. Saudi Arabia was buying this thing behind the door from China. From Russia. China was buying, India was buying, and now selling it to them, to those people that they said they at higher price, more than what they were getting from Russia. All these European companies that imposed sanction on Russia. India were buying, China was buying, was selling it at higher price to them. Turkey.
But they have their military might and technology to be able to protect their goods in the high
It's
sea.
not even no, Isaac. It's not even about that. The kind of regime that we have in Russia is a dictator. You understand? Even the example of what is it called? This country that you mentioned, Venezuela. Though that one is not working because Venezuela is not a country now. It was a military man. You understand? In a democracy, the kind of democracy that we are doing now, that we claim that we are practicing, that kind of thing that Ajale Koko is talking about cannot work. It cannot have a kind of a unity that will make such a thing work, the kind of sacrifice that we need to make such a thing work. Because if you want to do such a thing, there is the initial period that you have to suffer. Nigerians that cannot wait for 2 months, 3 months, that everybody will start saying, and then the opposition party will start saying the government is not working. We know that is incompetent, is this, is that. Everybody based on tribe and everything.
See, but it's only
it cannot work.
Subsidy. It's only for subsidy they come out now. People they cry.
Just for I'm not sure it will work because because the Russia we are talking about, they can tell you, if you throw us one missile, we throw 5. If you throw us one nuclear,
even let me tell you whatever Ajale Koko is talking, even Russia is just saying that they were selling at loss. They were just trying to make ends meet. The Russians, can they cry? The Russians are not even, they are suffering. They are suffering.
Yeah, they are true. They are not true. Who told you that they are suffering? They are not. The economy, their economy is one of the best performing economy now. Go and check it. Except they are not following what is going on.
But Ajale Koko, let us be serious. Let us be serious.
Even as
the example, just wait now. Let us be serious. What you are saying, you know that a country, an African country, cannot try what Russia tried. You know now, you just say something that is realistic, something that is practicable.
That one is not possible.
Say something that is realistic, something that is that is what you are saying is no now. Why are you doing this?
So what are you saying? You say we should continue like this. We should not at a
let me tell you. The only person. Let me tell you. No. What I'm saying. Let me tell you. It has to be. Everybody has to resolve. Both the citizen and the leader, and it's not this kind of democracy whereby we are divided based on tribal or whatever. You understand? A country that would do that, everybody must be ready to pay the sacrifice. Are we ready to do the sacrifice?
I believe Nigerians are ready to pay once it is clear that the set of leadership.
The Nigerians will not understand. The only thing we understand is food.
Hold on now. If it is clear to Nigerians that this set of leadership are disciplined, they are prudent, they are frugal, they are not thieves, Nigerians will support them.
How do you in Nigerians where we even castigate people even just based on our own?
Where will you find that kind of leader in Nigeria now?
I don't even know. Maybe where to go and manufacture them from the moon.
If you can't find such leaders, if we cannot find such, that means we are doomed. Because your country,
are you joking? Are you not? So you are coming back now.
That means we are doomed because the country.
We are doomed.
Like I'm saying, is that look, these corrupt leadership you have that are not in control of the most strategic resource that is so important. So the economic well-being of your country, you are not in control of it.
You know this same
in control of your oil. You are not in control of your oil.
It's not only oil. Don't even be fixated on oil. Your resources. Just don't use oil. Say resources.
So good answer now.
Let me ask you, Ajalekoko. This same year, Ruto. Let me tell you,
they are colluding with them because they are making fortune out of it, and that's why they cannot do anything.
Okay.
It just let us just
okay. Let me. You know, there was a time this Ruto, this Kenya guy that initially, Nigerians were praising this guy. Ruto was doing well, and I think I came on this platform even before this their protest started. That the guy is not doing well. Half Kenyans are friend. That was not doing well. You only see him on international district. He was not even staying in Kenya. Every time he travel, and he's a good orator. It's a good orator. He was saying something. Let me tell you, the only way we can remove ourselves from the shackles of these Western people. Do we even cooperate among ourselves, even in Africa, as African country? How many African countries are buying Nigerian oil? You understand? If we can come, let me tell you, if we can come and have a unity among ourselves in Africa, it's okay. To hell with these Western people. Nigerians have oil. We can buy our oil. Kenya can buy oil from us. Uganda, all those countries that doesn't have, they can buy Nigerian oil. They can buy South Africa. South Africa is not even buy their oil from Africa. If we need beverages, we need coffee and all those things. Kenya produce a lot of coffee. Why can't we trade among ourselves? But we don't even trade among ourselves. And that is why it's very easy for them.
How many people drinking coffee in Yoruba land or Igbo land?
No, I'm just using that as an example.
Don't mind this Babaladi farmer. You have been listening to him talking all night long. If go and be swearing a snail or goat, whichever one it is you're talking, I've been listening to him all night long. This is a Baladi Pakwa. You go and be drinking your coffee. Go and be drinking your coffee when you are technological backward. How are you going to rise? You depend on this master.
Okay, what Ajaleko is talking about, what do you think is the solution? If we cannot trade among ourselves, I just use that as an example. Jokes apart.
Simba, I've been listening to you all night long. I even heard Kolata, who has never been a farmer, who has been a city boy, trying to provide solution to the agricultural deficiency in Nigeria. Look, I was born a farmer. I was born into a farming family. Earlier I heard you guys talking about, this is the way we should do it on a large scale. I don't know if any of you have ever traveled.
Adewale, say we dey go farm. Don't mind all this.
Don't mind these people. See, I grew up in a farm. I even mentioned a particular town. that was known for planting rice. If I don't know if any of you have seen farm, they said
we can mention that
somebody like Ajayeko does not even know how rice look like. Now he only eat rice. He doesn't even know how it look like.
I want even Kolata. So when we talk about, see, we have a lot of drawback. You see, I grew up in a town where everything has been done traditionally. You try to give fertilizer to a farmer that does not believe in mechanized farming. On the one hand, you're trying to empower them for them to be able to do this thing with ease. But they will tell you that certain things has to be done in a way for the produce to be, bountiful and profitable. Yams are being seen as, not as a crop that can be grown around the year, but they believe that, certain right has to be performed. So when you bring all these mechanized equipment to them, they don't actually know. They don't actually know the value. I mean, during the day of People's Bank and this other bank, there was purposely dedicated to empowered farmers. Some of these rural areas, because I've seen farms, yam farms that are acres that, in fact, you can't even see the edge. Even the owner does not even know where it starts and where it ends. It's only during the harvest time that you begin to maybe have an idea that this is where his farm start and stop. So, but they have this traditional drawback that is actually, holding them back. Certain people, the subcultures will tell you that you can't plant certain crops in one place except it has to be this and that. And if you can't even do that, not to talk about even introducing GMO to them. So apart from the fact that the federal government has a lot of work to do, and I'm glad that it's enhancing local government, because local government is the only one. You remember the day of MAMSA. MAMSAs were created to conduct orientation. These people needed to be reorientated. Yeah, they needed to be reorientated in a way that so that they will be able to, apart from the fact that government could provide, soft loan and incentives for them to be able to hire some of these tractors and equipment, government need to also let them know the value. Because I know for a fact that certain traditions or beliefs that if you don't use your hand to till the weed, the produce would not grow. I know certain tribes in Yoruba land. Okay, so you can imagine people who believes in that, who would have used technology to their advantage and produced enough for them to be able to sell. But because of all this drawback, it becomes a problem for them. Some people did not believe that fertilizer is good or best for them because they believe it's full of chemicals. It took them for years before they even started taking this, sniper, fari, to even plant their corn. And those corns that they are using it to plant, they don't even heat, they don't consume it. They are the one that they will take to Ilorin, that eventually will be taken to the north. Because they don't believe.
Why Ilorin? What do you mean, why Ilorin?
It has always been the middle ground for the wholesale this stuff. They're like the middlemen, the wholesaler. So that's where we usually take our produce to, especially corn.
They don't want to work.
So that's where they will take it to the north. They don't even consume it because they believe that chemical has been mixed, so it's probably not good for consumption. So you have all these things that are kind of like a drawback. Look, government can produce loan for all you care. And most of the loans that they produce usually go to the pocket of their allies, their cronies, or their party members. But when it happens that way, they pocket the money or they withhold the fertilizer or whatever government provided, and they start giving it to their own people. So I believe that the commercial bank would have been used for that medium to be able to provide soft loan to the farmer.
No, Adewale, forget about commercial bank. How can they give a big loan to commercial bank?
No,
You are just that is heresy. Then even the traditional practices. Let me tell you, traditional practices that you are talking about.
It's not heresy.
When you are not.
Hold on. We do not have a coordinated farmers association in Nigeria. Those pockets of association here and there, you say Aladi association like you that complaining about selling cheaper chicken to not profitable.
Can you take this question? When you mention your local farmers where you used to reside in Ekiti.
Madalo, Aroko Ekiti. You know what? People have forgotten that people are no longer have those useless belief again.
Remy, give me 1 minute. Mike did disappear. Yeah. We are shutting it down in the next 12 minutes. Unless Mike come in, then it takes around. It takes over. Yeah, I have to go. Yeah, we're shutting it down at 8 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, go on.
Thomas, you and Shane Yari. I just came in and it's time to shut it down.
Can you put us at the background?
Adewale, I have life too now. My family, I have to take care of family.
Yeah, Boro, so the Piwasi because I put us at the background.
Ta ló mọ ibi tó lọ pàápàá?
That's a very good question. Ta ló mọ ibi tó lọ?
Lórí ìrìn òru káàkiri níbo ló lọ kò dẹ̀ lọ́bi ṣe ó ti sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé off ló ń wà o níbo ló wá lọ.
Ìkan tó ṣe ni pé a gbé táyà jíìpù sí Pathfinder a wà lọ máa tà ìkan tó ń ṣe nìyẹn.
Mr. Dewale.
So my question
Mr. Dewale, are you still there?
I'm here.
Sorry, you always come. And I always enjoy your take in the
rubbish. Isaac is talking rubbish, and you say you are enjoying rubbish.
Let me land.
But Mr. Dewale, snail farming is profitable. Let him branch out to snail farming instead of
Mr. Dewale, today this one you come to tell us, I not just buy am at all. It be like superstition.
O ti mú nǹkan ni, Dewale ti mú nǹkan ni, o ti mú nǹkan ni.
I not just buy am at all.
I remember that in some supermarket here, there are some products directly from the farms that is not, they don't use a lot of chemical to plant them. And when you go to the supermarket, especially in China, where the prices are much more higher than the one that for commercial.
No, Remy. If you use a chemical, if you use no. If you use chemical to plant something, it doesn't mean that the chemical will remain with that plant now.
I know.
Let me tell you.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does.
It doesn't. Let me explain to you. You have little or no layer about this thing. You people that you already banking and finance and all those things. I don't know why you are even venturing to this.
Farmer, farmer, sorry.
What Wale Adewale is talking about is true because they are forced to, when they take some of those food to the lab, and they are forced to put a disclaimer to tell you that okay, you may have some certain content of all those chemicals because you use pesticides, you use herbicides. So
what? No. Wait. See, what type of let me tell you, it's not the one that you use in planting. It's the one that you use in preserving those food. You understand? It's in the preservation. No, that's not. No. Don't mislead the. You are talking to people who are listening to you.
Wait now.
You these Ekiti people, I don't even understand if you.
Wait now. When they put label there, they tell you the percentage of chemicals used to plant, not preservation alone. They will tell you, okay, the responsible farming, all those stuff. They are forced to put the label to list it. That's why you classify some as organic because the process of planting them, the level of
the issue. Wait, Ola. When you talk about GMOs, I agree with you.
I'm not talking about GMO.
What I'm saying, let me tell you the examples that sorry, the example that Adewale mentioned. If you use sniper, let me give you for example. So you just soak your maize in sniper to plant. It doesn't grow. It doesn't have anything to do with the produce that you get from that. You can't see sniper in that produce, that maize, when by the time you harvest it. You just use it to for pests or whatever that can invest or eat that thing. Because at that time they use it for akparu. I don't know what the English name for akparu. So that akparu and all those things that used to feed on those seeds, so that some of them will die and it also not having good taste in their mouth. So it will just detect them from actually feasting on those things. That's what those one does. But when you talk about seed and all those food crop, the major problem with them is actually the preservation. But when you talk about livestock, actually, if you use chemicals, even we human beings, if you use chemicals in food, in even medication that we are taking, it stays in our blood. You can, if you for example now, if you have animals that you give antibiotics to, they can actually, by the time you kill the animal, they can determine the antibiotics content that is present in, and that's why even in some countries now they are actually discouraging farmers from using antibiotics, because it's actually one of the reasons why we have a lot of resistance to all these microorganisms that is affecting human beings now, because even livestock consume more antibiotics than human beings. 2/3 of the antibiotics produced in the world are actually used for livestock, not human beings. You understand? So I agree with you, but what I'm saying is that if you use a chemical to plant something, it's not likely, because I can't fathom. I'm an agri science student. A science student. I know, you too, you're a science student. How can that chemical now grow with that to the extent that by the time that thing is fruiting or is producing the tuber, it will now remain inside? That's what I don't understand.
I just want to ask.
I just want to ask what Adewale was saying. I think we all know that if you soak the seed in chemical, we know it's not going to grow. We know that so I don't think that's what. Yeah, preservation, yes. Then weeding, yes. Pest control, yes. But at that stage, no. Of course, I know Adewale will not say that.
So before you guys were talking about some countries that were like, we talk about Russia. That Russia, they put a lot of sanction on them. I bet you, if you see Russians here, oh my God, Ukrainians.
That was what I was saying. That was what I was telling Ajay Koko, that he thought that everything was rosy.
Even when I was in charge, do you know how many Russians troop into that country? If you see their train, like intercity train, it's not even worse than the locomotive in Nigeria. The people there are suffering, my God. They are really suffering.
You know
how the thing is,
Russians do prostitution.
Look, do you know how large? Hold on, man. So some of you don't know. You don't think it's Moscow, or you think Russia is a small country. Do you know how many regions you have in Russia?
I've been to Poland.
Hold on now.
No, I want to tell you, I've been to Russia before. Have you ever been to that country?
I've not been there.
Okay, go ahead.
Me what you know.
Go ahead.
So look, they have so many regions. Mm-hmm. So you can't use what you see in some rural region to what is happening in the larger Russia, like Moscow or St. Petersburg or Sochi or some other place.
Listen, the argument, Remy, let me respond to him, please. Sorry. You see that your argument is faulty. If you look at it, you want to say, okay, the country is good just because they have some cities and the major cities, and they say, okay, because of that they are good. You don't judge the success of the US by just looking at you don't judge the success of the US by just looking at
the 3 cities, just 2, St. Petersburg and Moscow. I've been to Valadisko, which is the train stone to Harbin, which is about 1.5 hours journey. When you go there and see the people, they are even more local than Nigerian. For example, let's talk about just opposite to Nigeria. When you see Lagos and when you see Abuja, and you do those two places to justify the whole of Nigeria, then they will say Nigeria is good. But when
but generally Russia is not a first world country now. I think
to me Russia is still a developing country, and it's supposed to be a
third world country. It's officially a third world country. Anybody can correct me if wrong.
And even the economy of Russia is shrinking. It's shrinking. Yes. The economy is shrinking. And Ajale Koko will come here and be lying to us.
That's not true. They are recording
go and
growth
check
in their economy.
It's not a growth. They are even, in fact, this year, they said that GDP is going to reduce by 2.5 to 3%. It's reducing every year.
That is what they are projecting.
And then the issue is that even the Russians have been there is no freedom of speech. You cannot even talk. Nobody you can't do anything because they are being ruled by a dictator.
That is not true.
You know that
is not true. They have opposition party there. They even have opposition run radio station and TV there. As if it's a country. So they don't have their own system. That their own system.
You know that the biggest opposition in Russia was killed in the prison some few months ago.
Let me tell you. See, you people don't understand where the
Remy, hold on. That KILL, please. Let's YouTube always they always trigger us, give us
okay.
Let's use mine.
After evangelical, will come up time.
You see that person you said the pie in prison. Look, they have one policy. If you are a citizen and you are conniving with a foreign power, against
your country,
so they find him because he was talking with a foreign people. You are the one that you come here and be talking about freedom of speech.
Can you just listen? If you are conniving
based on what do you mean by conniving?
Oh God! Say you don't want to listen. You want to listen.
Just let him talk.
If within the country you are in opposition within the country, fighting for the country against this thing, you don't have problem. But the moment they have intelligent gathering that is so clear that you are conniving with foreign power against your country, they will take you down.
If Biafra was to be in Russia, what will happen to Biafra?
The same thing with China.
Let us ask him now. Ajale Koko, do you wish something to happen? If you believe in that, then all our politicians should have been killed.
No. What do you mean by all your politicians?
Including Showore, that your Showore is supposed to have been killed.
You are right.
If Biafra was to be in Russia, what will happen to Biafra? They will have stifled them, stifle all of them, and kill all of them, put them in the, throw them into the water, into the sea.
Look. Let me tell you this. You see, when you don't give a sense of nationhood to your citizen, then there's going to be a problem. People will agitate against you, against that bad leadership. What do you see going on in Nigeria? Hold on. It is not that Nigerians hate their country. They don't hate their country. They hate the leadership. And they are just speaking that, look, we cannot continue. This kind of people are not leading us right. So, but a lot of you, because of your tribal sentiment, are reading a lot of meaning to it. That, they are patriotic, they don't like that. No! The leadership
So to the extent that you have to connive with foreign country to work against your country.
Who is
because that's what you said.
Nigeria? Mention who is conniving among Nigeria.
Showore is conniving.
Showore is conniving. Look at you. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not ashamed of yourself?
He's declining days of rage. He's declining days of rage.
Showore is
kidnapping.
Yeah. Showore is conniving against Nigeria. Yes, he was publishing a lot of things. Stuff in GOE. Then he's conniving against Nigeria. Publish politician. Just go and sit down, Jare. Mama. Àwọn politician ti di orí yìí mọ́lẹ̀.
No, in all honesty, I think when Showore is within his domain as an activist, I think the guy is doing wonderfully, to be honest. Because in whistleblowing, in all those investigating all those cook and publishing, I think we have to give it to him, to be honest. He got that right. I give to him, just like the like of Femi Falana that are activists and cook. I give all those to them. But when it's come to politics, it's just to get my show.
Everybody need ulterior motive. Everybody have ulterior motive for whatever they want to do.
No, for sure.
Ulterior motive only show already.
Let me finish.
I might finish, Joe, Baba. Just 10 seconds. For Showore in this protest, I no problem. I'm okay with Showore in this protest. All that, people I'm not okay with. But Showore, we no in for this. Continue, Baba.
Okay, so when he floated that Sahara reporter and he continued to expose a lot of shenanigans, I think it was good. But I think he also have an ulterior motive. The ulterior motive is that when he does all of this thing, then he's going to go to active politics, which he did. And and after that, he knows that you have to start from somewhere. An average Nigerian person, the first question they will ask you if you are coming out to contest in Nigeria, this is what you ask. What has it done before? A lot of people don't know Sahara Reporter. Only the elite or people that are in the diaspora or people that are interested go to that website. Nobody knows this guy. So they will ask you, is he a former governor? Is he a former chairman of whatever? It doesn't do nothing. And the reason why Nigeria has that question is that, at least from what you have done before, we were able to assess you. And that is why people that are former governors...
you see something, Remy? It doesn't even have to be former governor, but he has to display some competence.
Thank you. At least, even if it's a private sector that in Nigeria that we know that, in Nigeria, you are from a CEO of a bank or probably manager of the ABC or something that has to show that this is my academic, what I've done in this country personally. What Nigeria know you about, you are just like a student union activist. And after that, you find yourself in America.
Nígbà tá a bá ń gbọ́ tẹ̀ bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí, òun náà máa fi máa sọ wípé àná politician ti dé orí yìí mọ́.
Because this
is the thing. Àwọn Yorùbá wo ló ń sọ? Who are the Yorùbá tó máa sọ wípé irú eléyìí ṣé bí ilé ayé tó bàjẹ́ sí ilẹ̀ fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí pé wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí ló ti ṣe rí. Is your integrity, is your person, your personality. What is your integrity? What is it that
it's not good enough, Papa. It's not good enough. It's not a good material. We must tell the truth.
Oh, okay, fine. You have a good material.
I cannot say that you cannot force Nigeria to.
No, you have a good material that is working for you now.
We may be suffering now. It does not mean that.
Yeah, Ojoko si Finland. Máa sọ wípé good material lẹ ní Nàìjíríà. Ó dẹ̀ ń gba gbogbo free. Ó ń gba free education. Ó ń gba free health service.
Somebody want to address you. I heard a voice that want to address you.
I think it's Adewale.
Adewale continue. For anything. No, I paid my money here. I paid for what I've come to do. It's not free.
Remy, somebody wanted to address
Adewale wanted to speak.
Adewale, I want to bring Adewale in. This is a picture, it's showing outside. Sometimes it's showing like maracas. It's showing like I do. Whereas someone is tiny, but it's showing different type of picture, right? So it's showing like someone like Babalawo.
Ṣé kò wá ń ṣe babaláwo tẹ́lẹ̀ ni?
No, Mike
àwọn oṣù Adífálà bíi ti Mike. Babajale Koko, I'm impressed, but it's just that when I listen to us sometimes, Nigeria cannot go in isolation. That's just the way it is. The same issue that's affecting Nigeria is also affecting every neighboring countries within, around us. As a matter of fact, the entire continent. The impact of some of these entities, not necessarily foreign government, but their impact on Africa is so huge that there's no way out. Kenya, Ruto cried out about Ford Foundation. And I'll tell you this, Ford Foundation is actually sponsoring a lot of these micro bloggers and some people to incite them against their government. And they were able to penetrate and to target these particular people so that they use them to organize some of this unrest that we see in African countries. Look, somebody was saying it on this show, was it yesterday or so, that, I think it was Babajale Koko. I'm not so sure if I'm mistaken, that we've never witnessed the level of poverty in the land like before. And I said that is not true. Because I remember very well what we're going through now. We went through it in the 80s, around 82, 83, 84, when Buhari was in government. So Nigeria cannot develop in isolation. I think what we can do is to have this economic integration whereby we're able to have bring in our neighbors into whatever futuristic plan that we have. Because for those who do not speak English, you can't be in comfort and your neighbors are in pain. It's never possible. So you must share in their pains. What Nigeria is going through right now is just unfortunately that the incumbent have not been able to convey or sensitize the people. It is well-known fact that the southern youth are not in favor of the government or the incumbent. Let me put it that way. It is apparent, it's clear cut. But you see, when I hear people making noises on the social media, that is not even 1/4 of the entire population of the youth or the country. So we have people that are not even on social media, but they're also part of the country. So what we have right now is a government that understood that, look, we have to go through this hardship, but the government failed to sensitize. Don't get me wrong, no matter what the government says now, it's still going to go the wrong way. We have the Sleep TV that is still going to criticize no matter what. And the likes of Babajale Koko will still criticize. But you see, when you have a government that comes in and found out that some of the things that the government has been doing previously has always been about subsidizing. I'm not saying subsidy is bad, but not everything has to be subsidized. And you could see that the principals that are fighting the government, including Dangote. Dangote is one of those principals. Those, principal, what do they call them in high places? He's one of them. But you see, it's easier for him to cry out now. Sorry?
Principalities.
Principality, God bless you. But it's easier for him now to cry out now because now the rat is biting him. Look, when you have an individual or entity that is benefiting from the government alone, that's why you cannot go in isolation and you do not think of others. Then a time will come that the table will turn. Look, how can a government entity or a government agency say that importation will continue in the face of this hardship, for crying out loud, whoever, I I think that is number one, a sabotaging technique, because instead of having internal production, but you believe that importing the same product that would have been done in your own within your own vicinity is the best solution to what we have on ground. To me, that is the height of sabotaging. But you see, the government should have been able to let people know that look, this is what we are trying to do. We're trying to be, to be self-sufficient first before we start taking some of other action. But you see, um, I'm glad that Tinubu felt that to do this, he has to go to the grassroots and is trying to empower the closest government to the people. But our people do not, I don't think they understand the significance of that move, of which he gave the financial autonomy to local government. Because, look, like the last time that he was distributing the palliative to the state government, I could remember very well on this show, Bishop lamented bitterly that, look, it's not going to end well. Giving people money through their through their governor is a recipe for disaster. And at the end of the day, Alola Balo, we didn't see the abo. But if that money had gone to the local government, the people that live within there would have questioned. I trust my people in Ekiti State, they would have written queries that probably would have lost that local government chairman and his entire life answering it or answering them. So I think the government should have sensitized people before and let them understand, look, we can't continue to live the kind of lifestyle we lived before. We're living like there's no tomorrow. And we have shishi in our pocket. To me, that is this lifestyle of Ijebu people. They will throw party today and they will borrow money tomorrow. No apologies about Dale Kuku, because you guys the one that taught us the remaining Yoruba land how to throw one party. So
Our corrupt our civilized
no, it's not about civilization. We are very conservative. The rest of the Yoruba lands are conservative. It's only these Jebu Egba people that ended up corrupting the rest of us. You see, you don't have money, you are borrowing money.
Those are people that collected gunje like anything. You give a person a gunje, oh my goodness, you don't expect because
you will report you to the God Almighty. But
in even right position, it's just imagine someone.
I'm telling you,
the other time, he will go to write a board of education, zonal board of education immediately.
I'm telling you. So, but we like to live that kind of lifestyle, and the government felt, look, this cannot work. I think I've heard from so many people, so many speakers on this show about the government should depict, the same thing that is happening to the people, the Nigerians, and trying to cut back on some expenses. I get it, but look, there's some things you cannot do, and some of those things are hard decisions that has needed to be taken. For example, now, government was criticizing for building vice president's official residence. And look, the government hasn't done enough job to explain the reason behind. Aguda House, where the vice president was staying before, was actually earmarked to house foreign government. Okay. And every now and then that we have foreign dignitaries visiting Nigeria for a state visit, we have to put them in the hotel and their entire staff, when we could have used an entire building dedicated for that without paying CC. Maybe just the utility is what the government will be responsible for. But you see, every now and then they keep shifting the goalposts. Okay, this is what we do. But the government that thought, look, this is what a responsible government should have done. If you don't, the best time to build is now. Because if you postpone it for one day, you won't do it the same amount. I mean, look at America where we copied our system of government. They have an entire building dedicated for that purpose. So anytime any foreign dignitary is conducting state visits in America, they will put you in a particular building. I forgot what they call that house in Washington. It's close to one White House as well. What is this house called? There's a particular building that they use for that. Don't put you in an hotel. So, and that was the reason why government said, look, we have to do this, not because of today, but for tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, if you don't build it today, guess what will happen? The government to come will also bear that brunt, and they will be saddled with that responsibility to do it. Okay? So, and government, and somebody say, oh, why is the president buying jet? First and foremost, I think they can cut back in buying something more cheaper, but it's necessity that, I mean, a whole head of state had to charter an aircraft for foreign functions. That doesn't speak well for our country. Somebody say, oh, after all, Britain doesn't have official aircraft. And I say, well, what is the size of...
Sorry to interject. Some people are saying that Tinubu has a private jet. He should be using his private jet instead of buying
how can you use a private vehicle, vehicle equipment for government job? It's not safe. You can't do that. Who will reimburse you?
Even some of them said he should just be managing the plane he's using now. So you want him to die? That is
I support the fact that they can scale back and buy something more cheaper or smaller. But the fact that it's not necessary or we must not buy it, that doesn't make sense, because a country with the size of country that we have, I mean, do you know what it takes to traverse Nigeria? Nigeria is so huge.
What about they say it should be flying on earpiece, just like they said they do like that in
earpiece? It's well, people, you know. Look, I tell you this, Remy.
You know, if Nigerians talk sometimes, and you wonder why some people I don't even know where they are coming from. They are forgetting that a president is even from an individual.
No, they don't. They don't understand
we should
that.
Be flying peace. How will you provide security?
You know, some of those things has been handed over to the agency that handled them. Even president himself cannot even come back down and say, look, this is the way it's going to be. If, for example, now is security details. The other time that he was talking about certain number of
Adewale, do you know president cannot even dictate his security duties?
He cannot. He cannot.
If they say, Adewale, if Tinubu said, I'm going out today, if the security said, you are not safe to go out today, he can't argue with them.
You know what is even funny? You know what is even funny? So
people don't know some things. They just think
the president of the nation. Let me tell you this. Sometimes ago, I think it was during Obama / Trump, when America make deposit for new aircraft. That aircraft was not meant for those two people that I mentioned. It was actually meant for, I think, anyone coming in after Biden would have been the beneficiary of that new aircraft. See, that is how government works, because the procurement has been made and be put into budget. They don't even have a say. The only thing is that I think the Air Force kind of give the room to maybe the First Lady to have a little touch here and there, but they have their, the base, this baseline design there, but maybe a little touch here and there just for signatory purposes only. And even the same thing with the official car that the president used. The one that Obama was using, that one particular one was bought, I think, way before George Bush was even, they've already made permission for that. But you see, official function cannot be compromised, especially when it comes to the head of government. Somebody said, well, you should have few details in his entry. And I said, well, it doesn't work that way. Even the one that he proposed, I think 25 personnel, it doesn't work that way, because look at Trump. Trump was shot at recently in an open field. We've had a head of government in Nigeria that was taken out in cold-blooded. So And you expect in this modern day when you have advanced Jagamo, for somebody to just say, "Oh, let me enter my official, my own private car, I'll go with just 25, 15 people." We are not Zimbabwe. We are not Kenya. We are not any of those small countries. As a matter of fact, our culture is so we have a hungry culture now, so you can't even tell who is actually have you in mind. So the way we've been complacent in the past about security, we can't do that. Some of those lapses that we had in the past, we can't. There's no room for error. So whether Tinubu want 15 people on his entourage of 25 people, his security details must be intact. As a matter of fact, his chief of security is actually an Hausa man, a young 30-something, not even, is he up to 40 years old, one tall, light-skinned guy. Forget about all those orderly people you see behind him. His own chief security officer is an Hausa police officer, not even military, police officer. Just like the way you have you had what's it called, Mustafa Al-Mustafa to Obasha, the same way. But that guy is always in the shadow. You hardly see him in the front, but he's always there. If you look at any of his outdoor functions, you will see him, but very, very rare to see him. He's always in the shadow.
Actually, everybody in Nigeria can rule Nigeria. Everybody has an idea of how Nigeria can.
That's one thing about us. So we have solution to everything. Everything. You can imagine Kulata telling you, chicken farmer, how to you better use the worst chicken who has never been in the farm in his life. All the mean that is in
our American last day family industrial family
Nigeria.
Baba Lori.
Chicken farmer talking about how to plant cocoa.
We want to carry industrial family from America. Go bless Simba for Iloni. So it should be ready for Kulata. Kulata is in charge. Don't worry.
But Baba Dale Koko, Shetty, have you ever traveled from Ibadan towards Iseyin? Towards or George Shasha area on your way to Iloni? Have you ever traveled that?
Yes. Yes.
Do you see all those fertile land on both sides? Kwara State has one of the best land for farming.
Not only even Kwara, everywhere. Even that Kogi.
You see, but you are echoing. Why are you echoing? See you guys in the next episode. Bye.
Oh, yeah, see you. Yeah, somebody's echoing.
Yeah, somebody. Okay, I think it's clear now. All those north central land, they are good for farming, especially when you even leave Iloni on your way to Abuja and the rest. Oh my God, it's very expansive of land for real farming. So
I think one of the major problems that we have is like once to me, no, as I kept on saying it, the problem we have is not problem of production. It's actually problem of storage and even sales. When the time of mango comes like this, you see a lot of mango being wasted.
Yes. But do you think, like in some of these developed countries, they have a way of controlling price? But in Nigeria, it's very difficult to control the price.
Because they store it, you understand. So and that is why you see that the price will be almost the same throughout the year. Yeah, but in Nigeria, what you have is that during the harvesting period, the price will come down. Then after some time, maybe the one that will get wasted. Then the price will start going up again.
This question, I saw a video recently that a basket full of tomato in my 12 is now being sold around 36,000 naira. and a few months ago it's about almost 80 to 120,000 naira. How come within just 2 months the price have to crash from 120 to 36,000? So that means there's a lot of exploitation by our people. Everybody makes use of
Let me tell you, it's only people, maybe because we are just social media commentators. We don't even know what is happening on ground. The high cost of tomato was actually predicted even before the price started rising. There is this problem of what was it called now?
I think there is a kind of disease.
That affected tomato, and let me tell you the major reason why.
Also increased here because like 2 months ago you can buy just 4 pieces of tomato. The price is nearly €4. That means you are buying 1 tomato for €1. It also even now it's not cheap. Even now as I'm talking to you, because Finland, most of the food we eat here is being imported. That tomato is it's always expensive every time. The cheapest you can get if you buy 4 is about almost €3. The cheapest 2.5 or 2. Almost €3, the cheapest. But now it's almost going to, if you pick 4 at the average size, you are going to pick close to €4, €3.79 or something like that. So that tomato,
the price of food globally has increased. Globally, it's not peculiar. The only problem is that for every year, day in, day out, the purchasing power of Nigerians was just reducing, and that's the problem. That's why people are crying. It's the purchasing power that's just.
Apart from the purchasing power, don't you think that country have not planned for several decades? And because of no planning, no visible development.
Is the lack of planning that is a continuous thing. You understand? The problem is it has been there for years. Nobody addressed it, and it continue. So
Remy, we have to show that we can go to the background. Let's show this. It's 9 hours. I said 8 hours and the hours bill. Now just privilege of 30 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. You can only see, or you can never get there. You can only see,
or you can never. My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. Remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.